There is a time when he is my entire world. Outside a room, a slender hand reaches up to knock on the door. A voice calls from inside, "Come in." The man remains absorbed in the documents in his hand and asks curiously, "What is it?" The girl suggests having a cup of tea with him. Edric asks indifferently, "Is it better if we do that?" The girl answers patiently, "It only takes a moment." Edric says coldly, "I do not like you." Being too stubborn, even so he yields to her request. "Sit down," she gently sets the tea tray on the table and takes a seat. Her eyes gaze intently at Edric's hand as it continues to turn page after page. The teacup sits warm on the table. Only now does Edric pause his pen. He hands the freshly written letter to his subordinate to send away. After a long while, the tea turns cold. The girl speaks up. "I have a few things to ask you." Edric answers coldly, "Get to the point." "I am tired." Hearing this, she gazes thoughtfully into her teacup. "Fine, I will get straight to the point. Why do you marry me?" She looks at him and continues, "If time is so precious to you that you cannot even take a break to enjoy tea with me, if your time is so valuable that you cannot even sit to have a single cup of tea with me." Her hand trembles with suppressed heartache. "It has been years since I surrendered myself and devoted everything to him, if all that time amounts to only this." Thinking this, she repeats her question. "Why do you marry me?" The corner of Edric's lips smirks. "Why do I marry you? Because of love. At that time I think it is love, a love that should not exist between us. Do you love me at first sight?" Tears fall onto the back of her hand. "I am sorry," she thinks to herself. "That is something I say countless times over the years after becoming the Duchess. I am sorry for mistaking it. I realize those words are directed at the wrong person. I am sorry because the one I should apologize to is myself for failing to accept him as he truly is, not you." Edric, years ago in the imperial capital, there stands a grand mansion resembling a royal palace. "Mother, does a princess live in there?" A mother answers, "Perhaps so." "Ah, someone is coming out. Wait, she is not a princess." Mel whispers in her heart, "Sorry for disappointing you. This mansion belongs to the most renowned noble in the empire, and I am merely a noble living here as a guest. Perhaps I am no princess, but there is a princess here." Suddenly someone calls out, "Mel, you have no plans. Where do you intend to go?" It is the head of the Fenton house, Edric Rand Fenton. Mel replies, "I feel I only have one path if I stay." Edric slowly steps forward. "Do not say that." He pats her head affectionately. "You are like a little sister to me. Are you not going to answer my question?" Mel's hands tighten around her umbrella. "No. 10 years ago, I have nowhere to go. My mother and I come to seek shelter with her close friend, the former Duchess Fenton. That is how I become the childhood sweetheart of Edric Fenton. And I grow up like his little sister. But in the end, I am merely a guest. I cannot become his real family, even as his lover." A carriage suddenly appears and comes to a halt. Hearing the noise, Mel glances toward the sound. That subtle action makes Edric pause. "Mel, wait." She responds calmly, "I am truly foolish. I always know this will happen. Today I meet the fiancé of the man I love." The butler gently places a plate on the table. Edric speaks. "Let me introduce you. This is Lady Melia Anut. She is like a sister to me. It is an honor to meet you. I am Melia Anut." "Pleasure to meet you, Lady Melia. I am Rosaline, daughter of Marquis Rosaline." Edric's mother, Ada Fenton, speaks up. "Mel is my friend's daughter. I take care of her after her mother passes away. I am so glad they meet each other, a beautiful young lady just like me." "Lady Rosaline." She covers her mouth with a laugh. "I think so too, mother." Mel thinks to herself. She calls the Duchess mother. I never call her that, yet I cannot deny the chemistry between them. The phrase, "a match made in heaven," surely belongs to the two of them. Edric is truly marrying soon. Suddenly Ada calls out, "Mel, you are also at marriageable age. What do you think about going on a matchmaking date?" Those words startle her. "Pardon? A matchmaking date?" Ada explains, "Actually, someone is very interested in you. Though there is an age gap, he is responsible and hardworking. You should meet him." Mel thinks, "I clearly have no choice left." So she agrees, replying, "Yes, I will." Before she finishes, Edric interjects, "Mother, I will arrange the matchmaking date for Mel. You do not need to worry." "About it," Mel gasps in surprise. "Edric?" Ada frowns in annoyance. "Edric, I know how much you care for Mel, but you do not need to concern yourself with this. Besides, you are marrying Lady Rosaline." Edric's expression turns dark. "Mother, what do you think about taking a vacation at our home in the South? Winter in the South is very warm, so I think you will be comfortable there." She looks surprised. "Edric?" Suddenly, Rosaline claps her hands and speaks. "Ah, I just remembered I left something in the carriage. I will be right back." Edric stands up and says, "I will accompany you." Rosaline declines immediately. "No need, I will go by myself." Mel wonders why Edric says that. "Could it be for my sake?" She quickly refutes the thought. "No, that is impossible." Then she stands up and says, "I am feeling a bit tired, so I will return to my room first." Mel walks away, lost in thought. "It is just an excuse, but my head really hurts. I should take a walk before returning to my bedroom." Suddenly, hushed laughter and voices echo, making Mel pause. Two figures hide near the corner. "Wait a moment, can we stay here? Someone will see us." Mel quickly recognizes Lady Rosaline. She is joyfully embracing her. "Lover, I told you we cannot." Mel cannot hide her shock. "Who is that man?" "No, that does not matter." She covers her mouth and gasps softly. "They are kissing." "Oh, my God." She turns and runs away. What on earth did I just witness? Lady Rosaline has a lover, the fiancé of the head of the Fenton house. Unbelievable. Is Edric really planning to marry such an unfaithful woman? I must hurry and tell Edric. As she runs frantically, a voice asks, "Mel, where are you going in such hurry?" She hesitates, asking herself, "But is that Edric's intention? Am I not jealous simply because I cannot marry him?" In the end, she chooses to speak. "Edric, I saw Lady Rosaline in the corridor kissing another man." She whispers to herself, "No, I only want Edric to be happy. He will be hurt, but it is too late for regret. She has already blurted it out." Yet Edric answers nonchalantly, "I know, it seems Lady Rosaline wishes to have a lover after marriage. Besides, marriage and lovers are separate matters. Though I have no intention of taking a lover." Hearing those words, Mel's eyes widen in disbelief. "What?" Edric steps closer. "More importantly, I spoke with Rosaline, and she says you can stay here after we marry, so you can relax and feel comfortable in this house just as you are always by my side." Mel wonders, what is he saying? Lady Rosaline should be the one by his side. How can I live with you after you marry? Seeing the two of you together will break my heart. She protests, "No, that is impossible. I should quickly find someone to marry and leave this place." Those words anger Edric, making him grip her wrist tightly. "Mel, why do you bring up marriage again? Do not worry about what my mother says. It is unnecessary." Mel wonders silently. "Why do you care about me so much? Is it because you pity me as a sister, or does Edric also?" Suddenly Edric speaks up. "We are close friends, right? Mel, your thoughts make me uncomfortable, so stay here with me. You always do what I want. You will do the same now, won't you?" Mel thinks to herself. "Whenever I gaze into Edric's sharp blue eyes, I can only nod in agreement to everything. But, Edric, you are no longer just a friend to me. I am sorry, Edric, that winter on a snowy winter night, I can feel a faint warmth from the hand holding mine. A small hand held tightly. It is little Mel. A cold wind blows against my cheeks, breath puffing out in clouds of mist. My feet ache from walking so long, and I even remember my mother's trembling voice. "Do not worry, Mel, that is our new home." "Home? Yes, our home," she exclaims. "Wonderful, it is so beautiful." A cold, magnificent, and unfamiliar mansion. Ada steps forward and says, "Welcome." "Jasmine." Mel anxiously hides behind her mother. "There, I meet a young boy." Jasmine gently reminds her, "Say hello, Mel. This is the future Duke of the Fenton clan." At that moment, Edric approaches and says, "You must be exhausted from the long journey. Please treat this as your home." Mel remains lost in her thoughts. A noble with an elegant face softly mocking me with a fragile expression. What is this feeling? Thinking of this, she replies, "I am Melia Anut." Having no friends our age, we quickly become close friends. Edric shares the secrets of the Duchess with me, confiding his suffocating daily life that he keeps buried deep in his heart. That is Edric's playful, untamed laughter. I simply stay by his side, listening and nodding, and whenever he finishes his story, he always gives me a gift. I wish those days could last forever. At that time, I harbor such hopes. Jasmine softly calls out, Mel, we live under the same roof, but do not think you and young Master Edric share the same status. He lives in a world is different from us. My mother emphasizes this until the day she passes away, even though she is once the daughter of a renowned count. She lives an unhappy life because she marries an ordinary noble, and the daughter of a poor noble lives merely like a guest here. She hopes I do not ruin my life over a wrong choice. The future I long to share with him does not exist because our worlds are too far apart. Thus, I lock away those emotions tightly. Returning to the present, Melia wonders why Edric makes such a proposal. Outside, a knock suddenly sounds on the door. Ada quickly enters and asks, Mel, do you have a moment? On another side, Rosaline giggles and says, Hee hee, you are always so handsome, Duke Fenton, ever since I first lay eyes on you. Likewise, is the Marquis still traveling? Yes, my father is always like that, and my mother is rarely home either. Edric nods softly. Indeed, I know there are many duties that come with being a noble. We probably will not see each other much after marriage. I think so too. You and I truly understand each other. I suppose that is why everyone says to marry someone like oneself. Edric's expression darkens as he thinks to himself. She openly dallies with her lover in front of her fiancé. I have no idea why she thinks we are alike. Because a woman cannot inherit the title. He is a relative adopted by the Marquis. On the surface, he and Rosaline share half the same blood, but Rosaline's lover is Francis, the heir of the L clan. She goes so far as to give him a ring designed like an engagement ring. She basically wants everyone to know that he is her lover. Furthermore, I can use this opportunity. In fact, it is better if their relationship becomes a weakness. When Francis Herbeck becomes the Marquis, his relationship with Rosaline will end. In exchange for turning a blind eye, I can secure several things useful to me. Useful things? Indeed, I only value what benefits me, but why do I try to keep Melia by my side? At this moment, Rosaline cuddles her lover while speaking up. Ah, right, Edric, about Lady Melia. Though she suffers misfortunes, must we take care of her after we marry? Did we not agree on this? Is it not strange? It is not just about giving her an empty room in the house. Could it be that you two share a relationship like me and Francis? Edric pauses upon hearing this, then smiles and says, I already said. She is like my little sister. She is more like a childhood friend than a blood relation, though I am certain she wants to ask if Melia is my lover. Rosaline replies nonchalantly, I see. But Lady Melia will also marry eventually and have her own home. Have you thought of a suitable candidate for her? Not yet, there is still plenty of time after all. At this point, Edric secretly sighs, this tea is terrible to drink. I should ask Melia to prepare less tea next time. Right then. Rosaline links arms with Francis and says, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first. Take care, Duke Fenton. Francis also adds, It is my honor. I wish you a safe journey. Sitting in the carriage, Edric remains lost in thought. I am certain I do not keep Melia by my side merely for tea. Could it simply be because I am upset with my mother's attitude, that I merely want to send her away? Yes, perhaps that is it. I do not want Melia to regret marrying an unreliable person. Returning to the mansion, the butler asks, Did you have a pleasant time with Lady Rosaline? He replies, Yes. Where is Melia? She has gone out, my lord. She went out. Where did she go? It seems the madam has arranged a matchmaking date with her future husband. Flashing back to several years ago when Edric is young, children are playing happily together. He gazes with boredom at his peers. Unripe fools. Edric Fenton, 13 years old. It is a dull afternoon like any other. Connections may be important, but I do not understand why I must socialize with these snot-nosed brats. We are not the same. Two young boys play cheerfully together. Edric watches intently where the adults discuss matters. I would rather sit and speak with adults or help my father in his office. So boring. Edric picks up a stone and throws it straight at a boy's head, making him cry out in pain. This causes them to misunderstand and quarrel among themselves. Why did you throw a stone at me? I didn't. A malicious Expression shows clearly on young Edric's tender face. If I surpass my father and elevate the Fenton family's honor one day, I can enlighten fools like them. Yes, while there, I should strive to consolidate. Politics to manipulate the emperor's power. On the planning paper, it is clearly noted. The emperor succeeds in the Great War, the first prince receives support. From the empire, who will claim the throne? Father holds the emperor's weakness, but I do not. In the end, does not everyone put on a reliable mask? His eyes grow deep and thoughtful, strip away the murderer, and what remains is something primitive and ugly. Edric slowly picks up another stone. How interesting. Should I do it again? Suddenly, a figure appears and speaks up. Please don't. Damn it, am I caught? Who is that? It turns out that lovely figure is none other than young Melia. I know you did it last time, young Master Fenton. Edric is surprised. A child. He feels looks very familiar. Gradually, he recalls the image from before. Asterisk, is she the girl who came to my house to stay with her mother? A few months ago, he asks, what did I do? Melia replies, you threw the stone. Facing those words, Edric calmly refutes. What if you are mistaken? Why does she choose to speak up instead of keeping silent? She asserts, I am not mistaken. The atmosphere falls silent for a moment. Edric observes her intently. They say she is 3 years younger than me, right? Her eyes look like a serene lake, unlike other children, perhaps. I can truly get along with this girl. That relationship begins with curiosity. A small gift box is prepared with utmost care. Edric delightfully admires the gift box in his hands. In front of others, I still imitate an adult's demeanor. Those small hands chatter away while writing, and Melia stays quiet. The quiet surface reflects the image of Edric and Melia enjoying each other's company. When we are alone, we return to being children true to our age. As time passes, Melia also grows into a beautiful young woman. Edric throws a pebble into the water. It gradually sinks down to the bottom. It no longer feels special. Perhaps that is because Melia and I no longer need to pretend to be adults. Melia is no longer the right person for me, but due to long-standing affection, I still take care of her. Besides, Rosaline says she is willing to let Melia live with us. It seems Melia has no other choice. Ultimately, when I stand at the peak of imperial power, there will be no pain looking back at the past alongside my companion. Both of them head toward the mansion together. So staying near Melia is fine because I have decided it so. That is certainly what it means. The butler reports the situation. It seems the madam has arranged a matchmaking date with her future husband. A matchmaking date with her future husband? I told her not to listen to my mother. How dare she ignore my words at the matchmaking date? The man greets her cautiously. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Melia. She politely replies, yes, greetings, Mr. Bry. I heard a bit about you from the former Duchess Fenton. Oh, really, what did she say? She said, even though your family has fallen, you still hold noble blood. That is useful for my business. Melia cannot believe it and asks again. She said that you cannot stay at the Fenton house forever. Do you understand? It will be better for you to go elsewhere. At least you can be of some use. Come to my house. I do not even need a dowry. Melia endures it, tightly clutching her dress. She recalls Ada's actions and sweet words. Melia, Mr. Bry is truly a good person, and his age is not an obstacle. I can finally keep my promise to Jasmine. I am sure the former Duchess does not know Mr. Bry is such a person. There is no need to repeat this. To her, I am exhausted. The bedroom door quickly slams shut, finally. Melia arrives back in her room. I am so exhausted. It is better to lie down and rest a bit before taking a bath. An unexpected voice startles her. You come back so late, Edric gently sits down. His hands touch her silky hair. Edric appears delightfully captivating. Did you have a good time? Melia sits up in shock. Edric, what are you doing here? I am waiting for you. I am curious about your meeting with Mr. Bry. Melia stammers, not knowing what to say. Ah, I thought he was upset because I went despite his warnings. Then I am relieved. She tries to hide her anxiety with a lie. Not bad, not bad. That means you will continue to see him. Mr. Bry is a commoner who became wealthy, and that immense fortune is not enough for him to establish a name among the nobility. Melia's eyes widen in surprise. Huh! What I mean is, I will find someone better suited for you. Someone suited for me? Her heart tears apart like a withered flower. Why should I care? If it is not him, I can marry anyone. Edric breaks the gloomy atmosphere. So Mel, please don't. Yet she remains adamant. No, I want to meet Mr. Bry again, as soon as those words are spoken. The smile on Edric's lips instantly freezes. I already told you Mr. Bry is not suitable for you. No animal calculates as thoroughly as a man choosing his mate. Mel, to him, your value lies solely in your noble status and the small connection you have with the Fenton family. A snake that sells out his own family will hardly remain satisfied with just that. If there is something better, he will change his tune. Melia turns away. I do not care about that. Mel, I worry about you deeply. I do not want you to get hurt. After all, you do not understand men. Reflexively, Melia pushes Edric away. NGH, she looks flustered as he is pushed onto the bed. I am sorry, I'm a bit ticklish. Thank you for your advice. I will keep it in mind. Edric smiles softly. You can meet Mr. Bry if you wish, but if it goes poorly, promise me you will decline all future marriage proposals. All right, I understand, and think about what I said, the proposal you said you would consider the other day. Don't mind it, it's nothing. After all, the answer is already set. Good night. Melia stands dazed, remains silent for a few minutes, and then lies back on the bed. My heart is beating so fast. Edric doesn't mean anything by it, right? Why did he suddenly hold my hand? And why is my heart acting like this? I need to keep my distance from Edric as far as possible. The next day, Melia's voice rings out in surprise. What, Lord Bielli is married? Ada replies, that's right. He was in such a hurry that he even skipped the engagement ceremony. But how can this happen? He even planned to meet me this weekend. I heard his fiancée is the daughter of Count Harrington. That is why merchants cannot be trusted. Melia remembers Edric's words. If something better comes along, he will change his mind. Melia's face darkens. Edric is right. She is the daughter of the Harrington clan. I remember meeting her at a ball. Unlike me, she is beautiful and quick-tempered. I am sure she grew up surrounded by love and pampering. Even I am captivated by her charm. Melia stares intently at the surface of the lake, reflecting their silhouettes. Edric says he will find someone suitable for me, but does such a person even exist? I know that at the very least I must thank him for his concern. Before she can think further, Ada interrupts her. Melia, I am truly sorry. I will find another match for you, so can you wait a bit longer? Melia snaps back to reality and replies, Ah, of course. Then please excuse me to my room. I suppose I don't need to ask Edric to find anyone for me anymore. Ada smiles and says, All right, see you this evening. Melia's mind is in turmoil. After all, Lady Ada is quite sensitive about the relationship between me and Edric by the fountain of the manor. She gently sits down, her mind flooded with emotions. An orphan who is merely an ordinary noble with a frail body and a timid nature. No man wants to marry a person like me. Edric surely thinks this way. That is why he warned me not to hold expectations for Lord Bielli. Each of Ada's words echoes in her mind once more. Remember, Melia, we are Anuts, not Fentons, Melia thinks. Yes, mother, I know. Unexpectedly, someone approaches. Melia, Edric asks, are you taking a walk? Yes, I think I should walk a little before dinner. You must have just returned from the stables. You don't look too well. Is something wrong? I have been dumped. He married the Count's daughter, he feigns surprise. What? How could he do such a disgraceful thing? My mother truly has no eye for men. Melia thinks the problem lies with him. I will take revenge on that bastard for you. I will make him pay for deceiving you and our family. She forces a smile and refuses. No, there is no need. I don't want to have anything to do with Lord Bielli anymore. Edric is pleased with that response. Very good, you must be sad. It is best that you forget those unpleasant matters. Poor Melia. Don't worry, the Fenton clan will never abandon you. From now on, can we stay here together? The scene shifts to the residence of Count Harrington. Father, do you really intend to do this? How can you sell me off to an old man? The Count replies coldly. You know very well that our merchant ship sank a few weeks ago. If we cannot pay off our debts, we go bankrupt, and Lord Ble is the only one who can pay us that sum. Clara still tries to argue. If you had handed the business over to me instead of my younger brother, this wouldn't have happened. Who in their right mind sends a ship out to sea? When a storm is coming, the Count counters, are you still obstinately demanding control of the business? By tradition, the heir to the family business must be a son. That is just a rule, you know full well he has no talent for business. I regret it too. If only you were born a son, the wedding will proceed as planned. Clara collapses to her knees. The Count adds, stubbornness changes nothing. Clara Harrington, after all, this marriage is arranged by none other than Duke Fenton. You should feel grateful. In Melia's room, she gazes at the ceiling, thinking she cannot sleep at all. Why is he so stubborn about keeping me here and saying such things? Remembering earlier, Edric said, from now on, can we live together? She refused, saying, no, after you get married, I will go south with Lady Ada. And Edric's expression. I didn't even want to eat dinner and came straight back to my room. Suddenly, Melia's face flushes red and she pats her cheeks with both hands. That's right, I am being punished for using someone else to forget Edric. I should give up on the plan to fall in love and marry someone. Because in this empire, noble women cannot work or live independently. I only have one choice. Just like my mother, I will volunteer to be a maid for the former Duchess. In time, once I no longer have anything to do with Edric, she will come to like me. Living together will no longer be a burden. Perhaps just once I can call her mother. Just thinking about this brings a bright smile to Melia's face. Yes, this is how I can repay her kindness and accept someone like me, someone with no place left to go. She gently opens her bedroom door, and to her surprise, the voice of Edric sounds out. Mel, you are up so early. You are going to have breakfast, right? Let's go together. Mother is waiting for us. Melia feels a wave of relief. Edric seems normal today, doesn't he? I suppose so. I was worried he would be upset because I haven't been listening to him lately, but I feel relieved. Has he always respected my wishes? The table is set with dishes. Ada is already seated. Oh, you are here. Sit down. Edric replies, yes, mother. Melia smiles brightly at her. Good morning, Lady Ada. Edric quietly enjoys his food. The pleasant atmosphere makes Melia smile. At this moment, Ada interrupts. Ah, that's right, Melia. Edric told me that you plan to go with me to the south. Oh, yes, I plan to do so after Edric gets married. I see. And who says that decision is yours to make? Her attitude shifts instantly. Surprised, Melia gasps, what? You should think about marrying and living in your own house. Why do you insist on following me like a little puppy? Jasmine was my friend, but that doesn't make me your mother. How much longer must I take care of you? That sudden barrage of words freezes Melia in place. Melia needs to build a family suitable for herself. Her hands tremble, that's right. Perhaps I have known this all along, she recalls when she was small, Ada once said, Melia, you can call me mother. If she truly viewed me as a daughter, she would want to take me out at least once. Instead of criticizing my table manners, she would hire a tutor to teach me proper etiquette. Edric speaks up to break the tension. Mother, you are being too harsh. We are the only family Melia has left, so don't make her uncomfortable. Though we are not related by blood, I care deeply about Melia. This only seems to anger Ada further. Edric simply chuckles teasingly and says, if Melia chooses not to marry, I respect her decision. What are you saying? Are you planning to keep her here even after you marry? Yes, my intention will not change, so please give up, mother. Let's go, Melia. Confused, she leaves with him. All right, leaving behind Ada, who trembles with rage, unable to utter another word. Edric leads her out of the dining room. I told mother not to arrange any more matchmaking dates for you. Rosaline also mentioned she looks forward to living with you. She said it feels like getting a little sister. She says she wants to take you to concerts and go out to eat together often. Melia thinks it would surely be wonderful to live together, because I know how much he cares for me. That vision rises in her mind. Rosaline and Edric will build a happy family together, and she will help look after their children and do chores around the house. It is an exquisitely beautiful picture. But that breathtaking image suddenly shatters like a fading dream. What if I cross the line? What if I become dissatisfied with that place? What if I begin to crave her spot beside Edric? I need a firm boundary so I cannot cross that line. Something to make me give up on Edric quickly and decisively. Thinking of this, Melia speaks up. Edric, don't you find it strange? I am living in your house even though I am not part of your family. I don't understand what you mean. Why aren't you part of my family? Then make me Melia Fenton. The moment those words leave her lips, Edric is caught off. Guard, what? Finally, Melia makes her decision. I am asking you to adopt me as your legal sister so that we can become a real family, Edric. The air between Edric and Melia turns suffocatingly heavy. She thinks to herself, this isn't a decision I came to after careful thought. I am acting too hastily, which is so unlike me, but this is the best choice. If Edric truly regards me as family, he will not refuse. Edric speaks. Melia, don't be ridiculous. She gasps in surprise. Huh, Edric's voice turns even colder. Do you think becoming part of the ducal house is that easy? You cannot. Just throw a tantrum and expect it to happen. He suddenly lets go of her hand. Let's pretend this conversation never happened. Rosaline will be here soon, so please stay quietly in your room. With that, Edric turns and walks away without hesitation, leaving Melia behind as she squeezes her trembling hands tightly. Unstoppable. Tears slowly stream down her cheeks. What am I expecting? How could an ordinary person like me become a lady of the Fenton clan? It's impossible. The scene shifts to Rosaline. Did I arrive a bit too early? Accompanying her is Francis. He politely places his hand over his chest in greeting. Good afternoon, Duke Fenton, Edric looks at the two of them, quietly judging them. She really has no shame, always bringing her lover along whenever she visits. With that thought, he asks how they are doing. Rosaline explains. It seems Francis really likes this manor. He expressed a strong desire to return, so I brought him along. Is that all right? Of course. You are always welcome. Thank you for your hospitality. I will take some time to explore the estate, please. Feel free to speak amongst yourselves. All right. Rosaline waves goodbye as well. See you later. A moment later, Francis strolls down the manor corridor. Looking around, he thinks, will Rosaline live here after getting married? Suddenly, his eyes land on a spot not far away. So it is Melia, that woman, is she? The one living here, I believe her name is. He steps closer and whispers into her ear, Melia, right? Suspiciously, she asks him. Who are you? In her mind, the image of Francis and Rosaline intimately embracing reappears. He is the man with Rosaline that day. The heir to the L clan? Edric said he doesn't care if Rosaline has a lover, but I am still uncertain. Why does he look so confident? At this moment, Francis asks, wait, are you crying? Francis hands her a handkerchief. I didn't notice. My apologies. Not wanting to reject his kindness, she takes it. Thank you. No need to return it. She thinks to herself, I don't want to take this. How uncomfortable. Francis looks at her gently. Duke Fenton, who always wears a flawless mask, grows tense whenever anyone mentions this woman. At first glance, asterisk. She looks ordinary. Could she possess some hidden beauty? Francis carefully observes her every feature. She has a petite frame and pale skin. There seems to be something about seeing her cry that stirs a man's desire. After observing her for a moment, Francis inwardly concludes, but doesn't she look too naive to be considered a melancholic beauty? Francis turns to leave, not forgetting to say, I hope to see you again, Lady Melia. He leaves, his heart filled with curiosity. Does something change when she smiles? Well, I will try to brighten the mood next time. Meanwhile, Rosaline holds her teacup and asks, Duke Fenton, are you free this weekend? There is an opera that is said to be quite good. Unfortunately, I am busy this weekend. You are truly busy, Duke. What a pity. Edric thinks to himself, I wonder if Melia is sitting in her room reflecting on her actions. Adoption. Suddenly, Edric recalls Melia's proposal. Make me Melia Fenton. I want us to become legal siblings. Melia's offer is truly a fair and reasonable choice. I only need to come up with a reason for adoption, and no one will dare challenge the Fenton clan. But the reason I refused her request is unclear. Why I suddenly feel so uncomfortable thinking about Melia becoming my sister. How ridiculous. The image of young Melia smiling in a field of flowers flashes in his mind. Is it not because I like Melia, even as she grows up, that feeling never changes? Surely my novel feeling toward Melia will fade over time. Yet the relationship between us will not change at all. It is only Melia who wants to change it. How infuriating. Yes, Melia is annoying and ordinary. She has no value to be exploited, but I like her simply because of the affection I hold for her. Is that the reason I cannot become siblings with Melia? The only thing that needs to change is a line in the family tree, a line drawn, an insurmountable boundary, a taboo. No, there is no way I would ever have that kind of relationship with Melia. Is it because I don't like her enough to let her become part of the family? But that doesn't explain why I want to keep Melia by my side, even after I marry. Should I just let Melia have what she wants it? A lady of the Fenton clan. Even so, I am not sure if that position suits her. At this moment, Rosaline calls out to Duke Fenton. Seeing that he does not hear her, she calls him once more. Duke Fenton, Rosaline asks petulantly, what are you daydreaming about? Do you not even hear me calling you? Edric answers indifferently, I am sorry. But then Edric sinks back into his own world. I have made up my mind, yet for some reason I still cannot find peace. Suddenly he speaks. I am not feeling well today, so could you please leave now? Edric's expression turns dark and somber, holding a handkerchief he demands an explanation from Melia. I come here because I have something to say to you. Did you stand in the hallway and accept this? She frantically explains, Lord Francis handed it to me. I truly have no choice. Edric grips the handkerchief tightly in his hand, letting out a cold sneer. Is a marriage proposal not enough? Do you now wish to become someone else's lady? I told you to stay in your room. Do you not understand my words? Or is your rebellious phase coming late? It is really not like that. He steps forward and places his hand on her shoulder. Unfortunately, Mel, even if Lord Francis is merely a puppet of that family, he is still not on your side. He is already Rosaline's lover. Do you really think he likes a lowly person like you? Melia thinks to herself, his voice is dripping with sharp thorns. How much longer must I endure you? Edric, without letting her finish, Edric interrupts. I will make you a Fenton. She asks again, unable to believe her ears. What? Edric hastily explains. I was too hasty before. I made a decision after thinking for a long time. I'm afraid I will hurt you. Promise me just one thing. Promise me that no matter what happens, your heart will not change. Melia silently calls out his name. I fail to understand Edric once again. She tightly hugs Edric. All right, I promise. Do not worry, I will never change my heart. She thinks happily that Edric cares so much for her. Her eyes are no longer filled with sorrow, becoming incredibly relaxed. Thank you. Contrary to her joy, Edric remains terrifyingly gloomy. Francis, his hand grips the handkerchief tightly. That mediocre bastard is standing in my way. Elsewhere, Rosaline sits inside her carriage and says in irritation, Unbelievable. Do you know that Duke Fenton rejected my invitation again today? As if that is not bad enough, he even asks us to leave. Francis, sitting opposite her, replies, Is it not the same for every arranged marriage? Give it up. Rosaline, after all, you have me. Rosaline brushes his hand aside. Get away from me. No matter how prestigious the Fenton clan is, they cannot treat the daughter of Marquis L with such disrespect. Francis merely sits there in silence, watching her. He recalls the scene from before. Francis, you are very lucky, his head of the house exclaims repeatedly. Of all the men qualified to inherit, you are chosen as the heir to our family. From now on, you can have whatever you want and do whatever you like, except one thing, becoming a true part of our family. Even though she is the only child, Rosaline cannot become the heir to the family, inherit simply because she is a daughter. That is why they now use a distant nephew from the family line as a puppet. Then the title will be granted to Rosaline's child with the Duke. Once the puppet loses its usefulness, it is discarded. Such is the miserable life of Francis. I want a family, not the relatives who sold me out or those who use me in this house. A family of my own. Then a childhood image of Rosaline appears, asking softly, Are you Francis? I am Rosaline. You are really handsome. Ever since Rosaline arrives, he is no longer lonely. That is why the seed of love inside him begins to sprout. Perhaps that love can create the family I always dream of. But in the end, Rosaline no longer looks at him with the radiant gaze of before. I will marry Duke Fenton. From that moment, Francis thinks she is no different from the others. Returning to the present, Francis rests his chin on his hand in deep thought. Now Rosaline has no love or hope left, but he himself can do nothing. After all, that woman looks quite harmless. He guesses she is being controlled by Duke Fenton and manipulated. At this point, he speaks up. In any case, Rosaline, do not overthink it. I am certain Duke Fenton regrets refusing your invitation. Rosaline asks back doubtfully, really? Of course. Return again next week. Sounds good. Francis thinks to himself that meeting her again does no harm, even if it is a bit early. Time flies, and now it is a week later. Rosaline and Francis appear together as usual. She speaks first. Duke Fenton. The air around Edric turns gloomy, yet he forces a stiff smile. Seeing Edric make no response, Rosaline continues. I know you are home. I forgot to inform you before we came. I considered leaving if you were not here. It is nothing. What wind brings you here? Goodness, why would one need a reason to visit her fiancé? I simply want to see you. I only have 1 cup of tea left. How embarrassing, we just ran out of tea leaves. If plain water is fine with you, please come in. Francis thinks both of them are trying to put pressure on each other. The nobleman takes swift strides to look for Melia. Hello, is anyone there? He then walks casually into the room. I wonder if she is sitting alone crying. When suddenly something catches his attention. On the table sits a blue notebook and a journal. He picks it up and casually flips through a few pages. No, it is a diary. From outside, Melia walks in and asks loudly, What do you think you are doing? He calmly exclaims, Oh, you are back. She tries to reach for the diary. Give it back. How dare you touch other people's belongings without permission? Hearing this, Francis asks back, Permission? Did you get permission to like Duke Fenton? Hearing this, she suddenly freezes. What are you talking about? You wrote it yourself. The sincere confession of love in her diary. Are you pretending to be innocent? What do you even like about him? Why do you not express all your feelings? She turns her head in sadness and replies in embarrassment. What difference does it make when the wedding is already set? That is precisely what you should do right now. Soon he will belong to someone else. Do you know, Lady Melia, your confession might just move Duke Fenton's heart. Melia tightens her grip on her skirt and answers, That will never happen, even if he accepts my feelings. I do not wish to stand at his side. Francis is slightly surprised. Because at least I am not his wife. If you truly care about Lady Rosaline, you should give her up. Are you implying that I should know my place? You certainly have nerve. Don't you? But Melia, he suddenly places his hand on her chin, leaving her no time to react. Once you taste it, you will change your mind. Hope is a sweet thing after all. Outside, someone's silhouette has been standing there for who knows how long. It is Edric. His face turns dark. He pushes open the door and enters, finding Francis ask with a smile, Good heavens, Duke Fenton, shouldn't you be by Rosaline's side? Hearing this, Melia turns back in confusion. Duke Fenton, Edric seems unable to maintain his composure, his steps quickening as he walks straight toward the two of them. Unexpectedly, he lands a sharp slap on Francis. To Melia's complete astonishment, Edric, stop it! Edric turns back with eyes brimming with murderous intent. Why should I stop? This bastard is making a move on you, or are you implying that I misread what I saw after that resounding slap? Just now, Francis sits on the ground, clutching his cheek, groaning. Melia steps back in fear. He did nothing wrong. I am the one who invited him to come in here. Those words leave Edric utterly stunned, as if unable to believe what he just heard. We merely met by chance in the hallway, and I invited him into my room to talk. He was merely preparing to leave. She secretly thinks that if Francis mentions the diary, everything will grow more complicated. It aches her heart, but her only choice is to quickly get him to leave this place. Edric speaks coldly, Is that all? It seems I misunderstood this matter. I simply thought Melia was being approached by a stranger. Francis staggers to his feet on his own. It is fine, merely a situation prone to misunderstanding. Good heavens, it looks like your lip is split. Then Edric pulls out a handkerchief for Francis. I will discuss what happened with Rosaline later, so you head back first. Whether accidentally or intentionally, Edric lets the handkerchief drop right at Francis's feet. He says frostily, You do not want to leave a scar, do you? Francis smirks and replies, Thank you for the reminder. Saying so, Francis departs. As he passes Melia, he lowers his voice. Lady Melia, we shall talk another time. Forgive me for the inconvenience I have caused recently. After Francis leaves, Melia asks, Edric, why did you come to my room? He must be so disappointed in me. He surely thinks I am shameless for bringing another woman's lover into my room. Edric asks, What were you and that man talking about? You have never stood up for anyone like this before. Do you have feelings for Francis? Melia stammers in fluster. Answering, no, it is not like that. She suddenly recalls what Francis said earlier, hoping after all that it is something sweet. Hope, yes, that is right, but I am different from you. As long as I know my place, at least I can stay where I can look at Edric. She speaks softly. In truth, we were talking about you. Edric is slightly taken aback. About me? What did you say about me? I am quite curious to know what you would say about me. I tried to persuade Francis not to interfere with your marriage, asking him to let go of Rosaline and stay away from both of you. Edric stands as if struck by lightning, ignoring his astonishment. She continues. He said he does not care, but a marriage should. Start with trust, Edric. I truly just want you to be happy. Her words are cut off by him. Melia, do not worry needlessly. Rosaline and I are marrying solely for family benefit. Everything else is meaningless. Hearing this, Melia freezes. She lowers her face and replies, I am sorry I stepped out of line. Yes, he is right. What do I know about Edric? Anyway, suddenly Edric steps closer to reassure her. However, you are not entirely wrong. A woman who lacks propriety cannot be suitable to be the Duchess of the Fenton clan, and the fly clinging to her is equally irritating. He feels this marriage should be called off. Melia breaks into a cold sweat upon hearing this. What? Edric leaves without looking back. I should see Lady Rosaline home now. Mel, can you eat dinner alone? She watches his departing back and thinks, does Edric ever change a decision he has made? Edric leaves the room with a mind full of turmoil. I am in no rush to marry, so I can take my time to reconsider. After all, they are the ones missing out, not me. Why should I endure someone who relies entirely on her parents and cannot control her own emotions? Two greedy fools who do not know their place yet crave what does not belong to them. There is no need to pay mind to them. What made me suddenly care about something I never paid attention to before? He recalls the scene in the room. He did nothing wrong. And Melia's words, I tried to persuade Francis not to interfere with your marriage. Edric, I truly just want you to be happy. Edric is filled with doubt. Melia, you say you want me to be happy, while I promise forever to another woman. You dare to offer me your blessings. I feel like I am turning into someone I do not recognize anymore. If I trace these irrational actions back, I always end up at Melia. It seems the problem lies with me, because I no longer view her merely as family. Melia's words surface. Let me be Melia Fenton. Let us become true family, Edric. I wish I could always keep her by my side, even without any purpose. Melia Fenton. Thinking back, it is not bad at all. If you are useless, I can make you useful. At least you possess far better propriety than Rosaline. That will certainly be a plus. Yes, I will definitely do it because I have another way to change your status besides adoption. Soft music begins to play. Dancers happily sway to the melody, filling the spectators with immense delight. Only Melia feels lost in this bustling atmosphere. She lowers her head and lets out a sigh. Suddenly a voice speaks up. You will cause a landslide if you keep sighing like that. Again, Francis steps forward. Today is a lovely day, even though it is midsummer. The weather is not too hot, is it? She says, please. Just return my diary to me so I can think it over. Still, it feels wonderful to be outside, does it not? Did you not get hit enough? How could you think of taking someone else's property in that situation? Consider it destroying evidence. Francis extends his hand with a smile. Do you not think you would be in an awkward position if caught? Aren't you grateful to me? Feeling a bit angry, she slaps his hand away. That has nothing to do with you. Whether I get caught or not, please do not bother me. You lose your temper much easier than I thought, and I wonder how you endure living in that family. What do you mean by endure? I have never had to do such a thing. If anything, the masters living together with guests under their roof are the ones exercising patience. Is that so? Yet they tried to sell you off to that merchant, the owner of BL firm selling me off. No, the Duchess merely wants to find a suitable match for me. If you wish to believe that, so be it. But surely you do not think they consider you part of their family, do you? You and I have far too many things in common. Perhaps this place is much more suited for us than that cold, gigantic mansion. She muses quietly. You are the heir to your house, and I am an Inut, not a Fenton. I see nothing in common between us at all, even when I tell Rosaline not to marry any more. Mel widens her eyes in surprise. Did you really do that? I am certain you told Duke Fenton that he should not marry a woman who loves another, even though I know you truly cannot stomach the thought of him marrying anyone else. Rosaline does not listen to me, even though she says she would rather end everything with me. You may not believe this, but my feelings for Rosaline are genuine. It is truly heartbreaking. My first love, my first embroidered handkerchief, my first kiss. My first date, everything that she gives me are my firsts, but they are never the last. I merely practice for her, nothing more, nothing less, so I let her go. Because to be honest, I do not necessarily need Rosaline to come. Here, he thinks to himself, though there is no need to let her know. Playing the sympathy card is a better way to win her heart. She turns away, feeling a trace of guilt. I understand. I did not realize how genuine. Your feelings were for Rosaline. You must be in so much pain. Should I try to glean a bit of pity from her? She looks away, lost in thought. Edric's decision to annul. The engagement might be a good thing for Francis. She says, however, I have not changed my mind about how different we are. He asks, why? Is that, you give your love to Lady Rosaline, but I cannot give Edric anything at all, so please give that love to someone more deserving. Hearing this, he smiles and steps close to her. Does that mean you think I am a good man? I will agree if you return my diary to me. I wonder what this emotion is. Excitement, thrill, or joy, who cares what it is? Thinking this, he chuckles and says, you and I might make a perfect match. Internally, he marvels how fascinating. I think I can live happily with this woman. Then he adds, you still do not know much about me, Lady Mel. She replies, you do not know much about me either. Frances steps forward and gently lifts her hand. So starting now, why do we not spend time getting to know each other? She lets out an annoyed hum. You should first decide whether to speak to me intimately or formally. Understood. Then I will drop the formalities. Mel, since we are here, let us enjoy some light bites. Wait here for a moment, I will go get you something to eat. She can only say helplessly. Are you serious? As he walks away, he thinks she is far too thin. If she gains a bit of weight, she will surely be much more beautiful. I must ensure she eats properly. Does she smile when she eats something delicious? She sighs and wonders why Francis acts this way toward her. I can never understand what nobles think. This place suits me better. The laughing people are a bit noisy, but they are full of life and warmth. It is so peaceful. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Mel. She turns her head, thinking it is Francis, and asks, are you back already? But it turns out to be Edric. What are you doing here? She responds with a touch of embarrassment. I have not been out in a long time, so I wanted to get some fresh air. Edric, why are you here? The redevelopment project for the square is underway. I am just taking a look around. As you can see, this place is dirty and poorly maintained. Really, it is not that bad. Her eyes widen as she sees Francis approaching with 2 ice cream cones in his hands. Panic strikes her as she thinks, oh no, he must not come over here. Edric suddenly asks, Mel, you do not look well. Is something behind us? As he turns around, she stops him. Edric, let us go, I am tired. All right, whatever you say, since we are already out, shall we drop by somewhere before heading back? She replies immediately, yes, that sounds fine. Francis frowns as he watches the two of them, the ice cream melting rapidly under the harsh sun. The ice cream is tossed to the ground. The heat is truly insufferable. Melodious strings echo inside the luxurious restaurant, where an orchestra plays for the guests. A staff member bows politely. My lord, it is an honor to have you here. Edric, what place is this? This is one of the hotels owned by the Fenton clan. The chefs here are highly skilled. Eat well, she replies. Yes, that is it. Mel, that is not the right way to hold a knife. He gently wraps his fingers around hers. Here, you should hold it like this. Now that I have taught you, you will do it correctly next time, right? Yes, I will try. Yet in her heart, she thinks, Edric never cared about my dining etiquette before. If there is anything you do not know, feel free to ask. I will always be here to help you. Thank you. Is he worried people will judge us because this is a luxury hotel? I will be careful so he does not feel embarrassed because of me. This is Edric's world. Do I belong here? I am neither a noble nor a commoner, and I fit into neither world. Melia is a noble, but she is different from the Duke. Mother, what should I do? Is it too late now? To define my place, if I choose this world, I will never step into Cedric's world again, but I will feel more comfortable. If I give up my noble title and become independent, then I can live without relying on Edric. A quiet atmosphere enfolds them. Suddenly, Edric taps his glass and speaks up. Mel, what are you thinking so deeply about? Are you troubled? By something, she answers quickly. No, it is nothing. Then who were you waiting for at the square? You said I would return soon, so who were you waiting for? Flustered, she stammers, I am not hiding anything from you, I just do not want you to misunderstand. You can be honest with me, Mel, I always trust you. Come, tell me now. She hesitates slightly. Edric, the woman you trust is a liar hiding her true feelings for you. Did you? No, she drains her wine glass, sets it on the table and says, I met Francis. It seems he does not know you and Lady Rosaline annulled your engagement. I apologized to him because he was dragged into this because of my fault. Hearing this, he simply replies, I know there is no reason for the two of you to meet again. Mel, one of your flaws is that you are far too kind. She merely turns her head away and replies, Yes, I hear. You are tired. If you do not wish to eat, shall we leave? Yes, that is fine. You must be too exhausted to go all the way home, right? Since we are already here, why not stay overnight at the hotel? She turns around and stammers, What? The view from the top floor of this hotel is breathtaking. I have always wanted you to see it. The royal suite, let us go together. She stands in the small room with him, yet the two feel like total strangers. Nervous perspiration beads on her skin as she wonders. What kind of situation is this? Edric and I are in a hotel room together, suddenly. Edric asks, What are you thinking? Do you like it? Yes, it is beautiful. His hand playfully strokes Mel's hair, causing her to startle, her cheeks flushing crimson. Edric, can we leave now? People will misunderstand. Misunderstand what? I know you understand what it means. When a man and a woman share a bedroom, you may have ended your engagement with Lady Rosaline, but you will find someone else to replace her. Is that the only issue? Then as long as there is no misunderstanding, it is fine, isn't it? What are you saying? He steps closer. Mel, I listened to you and annulled my engagement, so I think you ought to take responsibility. She asks blankly, What? Mel, do you not want me? I will stop if you do not want this. He presses her down onto the bed and asks if he should stop. Her eyes widen as she thinks, if I refuse, Edric will simply smile and stop. We will return to being good friends after. Leaving the hotel and returning to Fenton Villa, continuing to live in our vast and separate worlds. Can I really do that? Can I return to how things were before, pretend as if nothing ever happened? I know better than anyone that I cannot. At this she whispers, No, do not stop. Hearing this, Edric's lips curl into a smile. I understand. Then he leans down to press his lips against Mel's. Our world is breaking apart. The boundary fades away, and the distance I built myself is helplessly shattered. Edric's kiss is sweeter and more profound than anything in my imagination or dreams. Tears stream uncontrollably down my face. Edric thinks to himself, Asterisk, it is unbelievable that I am so affected by a woman like this. It is utterly absurd, yet on the other hand I cannot stop adoring her. For the first time in my life, my head feels burning hot, the singular thought consuming my mind is that I must have this woman, be it wealth, appearance, deception, or pity, whatever it takes. I will use everything in my power to consume this woman with myself. Right now, thinking this, Edric says, I will make you a Fenton so that no one can ever look down on you. I will place a jeweled crown upon your head and cover you in a pure white veil. Mel, you will become the Duchess. She is quietly moved, a Duchess. And Edric's wife, that is impossible. How can an arrogant and domineering prince marry a beggar like me? After all, Edric only acts on a whim. If I close my eyes, everything fades. It is merely an illusion of a single night, even when knowing she will be burned by the light she stubbornly rushes toward it, like a moth to a flame, like a moth lost in the night sky. Mel, you are so foolish. That fateful night entwines them into one beneath the flickering candlelight. After their passionate lovemaking, she falls asleep, while Edric remains awake, playing with her hair. Ever since he took over as the head of the Fenton clan, his goal has never changed. His thoughts remain identical, to build a flawless empire. Some mock his ambition, calling it absurd and childish. He recalls the day the adults gossiped about him, saying that even as the mature young lord of the Fenton clan, he is still just a child. He claims he will make the empire flourish. Is it not already wealthy and powerful? They burst into laughter and say, "Do not be too hard on the child." He was only a young boy who could only stand by and listen to it all, bowing his head in silence. But Mel is different. With eyes sparkling with admiration, she says, "That is wonderful. You are talking about creating a nation where everyone can live well and happily." "That is right. I intend to abolish harmful customs and establish fair and righteous laws. If it is you, I know you can do it. I will cheer you on." "Very well." Even now, were it not for their bloodline, the imperial family is so weak it would come as no surprise if they vanished overnight. Placing a puppet emperor upon the throne and pulling the strings from behind the scenes is simple. The status of the Fenton clan stands on an entirely different level compared to other high nobles, and we have forged alliances aligned with common interests. High nobles have celebrated their power for far too long, and the time is ripe. Within 10 years, I will hold the empire in my hands and sever the rotten parts, then I will forge it into the sole mighty power. Recognized by all, Melia may be of no benefit to my plans, but I will cheer you on. When you achieve everything, please smile at me just as you did back then. Mel, the next morning, Ada asks, "Were you at the ball all night yesterday?" She timidly replies, "Yes." "Very good. In the future, you should go out more. That way you will soon meet good suitors. By the way, have you thought about meeting Lady Jen's nephew whom I mentioned last time?" Edric freezes instantly. He sets down his teacup and says, "Mother, Mel's husband is already decided, so there is no need to ask further." She wonders who her husband could be. Ada responds joyfully, "Really?" "That is wonderful." Meanwhile, Mel falls into silent contemplation. Edric might have said that yesterday, but she guesses he is preparing to let her go. She has long known Edric's fickle nature. "I thought I could be happy with just one night. I am content with reality. I can have Edric without being betrayed. I thought I could embrace the burnt ashes and live out the rest of my life." Her heart aches again. The memory of them intertwined floods her mind. "Look only at me, love me." "Edric, I do not know who I am anymore. I never realized I could be so greedy." Thinking this, she speaks up. "It must be a proper wedding, so it is best to take time to prepare." Ada replies, "Do as you wish. I will do as I am told. Proceed as you see fit." After Mel leaves, Ada exclaims, "Good heavens, how did she become so shameless?" "Mel's intended spouse? What clan is he from?" Edric replies, "He is the finest bachelor in the empire." Ada is taken aback. "What?" Edric continues, "A man of matchless power whom even the emperor cannot look down upon. Descended from a founding family that has supported the empire since its conception and brought immense glory, the sole duke in the empire and the head of the Fenton clan." Edric ran. "Fenton, I am marrying Melia." She stands up in terror, shouting, "Edric, are you insane?" "No, I assure you, mother, I am entirely sane. I have already annulled the engagement with Rosaline L. The news should have reached her this morning." Ada trembles with rage. "I do not allow it. How can the penniless daughter of a baron be fit for the position of Duchess? What will people think? Who dares speak ill of the Fenton clan? I will never accept that girl as my daughter-in-law." "You will have to accept it." A room key card reveals itself along with his cunning smirk. "You see, mother, we have already spent the night together." She freezes in shock at the sight of the room key card. Ada clenches her fists, whispering to herself, "My son is like an alluring fruit that every woman desires, a red apple touched by a butterfly." With his noble lineage, majestic presence, and position as head of the house, women filled with natural beauty and sophistication are drawn to Edric like butterflies to a blossom. As Edric's standards naturally rise, he cleverly filters those around him. But I must not forget that in the end, that wretched, pitiful thing is woman. Along the hallway, Mel walks with firm determination. "Perhaps there is not much time left before the wedding begins. Can I truly forget Edric before then?" Meanwhile, Rosaline holds the letter in her hand. Unable to contain her shock, What is this? This cannot be right. He annuls our engagement. I must have misread it. Frances, sitting opposite her, speaks up. It seems Duke Fenton has made his decision. Rosaline slams the table in rage. Frances, you mean the Duke truly cares about that Melia woman, as you said? Is he really planning to marry that lowly vagrant? How dare he set me aside, the daughter of a marquis, for her? Calm down, Rosaline. Think positively. If the Fenton clan aligns with a low baron's family, their status will suffer. Do you not think it is a form of revenge? Shut up. How am I supposed to find another husband when the rumor of being rejected by the Fenton clan still hangs? Over my head, how dare she that? Wretch does not even know her place. Frances thinks secretly, her place, in his mind, an image of Mel suddenly appears. The truth is, among all of us, I am the one who does not know my place. Suddenly, Rosaline asks, now that it has come to this, should I tell my father that I will marry you? I doubt the Marquis will permit that. I think it is better to keep the name Rosaline L. No surname fits my name better. Suddenly, Frances asks, then what about Herbake? Rosaline grows confused. Why Herbake? What family is that? You do not know. Never mind, I am only joking. In a magnificent castle, maids chatter excitedly. Have you heard? The master officially annulled the engagement with Lady Rosaline. Another maid asks in surprise. What? Is that true? I heard the former Duchess is furious. Do you know what the Duke said? I know. He said he will send the former Duchess to the south. I happen to overhear the former Duchess venting her anger, and apparently it is all because of that Lady Mel something. So Lady Mel seduced Duke Fenton, but he was an engaged man. Inside her room, Mel covers herself beneath the blanket. Muttering, that is not true, Mel thinks about what the maid said. I do not think she is like that, but I guess Lady Mel does not know her place. I never did such a thing. Suddenly, the shadowy figure of a white-haired girl whispers into her ear from behind. Is that true, that? Knight, you did not refuse Edric. Are you sure no part of you believes what he said? You fool, the man you love forced you onto someone else. You should run away, it is not too late even now. Come to think of it, someone already knows your filthy feelings, right? I can imagine how disgusted he was upon hearing about the broken engagement. What if, out of betrayal, he decides to hand your diary over to Edric as revenge? What will happen if Edric reads the contents of that diary? Mel sits up in sheer terror. No, my diary. Mel begins running around, searching frantically. I must get it back, outside the castle. Edric wonders in surprise. A figure walks through the dark night. He realizes silently, where is she going at this hour? She seemed flustered this morning. Earlier today, Mel told him to do as he pleased. Is she going out to get some fresh air? My mother is more difficult than expected, so I could not pay proper attention to Mel. When she returns, I must propose to her properly. Meanwhile, Francis rushes off quickly. Inside the room, a scream echoes. How annoying, he complains in annoyance. She has quite a temper, trying to appease her every day is truly a futile effort. Suddenly, he notices someone standing beside him. Seeing the young woman collapse there, he immediately recognizes her. Melia Inut, Lord Francis. Ah, Mel. What are you doing here? Please give back my diary. Your diary, all right, I still have it. Did she come here crying in the middle of the night just for that? What happened? Let us go inside and talk. Please give me back my diary. I cannot bear to face Lady Rosaline. Today I heard news that the engagement was annulled. Wait, is that why you are sad? It is not as if she was left at the altar, so do not worry too much. Annulled noble engagements are common, and since it fell through, you should be rejoicing. Your feelings for Duke Fenton have not changed over time, have they? Lord Francis, do you truly think I can win Edric's heart? Someone told me that I am just a person who does not know her place. I was out of line back then, so I apologize. I want you to do the same. What? Who has the right to decide a person's place? Be more honest with yourself. I truly believe it is possible, so if later you become Duchess Fenton, do not forget Francis Herbake. Mel stands slightly dazed. A moment later, Francis hands the diary back to her. Here, take it and go home. I am sorry for everything. Very well, she ponders. Herb. Is that Lord Francis's middle name? Thank you, Lord Francis. Watching her retreating figure, Francis whispers to himself. She truly has a wonderful smile. I am rarely interested in a woman. What a pity. I cannot steal another man's woman, so I suppose I must give up. He is so lucky. What was Francis Herbake like before I became Elle again? Did I know my place back then? Well, I can figure it out from now on. After retrieving her diary, Mel happily walks back to her palace. It is so good to have my diary back. Now I just need to hide it beneath the floorboards and forget about it. Suddenly her steps freeze. Or should I burn it? The unrequited, conceited love of Melia Inut should end right here. Suddenly she remembers Francis's words. No one decides another person's place. She whispers to herself, be honest with yourself because I think it is possible. Did Francis really mean that? Next she remembers. Edric, you will be my Duchess. Mel wonders if Edric feels that way and wants her too. Could the promise he made that day at the hotel be more than an empty promise? Can Edric and I truly be together? Even though she knows this is a foolish thought, once a happy dream begins, it cannot be stopped. You are right, Francis. I hope the truth will be just as sweet. Inside her precious diary, she wrote, the feeling when I write this diary is every time I silently call your name in my heart. Edric, if you can understand even a tiny fraction of my heart, I will be so truly happy. All right, I will tell him. Even if it ends in cold rejection, I can at least leave without any regrets. The door slowly opens, but then Mel freezes. Upon seeing Edric, he greets her. Good morning, Mel, she responds. Edric, you must have had quite a wild night, haven't you? Wild? No, you misunderstand. I only went to retrieve something. Really? What could you possibly need to get from that Francis bastard? Swiftly, he snatches the diary from her hand. Is it this? No, stop, give it back to me. Do not tell me you went to meet that bastard in the dead of night just for this. I told you to give it back to me. Now you dare to talk back to me? Without a second thought, he hurls the diary forcefully to the side. Is it truly so precious to you? Relentlessly, he throws a bottle of wine over it. Mel screams, Edric, stop. In his hand is a lighter. Edric immediately sets Mel's diary ablaze. She can do nothing to protect her diary, watching helplessly as it burns. Completely to ash, Edric steps closer, grabbing both her wrists to interrogate her. Melia Nut, tell me what you were doing with that bastard Francis until this hour. Leave nothing out, Mel angrily screams, let go of me. The coachman told me everything, so you cannot hide anything. No, I finally gathers enough courage, only for it to end like this. Suddenly, the silhouette of yesterday's white-haired girl appears. My beloved daughter Mel, what is wrong? Didn't you say this is a good thing? You hide your love deep inside yourself. Out of fear or not knowing where you belong, it fades away silently without anyone knowing, doesn't it? Just let it turn into ashes and blow away. Seeing her silence, Edric shouts loudly, Melia Nut. Mel screams no. Tension fills the entire room. With heavy air, elsewhere the maids whisper among themselves. It is already dark, yet I haven't seen the Duke all day. Has he gone on another business trip? In a nearby room, Ada sits sipping her wine. Outside, the maids continue gossiping. But where did Lady Mel go last night? Then, in the hallway, Duke, where have you been? What about today's schedule? Edric repeats, postpone the schedule. Duke, Edric tells him. I am going hunting, prepare the guns. Meanwhile, Mel lies in deep thought, tears uncontrollably welling up in her eyes. That's right, Edric intends to marry me off. If I show my feelings for him now, won't I just be a laughingstock? She recalls. I don't understand why you are so angry with me. That night was just a momentary mistake. Wasn't it? Edric asks in surprise. A momentary mistake. Yes, the mistake between us will eventually become nothing more than a memory. Edric thinks, does that mean she is merely playing with me? How dare she ignore my offer? I never thought you would treat me like a one-night stand. So as long as it's not just a one-night stand, it's fine, right? Without thinking further, Edric claims her lips. How dare you, Melia Nut? How dare you reject me? Are you leaving me for that bastard? I will make sure your mind holds no room for any other man. And now, what on earth is happening? Once again, I cannot refuse him. Suddenly, the white-haired girl appears again. How pitiful! How can anyone speak ill of Rosaline? Mel screams out, please. Go, mother, everything is over. I will pack my things and quickly leave this place. Mel carries her luggage down step by step. After living here for so long, this is probably all I have to bring with me. Suddenly a voice startles her. My lady. Please wake up. He fainted. What should we do now? He must have suffered a huge shock. Mel hurriedly runs. Downstairs, what happened so suddenly? Lady Mel, Duke Fenton had an accident and is currently in the hospital. On. Yesterday evening, while Edric is hunting. It begins to rain. He fiercely shoots a large wolf. Despite the rain, Edric stands there without returning home. Exhausted from waiting, he feels his rage unquenched. How dare she? How dare Melia Inut leave me for another man? Right. Now is she feeling as angry as I am, or is she feeling sad? Perhaps. She locked herself in her room waiting for me to return. It's best to return and make peace. I will pretend to apologize and let her know I had no choice. Lost in thought, he remains unaware of a wolf approaching. Edric quickly dismisses the thought, no at a time. Like this, the wolf lunges at him. Edric still thinks that he shouldn't be the one apologizing, and thus he is attacked by the wolf. The next morning at the hospital, Mel rushes to the reception desk. The receptionist asks hesitantly, "Why are you here at the hospital? Where is Edric's room? No, I mean, where is Duke Fenton's room located? I'm sorry, we cannot disclose patient information to anyone." What is your relationship with the Duke? Mel ponders. What? Well, what is my relationship with Edric right now? Family. No, I was never recognized as part of the Fenton clan, a friend then. That's impossible. We have crossed the boundary of friendship long ago. I just need a convincing answer to get through this situation, right? Either way, I'll never see this person again. Mel reluctantly answers, I am Duke Fenton's fiancé. Fiancé? The receptionist exclaims. Oh. My goodness, are you really His Grace's fiancé? How could you possibly be his fiancé? Mel is bewildered by the words. Pardon? Look at you, thin, messy hair, not a single jeweled pin on you. What proof do you have that you are Duke Fenton's fiancé? It's because I left in such a hurry. Before leaving the villa, I intentionally left behind all my glamorous dresses and chose the simplest clothes I had. Truth be told, none of those dresses in the closet were truly mine. They were all borrowed from the Fenton household. I never expected my own actions to backfire like this. The receptionist suddenly says, besides, Lady Rosaline, the Duke's true fiancée, is already here. She gasps in surprise. What? Impossible, their engagement was already annulled. Annulled engagement? I've never read any news like that. Your level of delusion is severe enough to monitor. You probably need to be admitted, not just examined. Wait, did Edric lie to me? The receptionist immediately calls out, guards, escort this stalker out at once. Suddenly, a voice calls out, hold on. A moment. From behind, a man speaks up. It is Francis. Excuse me, she is an acquaintance of mine. May I take her with me? Mel is surprised to see him. Lord Francis, the receptionist swoons. Oh my, so handsome. Just like that, the two go inside together. Thank you, Lord Francis. It's nothing, don't mention it, don't worry anymore. Rosaline and Duke Fenton truly annulled their engagement. Mel unconsciously cracks a smile. Really? That's right, since Rosaline made up her mind, we are only visiting today. As you. No, nobles are quite stubborn. Mel ponders. He speaks as if he isn't a noble himself. Francis continues. I guess Rosaline just doesn't want to accept that she was dumped. She probably came here to settle things once and for all. Arriving at Edric's room, Francis knocks on the door. Rosaline, I'm coming in, he gently opens the door, but behind it is something neither of them expects. It is the scene of Rosaline kissing Edric on the lips. Francis helplessly says, Hey, Rosaline. Mel frantically runs inside. Edric. She quickly pushes Rosaline away. Oh, dear Lady Mel, welcome. Mel asks, what do you think you're doing with an unconscious patient? You annulled your engagement with Edric, didn't you? What are you to Duke Fenton that makes you so agitated? Hearing this, Mel hesitates, unsure of how to answer. What am I to Edric? A childhood friend? A sister? A one-night stand? No, I am none of those. What I truly want is, she gathers her strength and speaks from her heart. I am his fiancée. The L clan no longer has anything to do with the Fenton clan, so please leave at once. Edric smiles faintly upon hearing this. Later, in a carriage, a voice echoes. Rosaline, how could you do such a thing? Rosaline replies calmly, At that time, that bastard, I mean Duke Fenton, said that if I kissed him, he would give me half the rights to the road construction project. He even offered to let me write an article saying I rejected him. Isn't that a bad deal, right? I can't just ignore my annoyance, but I can make the most of what I have, Francis replies. I see. He thinks to himself, indeed, nobles are all like this, so don't regret it. Back at the hospital, Mel slumps over Edric's hospital bed, fast asleep. Edric gently strokes her head, feeling his movement. Mel awakens. She gazes up at him, thinking, because you are the one I chose. Edric speaks softly, good morning. Mel, do you feel better? Yes, I am fine. The wounds aren't serious. Let me see your injuries. Edric bashfully declines. No, I'm embarrassed. I must see them. I'm really fine. I was just a bit careless while hunting. Next. Edric slowly unbuttons his shirt. His left shoulder and abdomen are wrapped tightly in bandages. Seeing the severity, her whole body trembles as if she is about to cry. Your wounds are clearly horrible. You are strong, but it's not a fatal wound, so don't worry. Mel, but the doctor says you need rest. She believes it is her fault. Edric is so skilled at hunting that he would never get hurt by an ordinary wolf unless she angered him. Edric was hurt because he lost his composure. I am sorry, Edric. I am so sorry. Mel, why are you crying? He pulls her into his embrace, coaxing her. Such a child. I told you I am fine. There might be some scars, but the doctor says there will be no long-term effects. There, Mel, how did we end up like this? We cared for each other to the point where words were unnecessary, but now everything we do hurts one another. I always feel comfortable around you. You don't just praise me for my appearance, but I feel you recognize me as a real person. Perhaps that is why I want you. Edric, he wants me. Does he mean it the way I think? Edric, truly. Suddenly he adds, you can leave me, Mel. I only make things hard for you. If you stay with me, you will only cry because of me. I cannot keep you by my side out of my own selfishness. Suddenly she starts trembling again. No, she stands up abruptly. Why am I crying? Why am I sad? Do you remember the first time we met? It was a snowy day. You will never understand how grateful I am when you welcomed my mother and me on that cold winter night. How happy were we when we ran along the lakeside. There wasn't a single worry about the future between us. And on the night I reached adulthood, alone without a party, you were the one who celebrated with me. You were always by my side through every moment of my life. Edric, it's true I tried to leave you, but now I realize I was far too arrogant. I cannot be anywhere else except by your side. It must have been for so long that I can no longer remember. I still hold only you in my heart. I love you, Edric. Suddenly, Edric embraces her. He captures her lips. Mel, marry me. Yes, I will. Just like that, the two hold each other passionately in the room. In Mel's heart, she speaks to her mother. Look, mother, you were wrong. I will find happiness with Edric. No matter what happens, right now the two are in bed. Edric thinks to himself, so Mel has truly loved me all this time. Well done, Mel is always so good at hiding her true feelings. She must not hide anything from me, even the smallest detail. He gently locks her hands and reminds her, don't think about anything else. Let me fill your mind. In a luxurious room, the voices of maids chime in. Congratulations, Lady Mel. I never expected the two of you to love each other so much. Truly a love that transcends social status. How romantic. Do you think I'll be lucky like her and marry into a noble family in the future? Hey, stop floating in the clouds and come back to earth. At least Lady Mel, even if only in name, comes from a noble family. How so? Is her father a noble? Or a count? I don't know. Honestly, Lady Mel, from her appearance to her lifestyle, is no different from a commoner. Everyone thinks this is a marriage between a noble and a commoner. Hey, your joke is going too far. But as for Mel, she sinks into deep thought. I know people will think like this. The maids all say she will be the happiest person today. I know what it means, so I don't care. Mel simply responds, yes, thank you, flashing back to a few days ago at the hospital. Mel, I have something to ask you. Do you think you can become a good duchess? As you know, being a duchess is not easy. You must master all proper etiquette, mingle with members of high society, and build relationships, not to mention your responsibilities as the estate manager. The state of the estate staff directly reflects on the master. Mel clearly answers, I will do it. With all your strength, you can do it. Thank you. As your husband and the head of the Fenton family, I will fulfill my responsibilities. Still, do not overexert yourself. May, even if you fail, I will still protect and ensure everything turns out for the best. Today is May and Edric's wedding day. She thinks deeply to herself, just as Edric trusts in me, I cannot fail to meet his expectations. Suddenly a familiar voice echoes, "Are you satisfied now that you have seduced my son into marrying you? I will not go to the south. I feel there is still much to be done here." Having said that, Ada turns and leaves. The maid behind her speaks up to remind, "Lady May, it is time for you to step inside." May replies, "Understood." The door opens. May slowly steps into the chapel. In her mind, she wonders what her mother would say upon seeing this. Would mother disapprove, saying this marriage does not suit my status, but I will not regret it. As she walks in, she sees Edric waiting there. This might be a gift from God, compensation for all I have suffered during the past. The officiant speaks. A new chapter in the history of the Fenton family begins here as a symbol of their eternal promise to each other. Now the couple may exchange rings. Edric gently lifts her hand. As he prepares to place the ring on her finger, she notices something. This ring. It is the ring Edric used when he was engaged to Lady Rosaline. Edric leans toward her ear and whispers, "There is not enough time to prepare a new one. I'm sorry, May. Indeed, after all, this wedding is prepared in haste. The ring does not matter, right? I should not let it bother me." Under the officiant's guidance, the two are now bound together. "Guests, please congratulate our couple." But below, none of the guests seem happy for the couple. Instead, they meet them with gloomy eyes. May tells herself not to pay attention to them. This is supposed to be the happiest day of her life. A voice whispers through her mind, "Do you really think you can be happy? Not a single person here truly blesses you." Turning her head, she sees the silhouette of a white-haired woman clinging to Ada. "You do not agree, do you, Ada?" May startles. She gazes at that woman, her eyes seemingly hypnotized. May faints instantly. Edric urgently calls out her name. "May, are you all right?" Later, inside a room, Ada angrily scolds. "How could you faint at a time like that? How humiliating. I no longer have the courage to face the guests." May can only whisper, "I am sorry." Ada hands her a paper and says, "Here, read this." May asks in confusion, "What is this?" "Your marriage certificate. You now officially belong to the Fenton family. Surely you do not plan to stay attached to that common name of yours forever." Mother, my name seems to be written wrong here." "Do you expect the name of the Duchess to be no different from a commoner's? I changed it. Melissa Fenton, that is your name from today onward. Now recover quickly and prepare tomorrow to attend etiquette lessons. I hired the most prestigious tutor, so you had better prove worthy of that money." As Ada leaves, Edric steps in. "Are you feeling better, Edric?" "Yes, Edric, have you seen this? Your mother seems to have changed my name." "Your name, it suits you right. I chose it myself." May stands frozen in shock. "What? I wanted to keep it as it was, but there was some opposition from your uncle. There is no need to create unnecessary discord in the family. Are you disappointed to be Melissa Fenton?" "No, it is just adding one more syllable to my original name, that's all." "That's right. Regardless, I will still continue to call you May. I hope you do not feel estranged by it. I love you." May responds touched, "I love you too." This is only the first step for me to stand beside him. But everything around me is changing so fast that I have no time to adjust to it. But as long as you do not change, Edric, I will be fine. The following year, my lady, it is time for you to prepare for dinner. May answers, "All right, bring my dress here." May 20, 1956. Edric and I are invited to a formal dinner at the mansion of Marquis Felicie. As a couple, though I feel unwell, I must go, and then disaster strikes. The Marchioness covers her mouth and says, "It seems the food we prepared is not to your liking." The Marchioness apologizes to me and the dinner is completely canceled. "I am sorry." "No, I am the one who should apologize." Edric comforts me kindly and he never takes me to another dinner again. May 4, 1957. I dance with Duke Claudius at a party. When I accidentally step on his foot, my heel breaks and stabs into his toe, making him scream. Dozens of eyes turn toward me. Edric reassures me, "I will handle this." Edric comforts me with his words and helps me bring the Duke to a resting room. After that day, no one invites me to dance again. May 11, 1958. I inspect the business Edric asked me to oversee. The workers whose wages are delayed protest against me fiercely. I use my own money to pay them, only to discover later that those complaints are false. Edric says it is fine. But before I know it, June 15, 1959, at the Fenton Historical Exhibition, I am tasked with acting as a guide. Because I lose the guidebook I prepared in advance, I make a fool of myself in front of the noble ladies there. After that, I stop attending most gatherings held by noblewomen. May 1960. I am certain I sent those letters. Someone omitted the guest list I prepared for the annual party at the Fenton family estate. It must be a mistake. As always, Edric skillfully resolves everything. Mel, why don't we let my mother organize events like this from now on? He still wears a gentle smile as always, but somehow this time it feels so cold. It is then that I understand the meaning behind that smile. He never expects me to fulfill my responsibilities well. This already started in the year we married. Edric speaks up. May, you do not need to attend the royal ball. She answers sadly, no, I really still want to go. Following his mother's suggestion, I begin addressing him very carefully. It is a way to show respect to him as the head of the house. She remembers his words, I'm only worried you will make yourself suffer. May, you do not have to do things you do not want to do. Who would dare criticize the Duchess of the Fenton family? May clenches her fists, thinking to herself, Duchess. That's right, I have become a duchess, but I have never been the perfect duchess everyone wants. Edric turns to the person beside him. Let's go. Yes, sir, the carriage is ready. Edric relies on his secretary, Winston, even more than on me. He spends more time talking with Winston than with me, his wife. Similarly, the true master of the Fenton mansion. Be careful. Edric's mother, Ada, remains. Originally, under Edric's order, Ada was supposed to leave for the south, but she stays at the Fenton mansion to prove her importance. Perhaps it is because I am not good enough. Ada sits leisurely on her chair and says to her, you may go now. May bows and replies, yes. Whenever Edric leaves home, I feel completely isolated. The servants have long stopped respecting me. And in this grand mansion, there is nothing left for me to do. That is why I keep scribbling aimlessly in this diary, waiting for Edric, only companion, to return home. How am I any different from a guard dog watching over the house? Edric always tells me to rest and relax. But is living like this really good for me? Why did Edric want to marry me in the first place? When was the last time he said he loved me? Suddenly, a call from outside cuts off her train of thought. Ada steps in from outside. It is time for your medicine. Mother, you do not need to bring it up here, but thank you very much. I brought it up because I fear you won't take it. According to the renowned doctor, it will definitely work. 5 years have passed and there is still no sign of an heir. Do something meaningful. So taking this medicine will help me get pregnant. Ada speaks up. You must get pregnant. I am sorry. What are you sorry for? Just drink it. If you were careful with your first child, you wouldn't have to take this medicine. That won't happen again. I hope we hear good news before the new year. After all, it is your duty in this house. Yes, I will keep this in mind. My first child, whom I failed to protect. 4 years have passed since the miscarriage. What if I am truly infertile? The fear of confirming it stops me from seeing a doctor. If I cannot have children, am I completely useless in this house? Edric always evaluates everything through their utility. That is the only reason his mother is not cast aside, because she still has her use. But what about me? A wife who cannot even handle household chores properly, let alone bear children, holds no value to Edric. If I am truly infertile, what will happen? Will Edric's affection turn completely cold toward me? That cannot happen. Suddenly she calls out, Mother, may I attend the party at the royal palace tonight? She thinks she must raise her worth. Ada asks in surprise, why so sudden? Edric is about to leave. May explains. Even if I arrive late, I can still drop by so everyone sees my face. People will think it strange since Edric always attends alone. If that is what you think is best, I will arrange everything, so just stay quietly in your room. Yes, Mother. After. She returns to her room. Ada finds the nanny and instructs her. Nanny, listen here. Yes, Lady Ada. May says she wants to attend the royal party. The Duchess. We do not have any dress for her. She has not attended a single party since last year, so those dresses are outdated and her measurements have changed. That does not matter. Who would pay attention to her anyway? Unless Edric stands by her side, pick a dress that looks somewhat decent, preferably a smaller size. She looks much thinner these days. Yes, ma'am. What about her shoes? Pick high heels. She looks too short, doesn't she? I think it's not bad if... She steps on someone's foot again like last time. Lastly, make sure all carriages on the grounds are sent for repair, leaving only the servants' cart. There. That is enough to get her to the ball hall. May sits sadly on the bed, worrying quietly. If I make even a tiny mistake at the ball, Mother will seize the chance to get rid of me. I must not let that happen. At this moment outside the castle, a carriage approaches. Inside, the atmosphere is vibrant and lively, laughter resounding throughout the castle. The two guards outside see the incoming carriage and wonder. One of them asks, "What is that servant cart doing here?" before they can think further. May gently steps out of the cart. She thinks among those carriages it is just a leftover servant cart. Her intention is as clear as day. "Thank you for driving. You are welcome." As she slowly prepares to enter the party, the guards suddenly stop her. "Pardon me, please hold on a moment. This area is reserved for invited guests only." In his mind, he secretly guesses. She seems to be a noble, but her attire looks outdated and ill-fitting. Still, her graceful demeanor keeps him hesitant. May holds her head high and speaks calmly. "I am the Duchess of the Fenton family." The guards gasp in surprise upon hearing her declaration. "Please forgive our rudeness, Your Grace." They bow deeply and clear the way. May clenches her fists tightly as she steps into the grand hall. Bright crystal chandeliers illuminate the room, casting dazzling reflections everywhere. Whispers immediately spread across the ballroom as eyes lock onto her. Is that really Lady Fenton? Why is she wearing such an old dress? May ignores the stings of gossip and searches the crowd for Edric. From afar, she spots him standing beside the crown prince. Edric looks composed, elegant, and perfectly commanding as always. When his eyes meet hers, a flicker of shock passes across his face. He excuses himself from the prince and walks straight toward her. "May, what are you doing here?" His voice carries a subtle tightness. "I wanted to stand beside you tonight, Edric," she softly answers. Edric glances at her ill-fitting gown and high heels, frowning gently. "Did Mother arrange this for you?" he asks in a low tone. May nods quietly, not wanting to cause further friction. Edric sighs softly and gently takes her hand into his. "You do not have to force yourself like this, May." His words sound kind, yet her heart aches at the distance between them. "I am not forcing myself. I just wish to be part of your world." Edric looks at her for a long moment, his gaze unreadable. "Very well, stay close to me then." He leads her into the center of the hall, arm in arm. Noble ladies whisper behind their fans, casting cold glances at May. "Look at her dress. How pitiful for a Duchess of Fenton." May swallows the bitterness rising in her throat. She reminds herself that as long as Edric holds her hand, she can endure it. The music swells, signaling the start of the royal dance. Edric turns to her and extends his hand with a polite smile. "May I have this dance, my lady?" Her heart flutters, a surge of warmth filling her chest. "Yes, Edric," she whispers, placing her hand in his. As they step onto the dance floor, her uncomfortable heels bite into her skin. She focuses entirely on her footing, terrified of repeating past mistakes. Edric guides her smoothly, leading her steps with practiced ease. "Relax, May, you are doing fine," he whispers against her hair. For a moment, all the cold judgment around them seems to fade away. She gazes into his dark eyes, searching for the love he once declared. Yet behind his gentle demeanor, a shadowed barrier remains unbroken. She tightens her grip on his shoulder, silently pleading for his heart. "Please, Edric, do not let go of me." How terribly outdated. Melia seems to anticipate this, calmly handing over her invitation for them to inspect. "If you need an invitation, here it is." He takes it and examines it carefully. The moment his eyes fall upon the card, the guard's jaw drops in disbelief. "What, the Fenton clan?" he immediately steps forward and asks respectfully, "Forgive me, but are you Her Grace, the Duchess of Fenton?" Melia wonders silently. "Is there an issue with the invitation?" The guard beside him whispers softly. "You've already verified the invitation, so let her pass." "Very well, you may enter." "My lady." And so Melia enters the banquet, contemplating the incident as she walks, when even the guards mock her. It is only natural, despite her small glimmer of hope. After all, she has never shown her face in public until now. She decides to find Edric first, hoping to greet everyone alongside him. Eyes scan the room. Right then, she catches sight of a familiar figure, a young man standing and conversing with several young ladies. That man is none other than her husband, Edric. One of the women beside him speaks in admiration. "Duke Fenton, I heard about your impressive leadership in the recent assembly." Another lady joins in with praise. "It is truly remarkable how you personally propose so many legislative measures for the empire. I truly believe our empire needs more men like you." To mention your breathtaking appearance. "Goodness, if a handsome gentleman like you were unmarried, I might actually stand a chance." Edric humbly replies, "You flatter me too much, lady. I hardly know how to respond to such kind words." Right before Melia's eyes, he gently takes the lady's hand. "To hear such praise from a young and lovely lady like you makes me fear I might become the envy of every man in this room." The lady blushes softly in response. "You are quite the charmer, Duke Fenton." At this moment, Melia turns away in quiet heartbreak and anger. So Edric spends his time entertaining young ladies. She did not come here to witness this. Perhaps it is best for her to leave. Just then, a sour voice cuts through the air. "My goodness, if it isn't the Duchess of Fenton, long time no see. Why do you never attend any parties? We miss you so much. You haven't changed a bit. And your dress." Melia turns around and offers a polite greeting. "Hello. It has been a while, hasn't it? Weren't you just about to leave? Since it's been so long, why don't you stay and enjoy yourself a little?" Melia thinks silently. They do not even bother inviting me to regular gatherings. Then the group turns back to talk among themselves, completely ignoring Melia's presence. "Have you read the latest issue of the magazine? You truly have a gift for writing." Embarrassment flushes across her face. I have no idea what they are talking about, so I cannot join their conversation. Suddenly, one of the noble ladies turns to her and says, "Anyway, have you heard? Marchioness Felsi is expecting her third child." The other ladies chime in, "And I heard Count Lisa's wife is pregnant with her second. What about you, Duchess Fenton? Is there no good news regarding a child yet?" Melia's entire body trembles with anxiety as she whispers, "Not yet." Seeing her current helpless state, they grow malicious and excited. "Dear me, you should really be worried. What does your physician say? You shouldn't ignore such things without a proper checkup." Her face is so delicate and pretty, yet every cruel word spoken contrasts sharply with her appearance. "Your pregnancy situation has been quiet for quite some time, hasn't it? What if you are infertile?" Unable to bear the humiliation any longer, Melia prepares to leave quickly. "I must leave now, excuse me." Why does she even bother attending parties? If she acts like that, she should just stay hidden in the mansion like a mouse. That is all she ever does. Hearing those harsh words, she questions her own choices. Her hands clench tightly as thoughts race through her mind. "Melia, are you really going back like this? If I run home and hide like they expect, if I become completely useless, will anything ever change?" Finally, she turns around with determination, choosing to face them all. "Thank you for your advice." Her voice rings out clear and firm. "Duke Claudius," Melia bows respectfully in greeting. "It has been a long time. How have you been?" Claudius replies in surprise, "Duchess Fenton." Melia speaks apologetically. "I apologize for what happened at the previous banquet. Would you grant me the honor of a dance?" Melia tells herself, "I must start by fixing my past mistakes so that no one can ever think of me as a foolish duchess ever again, so that I can protect the noble status given to me." Claudius responds to her, "My leg is fully healed, so please do not worry. I failed to understand your situation back then." At this moment, Edric spots her and whispers inwardly, Melia. What is she thinking showing up here? Meanwhile, Melia continues chatting with Duke Claudius. "I am honored by your generous grace." A sudden wave of jealousy flares up inside Edric. Why didn't she come to me first? Why is she wasting time? Besides such an inferior man, without a second thought, he strides directly toward the two of them. The ladies standing nearby watch in surprise. "Duke Fenton?" Edric cuts sharply into their conversation. "Melia, I didn't know your passion was dancing. Have you been secretly practicing behind my back so you can dance your heart out with other men at this banquet? A dutiful wife shouldn't leave her husband all alone at a party like this, should she? You hurt my feelings." Afterwards, the two step out onto the balcony. "I explicitly told you that you didn't need to come," he fumes. She hesitates before replying, but married couples usually attend banquets together. So dressing like an outcast and flirting with another man, is that the proper role of a wife? It's not like that. I only wanted to apologize." Edric cuts her off coldly. "Did I ever ask you to do that? Melia arriving here in a servant's carriage, you had an intention behind that, didn't you? You just want to ruin my reputation." Don't you? She tries to explain, Edric, that is not what I meant. I only wish to fulfill my duty as your wife. I want to do something to help you because I am the Duchess of the Fenton clan. Attending the banquet and extending greetings on your behalf is my duty, is it not? Ha, please. Stop being so stubborn, Mel. No one expects you to act like a duchess anyway. Seeing him turn around, she calls out his name. I have to leave now, so do whatever you want. She runs after him, calling out, Edric, wait. Suddenly her heel snaps, causing her to stumble and tumble heavily to the floor. Sharp pain throbs through her foot as the onlookers burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha, look, the clumsy Duchess has fallen down, hasn't she? Did she trip over her own dress? She finally shows up at a banquet after all this time, but it's only natural for something like this to happen. If I were the Duke of Fenton, I would want to hide her away too. Later, at the ducal manor, Melia proposes, Mother, I would like to host a tea party in the garden today. Ada agrees coldly, oh, very well, give it a try. Melia thinks to herself, she expects me to fail again, but I cannot give up like this. Meanwhile, Edric confronts her, why don't you just give up? You've endured enough over the past 5 years. Isn't it obvious by now? You have no talent for managing a household. Don't you realize why the servants look at you like that? It's because you are unfit to be a duchess. If you had just listened to me, everything would be resolved. Yet as her husband, it is my responsibility to make a foolish wife give up her reckless dreams. Melia asks softly, do you really not want me to do anything? That's right, I canceled the tea party. Without even asking for my opinion. Do I need your permission? I am the head of this house. How long do you plan to throw a tantrum? Do you really do all this just because you feel like it? You hate socializing with the nobles who attended the party. That might be true, but just because you dislike something doesn't mean you can avoid it forever. No one blamed you when you acted that way. She thinks silently, but Edric, I want to become a wife who can stand proudly by your side. Edric pulls her into his arms. I saw your handwriting on the invitations. You did a wonderful job. Of course, if you followed recent trends, it might have been even better. Reading magazines will show you what's currently popular. Are you willing to put in the effort for that? She thinks to herself, the only reason I didn't read them was to avoid seeing rumors about you. The only thing I can do for you is. Suddenly, she speaks up with a delicate request. Darling, please hold me. Edric freezes in surprise. Why the sudden change of heart? For so long you ignored everything I said. This is quite sudden, but seeing her take the initiative today. Could she have been feeling lonely all this time? Melia speaks again. Tonight, let us share the same bed. Isn't it my duty to bear your child? Duty, we need a child, Edric. Edric pushes her away abruptly. Is that why you were so obedient today? You waited up for me until now, all just out of duty. Making love to me is nothing more than an obligation to you. A child isn't something we asterisk need. It's something asterisk you need. We sleep in separate rooms tonight. Melia slumps to the floor, wondering why he is angry with her again. Nothing more than an obligation. Perhaps my words hurt Edric's feelings. But this was the only thing Edric ever permitted me to do 4 years ago, if only I hadn't lost our previous child. That's right, I lost everything. She takes the bowl of medicine from the table and pours it out. I'm not even worthy of carrying a child. The next day, Ada inquires. Melia, you are still taking your medicine every day, aren't you? Of course, Mother. I was thinking about my sleep lately. That's what I intended to say. Good, make sure to keep that habit. It is the only way you can become pregnant. Yes, by the way, do you feel any pain or discomfort when taking the medicine? She asks in surprise. Pain. That medication is quite potent, so there might be a few side effects. She is inwardly astonished. Side effects? I don't recall anything like that. All right, I should take this opportunity to tell her. She speaks up, actually, I've been taking it for quite a long time, and now I feel somewhat nauseous, so I think I might stop taking it. Goodness, I should ask the physician to prepare some anti-nausea medicine for you tomorrow. I wonder when I'll finally get to hold my grandchild. Ha ha. I will try my best, she thinks to herself. As expected, she isn't listening to me, but I don't want to hurt Edric anymore. Every day she prepares tea for him and helps him get ready to leave. But those are simple tasks anyone can do, not just her. To become a true Duchess, I should also enrich my knowledge of art. If I had become an artist, would I be living a different life? At the exhibition, a voice interrupts Melia's train of thought. Greetings, Duchess Fenton. I never expected Her Grace to attend this exhibition. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. Coincidentally, the Fenton clan has been planning quite a risky venture in the art business, haven't they? The host of this exhibition is Marchioness Yaina Ander. Melia thinks to herself. She is asking whether I am merely a merchant masquerading as nobility. Such insults are not worth dwelling on. The Marchioness continues. This exhibition is filled with paintings created by the artist I sponsor. Duchess Fenton, what do you think about the expression? In this painting, Melia asks in surprise. Pardon, looking at the scenery, it appears to be the sky. Above the clouds. This is no ordinary painting. It was crafted by a renowned artist who expressed exquisite delicacy through superior skill. It captures the artist's inner self. This must be your first time viewing an abstract painting, isn't it? It's perfectly fine if you don't understand. Well, you really ought to broaden your artistic horizons. Now let us move to the next section. Melia simply lowers her head and responds gently, yes, this is the workplace of talented young artists. The ones I recently began sponsoring. Melia asks, are you going to ask me to guess the meaning behind this painting again? Well, that is the purpose of an exhibition, but simply guessing isn't much fun. What reward shall I offer you in exchange for a correct answer? Perhaps an invitation to the next gathering. The onlookers chuckle. If you guess correctly, we shall see you at the next event. Go ahead, give it a try, haha. Melia thinks she is subtly telling me not to attend the next gathering. Is making a wild guess worth risking humiliation? The Marchioness pulls back the curtain. The truth is, everyone except Melia has already evaluated this painting beforehand. What could it be? The meaning of this painting? Melia's eyes widen in astonishment as she gasps inwardly. That is, the Marchioness smugs inwardly. Humph, of course. An ignorant person like Duchess Fenton could never guess its theme if you don't know, you may give up. Before she finishes her sentence, Melia suddenly speaks up. Secret. The theme of this painting is secret. Am I mistaken? Everyone responds in shock. No, you guessed correctly. Well done. How did you know? Melia makes a request. I do not need an invitation to the next exhibition. Instead, please gift me this painting. Returning home, Melia gazes at the painting and chuckles softly to herself. Haha, no matter how many times I look at it. This is the diary I burned last year. Only one person could have painted this. Why on earth would he paint this to expose my secret? I heard that a few years ago, he renounced his inheritance and relinquished his noble title in the L clan. Francis Herbake. That is the name of the artist who painted it. I never think he will become a painter. Is that why he spoke those words back then? So when you become Duchess Fenton in the future, do not forget this Francis Herbake. Is it because he was already determined to leave the L clan, whatever the reason? Maybe it does not matter. Only two people in this world know who wrote that diary, him and me. Alone, I can never bring myself to speak to the only person I want to talk to. Once again, my heart turns to dust and ashes, and so she burns the painting. Elsewhere, someone knocks on the door. The person inside asks, what is it? Do you know about the painting you gave to the exhibition? It was sold, so I am here to hand you the money from the sale. What? I told you it was not for sale. I could do nothing else. I could not ignore the sponsor's request. Ha, fine, so who bought it? She says she is Duchess Fenton, Francis asks in surprise. What? The next morning at the Duke's mansion, Mel wakes up and ponders quietly. Did Edric leave first? Suddenly she clutches her stomach and cries out, ah, he is the one who said, we will no longer sleep together. Yet last night, Edric acted rougher than usual. I heard you were gifted a painting at the exhibition hosted by Marchioness Yaina. Very good. Edric pauses. Edric pays no mind and calls her name. Mel, do not hold back anymore. Thinking of this, her face flushes red. Either way, I feel that my relationship with Edric has improved. Suddenly, a voice calls from outside. Your Grace, are you awake? It is Mel's maid. Is something the matter? I received an invitation addressed to you. If it is a tea party or a grand banquet, please cancel it for me. She secretly thinks that she cannot let an incident like before happen again. The maid hands her the letter. Why don't you? Try reading it, Your Grace. Mel receives it. For me, she reads the contents intently. You are invited to the reunion for Alumni of Join Academy, Class 23. An alumni reunion. A week later at a tavern on Del Rose Street, Mel's former classmate, Annette Felico, waves her hand and calls out, Mel, over here. Annette, long time. No, see, we haven't seen each other since graduation. It really has been a long time. She thinks to herself, back at Join Academy, Annette and I were inseparable like shadow and form, but after graduation we lost touch. Annette smiles and says, everyone in class is here now, let's go inside. When the others see her, they exclaim, whoa, look who is here, it's Mel, so good to see you. What have you been doing since graduation, are you married? You fool, look at Mel's hand, she's wearing a wedding ring. Oh, you're right, but that ring looks extremely expensive, haha. All right, don't overdo it, sit down and let's order some food. Afterward, they cheerfully cheer. Cheers. Mel quietly sighs in relief. Phew, thankfully no one realizes I am the Duchess. They chat animatedly. Remember the sports festival back then? Ah, that really happened, I still remember that. Mel sits in deep thought. I once had such close times with these girls. Have I ever felt this relaxed since then? Living as an ordinary person isn't so bad after all. Ah, wait, am I drunk? Why am I thinking like this? Should calm down a bit before returning. She tells them, I'll be right back, I just need to use the restroom for a moment. As she steps outside, she suddenly hears everyone talking. Hey, what about Mel? How did she manage to marry Duke Fenton? Right, Mel isn't even that pretty. Who knows, maybe she climbed into his bed. Have you seen her clothes? Her ring looks outrageously expensive and everything on her looks like luxury brands. Is she really a duchess? Hey, Annette, why did you invite Mel in the first place? She replies, you dummy, if you have a rich classmate, of course you have to invite them out for drinks. Though I didn't think she would actually show up. Mel and I used to be quite close back in school. So just relax and eat all you want. Either way, I'll make Mel pay for everything. Having rich friends is pretty great, isn't it? Ha ha. Hearing these words fills Mel with anger, her hands clenching into fists. 5 years ago, from the moment I married Edric and took the Fenton name, I resolved to live as Melissa Fenton. I told myself to forget Mel and that I must become a woman worthy of Edric, but deep inside there is always a part of me that I cannot let go. Is that why you came to this reunion? Yes, so have you given up on being a duchess? No, that is not it, because if I cannot hold on here, there will be nowhere else for me to go. Edric cares about me, but sometimes I feel so lonely and suffocated that I cannot bear it. I understand, I thought my friends would welcome me just like those happy days we shared, not as an outsider who belongs neither to the nobility nor to the commoners, but simply as me. But in the end, I am not what they want. It is the wealth of the Fenton clan. Thinking of this, Mel walks to the payment counter. She says, I will pay for my own share. Something urgent came up, so I must leave now. All right. Not a single person comes looking for Mel. It feels as though I am fading away into nothingness. Who am I? Melissa Fenton. You should have a child soon, Duchess Fenton. If you attend a party, you should at least smile a little. Everyone expects me to be Melissa Fenton, a perfect duchess. If you cannot be a duchess, then give up. But Edric wants me to give up even that. He wants me to be like a caged songbird that does nothing but eat and drink while trapped inside. If I cannot be Mel or Melissa Fenton, then what should I do? From now on, why don't we take our time to get to know each other slowly, instinctively? She remembers Francis's words. That right, perhaps he can find my true self, the parts of me that are slowly fading away. The next morning at the mansion, Mel asks curiously, you are leaving so early today and you aren't having breakfast? Edric replies, the gathering I am attending today is quite far away. That gathering is not a place where I can bring my wife, right? It is only about business there, so if you go, you will only find it boring. Right, I expected nothing else. Then wait a moment, I will prepare a light snack for you to eat on the way. Thank you. It is nothing, I will be right back. Mel thinks to herself, thankfully I baked scones early this morning since Edric dislikes outside food anyway. Suddenly, Secretary Winson speaks up. Sir, because of last night's rain, the road is a bit bumpy, so you need to leave right now. I thought you would arrange the schedule so I wouldn't have to rush. It isn't like you to make such a mistake. I apologize. Suppose it cannot be helped. I will eat it when I return, so please. Tell her, yes, sir. At this moment, Mel brings out the basket of food, calling out with a smile, "Darling," but she only finds Winston. She asks, "Where is the Duke?" He replies with annoyance. His Grace left no message. He merely has a rather packed schedule. Mel only utters an "oh," thinking in her heart that preparing snacks for Edric, a very picky eater, is something she does for him every single day without fail. He turns away and tells her that if she worries, it will go to waste. She should just give it to someone else. She looks gloomily at the food basket. Is he telling me that I no longer need to go to this much trouble? At the banquet, someone speaks up. Long time no see, Duke Fenton. Did something happen in the capital? I heard there is a rather promising business opportunity recently. If you don't mind, could you tell us about it? Edric says. If it is within the scope of my knowledge, I am willing to help. He silently thinks that his face aches from smiling so much. This banquet is a total waste of time. Do nobles from other regions only care about money and not politics? Suddenly, a woman's voice calls out, Duke Fenton, I have wanted to meet you for a very long time. Now that we meet here, is this fate? My name is Clara Martina. Have you heard my songs? Edric thinks to himself. Clara Martina. Isn't she said to be the greatest singer in the empire? But her attire is improper, not to mention her behavior. What makes her think that approaching him like this is appropriate? Thinking this, he answers, I think my opinion will not hold much value to you. She steps closer. On the contrary, it means a great deal to me. I want to leave a good impression on you, Duke Fenton. Seeing you attend the party alone, your relationship with your wife must be distant. Just like the rumors say, I believe I can fill that empty space beside you. Edric brushes her hand away. Miss Clara Martina, he warns in a cold voice, you are stepping out of line. How unexpected that a lowly commoner can casually step into the banquet hall. The overall quality of banquets outside the capital seems quite low. I hope the nobles present here will act with prudence. He critically judges in silence. Even the food is merely flashy without any real taste. I want to eat the food Mel makes. Damn it, if Winston had done his job properly, at least I would be full. Even if my mood is completely ruined, I need to head home right away. Meanwhile, Mel writes a letter. Dear Marchioness Jenna, the previous meeting was a precious experience for me. I'm also grateful for the exquisite painting I received from you. Coincidentally, I have recently begun to take an interest in supporting artists. Would it be possible for me to meet the painter of that artwork in person? Mel stands in front of a mansion. Is it this place? She opens the door and steps inside, and Francis speaks up. Asking who is there, he calls out in surprise, Mel? Long time no see, Francis, now I am Melissa Fenton, not Mel, so please call me Duchess Fenton. Ah, I understand, just as I am no longer Francis either. What bring you here? For there is something I want to ask. Why did you give up your position as the heir of the clan? Did you go through all this trouble to come here just to ask me that? Don't you want to know about the painting you bought? Mel replies, if an artist chooses to create art, who am I to stop them? Is that so? The reason I gave up my position as heir is very simple. I went in search of my own world. Mel thinks to herself, that painting, it is the abstract artwork from the exhibition. I am certain it belongs to a famous artist, so it wasn't until he left his noble family behind that he was finally recognized. Francis says, unlike me, you chose that world, but you do not look happy at all. Do you regret it? Mel remains silent and does not answer. Francis speaks again. Should I tell you why I painted that artwork? He gently takes her hand. It is because I hoped you would see it and come looking for me. Duchess Fenton, no, Mel, I miss you so much. You haven't changed even a single bit. She thinks silently. You are the one who hasn't changed. She asks, have you eaten anything yet? Eaten? I brought a little snack. Baking is my specialty after all. She silently recalls Edric and wonders, but why did you change so much, Edric? Afterward, she and Francis sit down to chat. How is the life of a famous artist? It is still enough for me to buy whatever I need without worrying. Becoming a mysterious artist is quite convenient, although no matter how famous I get, I won't be as famous as you, Duchess Fenton. After you two married, everyone treated it as an everlasting love story. They never stopped talking about how the cold and emotionless Duke Fenton fell into the trap of love with a woman, and even went as far as defying his family for her sake. Even marriage without benefit. Melia replies, "Those people must be very disappointed since I am just an ordinary woman, nothing impressive at all. I'm not too sure about that either. Perhaps that makes them even more curious. They might have thought, wondering what on earth is so special about this Duchess of Fenton, and I know your true worth," Melia thinks to herself that he is saying that again. Just like in the past, he speaks as if he understands her better than she understands herself. If I stay beside this man, can I find my lost self? Again, thinking this, she offers could. You call me Mel, Francis smiles, and replies, if you wish. I never knew you could cook so well, thanks to you. I get to enjoy such a unique dish. It has been a long time since I last tasted high society cuisine. Do you find living here uncomfortable? You have stayed with Marquiselle for quite a while. Are you worrying about someone like me again, just like you did 5 years ago? Uncomfortable? Not really. I feel comfortable and happy. Very much so. Actually, the one who feels uncomfortable is you, Mel. If you do not like it, you can leave just as I once did. Suddenly, Melia stands up. I should go now. As she passes by, Francis calls out, Melia, are you feeling unwell? She asks in surprise. Pardon? Your face looks much paler than before, and even your eyes look so somber, almost like someone who is poisoned with arsenic. She cannot help but be shocked. What arsenic? Is not a pleasant joke. Oh, if it isn't, then never mind. I have been poisoned so many times, so I was just a little worried. If there is any suspicious medicine, under no circumstances should you drink it. All right. See you next time. Melia grows suspicious in secret. Medicine, the only medicine I take is the tonic that my mother-in-law gives me whenever I return to the manor. The maid sees the untouched bowl of medicine and asks, My lady, why haven't you taken your medicine yet? Are you feeling nauseous again? She smiles and answers, a little. Even so, you must try to drink it. The mistress might punish you again. Ever since I was caught dumping the medicine recently, my mother-in-law has made the maids watch over me to ensure I drink the medicine. Poison? No, it is probably just a minor side effect. Melia raises the bowl and drinks it, then turns to the maid. Are you satisfied now? Help me prepare to go out. Are you going to see your old schoolmate again? It seems like it has been like this for the whole week. She replies that it is true. Deep down, she thinks that hiding the truth about meeting Francis might be better because knowing wouldn't do Edric any good. Anyway, I also need my own space so I can breathe easier, but when she leaves the mansion, Edric sees her from the room. Upstairs, at Francis's residence, she asks in surprise, You want me to be a model? For you, I have never done anything like this before. You don't need to feel pressured, just sit there and I will handle the rest. Even so, how could I? Francis winks and says, You will get to see the painting when I finish. Even though his offer is so sudden, she wonders if someone like her can truly be a model. After all, how long has it been since someone said they needed Melia? And finally, she agrees, just this once, do I only need to sit like this? Francis marvels, that posture is great, she urges, paint quickly. All right, sit still, 30 minutes should be enough to finish the sketch. Suddenly a cold voice echoes, You said you were going to meet an old schoolmate. Since when is this man one of them? This is truly a sight where you cannot claim it is a misunderstanding, isn't it? You said you were meeting a friend. I never imagined you were on a secret date with him. A secret date? Francis and I do not have that kind of relationship. Francis, so you two call each other by name now? Have you two been this close for the past 5 years? Francis speaks up. I was very tolerant when it came to Rosaline, but that doesn't seem to apply to Melia. Is it so strange for a noble to have a lover? Melia calls out in panic. Francis, so that's how it is. If you want a lover, you should have told me first. It isn't like that. Edric steps forward and lifts her chin. Didn't I promise to give you everything you want? Melia thinks to herself, I realize it. When I see the look on his face, he has never trusted me. Thinking this, she asks, You will give me anything, even if I want a divorce from you? Edric instantly replies, Fine if that is What you truly want. After returning, the maid asks, what did his grace say? Did he really say he would divorce you if you met that painter again? No, he told me to live as I wish and he will help me any time. Really, that is good news. It seems this trial has finally made him realize how controlling he has been with you, so bad that you had to lie just to go out. I told you he overreacted when you were simply posing as a model. Yes, I will now prepare some food for you. Melia thinks to herself, good news? How can his willingness to divorce me be good news? To Edric, I am merely an obedient pet, nothing more. And nothing less. Earlier, Francis said, divorce her then, just do it. All you do is make Melia cry. Leaving you immediately would be the best thing for her. I know what Francis means. In Edric's eyes, I am just a pitiable creature. I am just an outsider who will never be allowed into Edric's world. At this moment, Edric calls out, Melia, have you reflected on your actions? She speaks up in response, Edric. He stands up and says, I apologize for not paying more attention to your artistic taste, even though I know it is something you care about. He walks over, wraps his arms around her, and whispers softly, I am actually considering purchasing a few galleries. How about you display some artworks you like there? But none by Francis Herbake. That man is the rude type I despise. Besides, he dared to speak as if he were your lover, though I can support any other artist according to your wishes. I considered making it so he can never create art again, but that would only make you sad. Melia thinks to herself, I assumed he might abandon me and never truly understand me. That's right, I should have abandoned all my expectations so I could leave him. Thinking this, she asks, you mentioned visiting the Imperial Palace today, right? I have a gift for the Crown Princess. Could you please give it to her for me afterwards? At the Imperial Palace. Edric, don't you think you've been hard to reach lately? As a friend, I am quite disappointed. Crown Prince Lucius and Crown Princess Juliana are there. Greetings, Crown Princess. Hello, Duke Fenton, I heard your due date is approaching. I pray for your safe delivery. She replies sarcastically. I also hope to hear good news from the Fenton clan. Melissa is still very young, so I am sure she will conceive soon, although it is truly unfortunate what happened to her first child. Hearing this, the Crown Prince calls out, Juliana. Edric replies, thank you for your concern. He thinks to himself, the Crown Princess was also unable to conceive for 5 years. Initially, she sympathized with Melissa since she too had no children, but now it is as if she pities her and feels superior. What an awful character. The Crown Prince whispers, I apologize on her behalf. My wife is still young and somewhat thoughtless. I do not mind. Please do not worry any further. My wife prepared a gift for you, Crown Princess. She asked me to give it to you. She gave me a gift. Yes, it is. But the moment he opens the gift box, Edric freezes. He hastily says, it seems I brought the wrong box. Please excuse me, I will have someone send it to the palace later. My goodness, even Duke Fenton makes mistakes. Have a pleasant walk, both of you. Remember to visit more often. It was nice meeting you. Duke Fenton, Edric muses silently. About the child. Even without a child, Melia and I can still live a good life together. If necessary, we can bring in a suitable relative to act as an heir. I cannot place the burden of bearing an heir upon Melia. Although she seems worried that she hasn't conceived yet, we will share a bed tonight. Isn't bearing my child your duty? It is merely the pressure she feels to fulfill her role as Duchess. Even so, it isn't that I dislike having a child with Melia. In fact, I crave it deeply. But Melia, what are you thinking? He recalls her words. When our child is born, I want to dress them in clothes I knitted myself. Edric wonders, how could I give clothes meant for our child to someone else? 4 years ago, their first child was a precious gift bestowed upon her and Edric. Edric's voice echoes, Melia, what are those things? She replies, it is fabric and thread. I want to make the very first clothes for our child when they are born. I don't know if I should knit them or use soft cloth. Which do you think would be better? He steps forward to embrace her. Our child will love whatever their mother makes. She is deeply moved. She is about to become a mother, but that happiness does not last long. The scene shifts to Melia weeping bitterly inside the bedroom, her voice trembling from excessive crying. Mother is sorry, my child. Ada leans against the wall and says to Edric, Since you expected a child, you should have been more careful, failing. To be careful, falling down the stairs and miscarrying, how careless. Edric lowers his head. Melia said the stairs were slippery. Since managing the servants falls under your responsibility, Mother, isn't that your fault? Dear. Mother, her voice grows cold. Let us clarify one thing first. If Melissa had properly fulfilled her role as Duchess, this would never have happened in the first place. Do you think I manage this estate in her place because I like to, just because I enjoy it? He clenches his fingers tightly. We can have another child, so please stop being so hard on her. She watches his departing back and thinks, if Melissa can no longer bear children, his love will eventually fade. Then this boy will bring in a noblewoman from another house to produce an heir. I cannot let a child born of lowly blood inherit the Fenton clan. With that thought, Ada pushes the door open and steps inside. Don't be sad any longer, Melia. She embraces the weeping Melia. I will help you, she lifts her head. Mother, it isn't just about preventing her from conceiving. I know a medicine with miraculous effects when it comes to fertility. If necessary, I must be able to eliminate Melissa at any moment. At her mother-in-law's urging. She regularly takes the medicine, but perhaps the child holds resentment toward a mother who could not protect them properly, because for the past 4 years, she has been unable to conceive. Yet I still wait. I endure those long, painful years, dreaming of the day I can dress my child in clothes that I made myself, while other noblewomen married around the same time as me have given birth one after another. I broke the noble custom of gifting handmade baby clothes, choosing instead to gift dolls and toys. As baby gifts, one night Melia lies in his arms and murmurs, I want our child to wear the clothes I made first. Edric understood her then. He smiled. Of course, it won't be long now, don't worry, Melia. But where should that trust be placed? Now, Edric no longer trusts me. I have never been recognized as an equal partner to him. It is time to give up this hope. I will abandon this worthless pride and meaningless trust. I will remain quiet and obedient in this mansion, just as Edric desires. And when that day comes, he will grow tired and cast me away. I will leave this place without a single regret. Darling, you're back. Edric does not even look at her. He turns his head away with a faint hum. Melia wonders, did the crown princess like my gift? He answers nonchalantly, a little. She smiles. I see, that's good. I hope she wears it on the baby. Don't you think the baby will resemble both parents and be utterly adorable? Please tell her that I would be happy to make a few outfits for the baby. He interrupts her, Melia, instead of wasting time on such things, why don't you do something more useful? She is taken aback. Huh, he speaks while adjusting his cuff. The crown princess has already received countless gifts of baby clothes. Do you truly think she would wear something that looks so hideous? No one wears the clothes you make anyway. So stop wasting your effort. Melia remains silent at his harsh words. Wasted effort. The clothes I sewed all night with tears streaming down my face. Pain pierces through my heart with every needle stroke, is all of it truly just a waste of effort? All right, I will not do that anymore. Cruel as it sounds, Edric's words ring true. What is the point of making clothes for a child who will never be born? From now on, I will focus on doing more useful things. Edric nods. Good, I am glad to hear you say that. Why is she smiling like that? I have work to finish tonight, so I will be in the study for quite a while. Do not wait up for me. As he walks away, he wonders, how can she smile like that? The clothes she meticulously crafted for their child, drenched in her tears, have now become worthless, a waste of effort. Should she not be angry? Why then, that is right, to her those clothes must mean nothing now. Does this mean she no longer wants a child? She no longer wishes to share a room. She no longer insists on attending social gatherings or managing the household affairs. Even her recent willingness to obey him feels suspicious. Has Melia had a change of heart? If so, the only possible reason is that man. Just then he recalls the image of Francis. You only cause Melia pain. It is better for her to leave. You immediately. Edric retorts to him, who knows nothing about Melia and him. You talk too much. Putting his hands in his pockets, Francis responds, At least I know her better than you do. Melia screams, Francis, stop it. Edric glares. You have grown even more arrogant since becoming a commoner, haven't you? He replies indifferently. Then my apologies for mentioning aristocratic lovers. Melia and I are certainly not in that kind of relationship, though who knows what the future holds. Suddenly, Edric grabs him by the collar. He threatens, "Do you realize that defaming a noble is grounds for immediate punishment? Should I throw you into prison right now?" Francis tilts his head. "Ah, a noble, I suppose I forgot my place. I kept seeing Melia as if she were a commoner like me." Looking straight at him, Edric growls, "Will you only learn your lesson after getting beaten like last time?" Suddenly, at this moment, Melia wraps her arms around his waist. "Dearest, I was wrong. Please, stop this. Francis and I are nothing more than friends. At all, I will not leave the manor without your permission ever again. I will not go against your wishes any more," her voice begs, desperately humble. "Please, let us go home." Edric opens the door. There is no proof whatsoever, yet who knows, perhaps Melia harbors feelings for him. I should be the one holding the upper hand in this marriage. Why must I feel so anxious over her? In exchange for wealth, jewels, and whatever else she desires, I only want her to refrain from doing anything foolish. Is that truly so difficult? He recalls the gaze in her eyes. "Even if I want to divorce you, how dare she say such a thing to my face? You want a divorce? Do you think I will not grant it? Do you think someone like you can find another husband like me anywhere? You should feel grateful for what you have. I will make you crawl back and beg me. I will make you regret ever mentioning divorce." The scene shifts to the bed filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Edric breathes heavily. "Open your eyes, I want to see your gaze." Melia's voice is faint, her eyes looking away. "My love, why are you so downcast? Should you not be happy? You wanted a child." He speaks up. "From now on, we will sleep together every night until we have a child." The next day, sunlight shines down upon the estate. Melia lets out a soft gasp as her foot slips. Edric catches her. "Melia, are you all right?" She holds her head. "Yes, I am just a little dizzy. Why do I keep feeling so unwell lately? I feel nauseous and my head hurts." It has been a month since I patiently obeyed everything Edric said. Yet he only grows more controlling by the day. Leaving the house is entirely out of the question. Even inside the mansion, a servant must accompany me at all times. Hearing the bell ring, the maid rushes out. "You have returned, milady." Ada steps in. "Thank you. Nothing happened while I was away, right?" Melia bows her head. "Mother is back." Edric asks, "Did you enjoy the trip, mother?" She replies, "Of course. Linus Villa is one of the greatest prides of the Fenton clan. I feel as though my skin has become even smoother. Melissa, I have not seen you for a few days, but you look so pale. Are you feeling unwell?" She startles. "No." Her eyes narrow slightly. "Edric, by the way, why do you not grant access to the villa for Melissa as well? After all, nothing benefits a woman's body like a hot spring bath." She stammers. "No, He cuts her off. "Hot springs sound like a good idea, mother. Our wedding anniversary is approaching, so I will give Melissa Linus Villa as a gift." Ada gasps in astonishment. "What?" She turns around as well. "Really?" Ada points a finger at him. "Edric, are you saying you will give away the villa passed down to the head of the house for generations? Are you going against family tradition?" Edric counters. "What is mine belongs to Melia, mother. Nothing changes. It is merely a transfer of ownership." She holds his arm. "That gift is far too grand. I do not need it." His gaze grows sharp. "Oh, but if that happens, I suppose mother will have to ask Melia for permission instead of me whenever she wishes to visit the villa." She glares over at Melia. "You want me to seek permission from that lowly creature?" "Stay calm just a little longer. I only need to endure a bit more." Looking at the pale face of Melissa, she thinks she probably will not survive this year. Meanwhile, Melia continues to speak. "My love, I am truly fine." Ada's eyes glint with murderous intent. She does not even realize the medicine she drinks is poison. Useless fool, if she would just die quickly and vanish from the Fenton clan forever. Thinking this, she turns to leave. "Fine, do as you wish." Melia turns to him. "Why did you do that? Your mother loves that place. You do not need to." Edric cuts her off. "It is a gift for our anniversary. Do you like it, or do you want something else?" She stammers. "Then if I want something else, can I exchange it for the villa?" He asks. "Tell me, what do you want?" She lowers her head. "In truth, all I really want is to be beside Edric, but that is so difficult." Her fingers curl inward. "I want," she lifts her head, "to go on a date with you." His face flushes red. "A date?" Intrigued, he leans in closer. "Where?" Melia shyly turns her head away. "A location. The only place outside the estate I wish to visit is Milo's Square. Sunlight bathes the square. Why did that place suddenly come to mind. I want to watch the sunset with you. Is it because that was the first place where I felt free? I want to understand my feelings. When I stood there, but Edric harbors a different thought. Milo's Square, that is where she met Francis. Does she miss those times? Very well, let us go to Milo's Square for our anniversary. Hearing this, she smiles brightly. Thank you so much. The memories with that worthless man. I will replace them all. Suddenly, Melia coughs uncontrollably. Ada's maid reminds her, Lady Fenton, you are late. If you wish to see the sunset, you should reach the square before dusk. She turns her head. All right, I am sorry, I am ready now. The maid looks at her with doubt, noting she seems unwell today. Are you sick, my lady? She waves her hand. No, it is just a bit hot since it is summer now. The maid follows behind. Time flies indeed. I suppose the rainy season will begin soon. Shall I fetch an umbrella for you? She reassures her. It is fine. The maid smiles. Happy anniversary. Lady Fenton. Melia turns her head, her side profile looking breathtaking in this moment. Thank you. So this is Milo Square. I knew it was being redeveloped. But it has changed dramatically. I distinctly remember dancers performing here. Many people were talking and clapping, but now no one remains. Edric mentioned he would be slightly late due to work, so I will asterisk. Sit here and wait for a while. When he arrives, here I will tell him why I chose this place, and I will share all the things I want to tell him as. We watch the sunset together. Time passes quickly as heavy rain begins to pour. Winston looks out the window in worry. It is raining heavily out there. Are you certain you are not going to Milo's Square, my lord? But Edric cuts him off. No, I am quite busy. He speaks with a cold, mocking tone, and Melia needs time to reflect on herself, does she not? Heavy rain pours down upon Melia, but she remains seated there. Water streams down her cheeks, indistinguishable whether it is tears or rain. She whispers to herself, I knew it would rain today. I suppose we will not see the sunset. Is that why you did not come, Edric? Clenching her fists tightly, she thinks I should asterisk. Head back now. The next day, sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the room. The maid asks anxiously, my lady, are you all right? Why did you not return immediately yesterday? You got soaked in the rain. Melia chuckles self-deprecatingly. Tell me, do I look foolish to you? Seeing her expression, the maid freezes for a beat. My lady, you look so pale. You have such a severe cold. Why did you not call for a doctor? She declines. I will be fine after a brief rest. The maid firmly picks up the tea tray. That will not do. Taking contraceptives is already damaging enough to your body, so until you recover from this cold, you must absolutely rest. I will go to the pharmacy myself to get you medicine. So please do not even think about leaving the bed. Sensing her genuine concern, she smiles faintly. Just then, Edric's voice resounds. Melia, are you in here? He steps inside. I heard you caught a cold. How are you feeling? Forgive me for not making it last night. I had far too much work to finish. She looks straight at him, my love. But then she turns her head away, thinking it is fine, but he could have at least told me earlier. He approaches and sits beside her. I have not given you anything for our anniversary yet, since we could not watch the sunset together yesterday. I will gift Linus Villa to you instead. Hearing this, she turns to him. My love, did we not already discuss this? I do not need the villa. Edric brushes off her refusal. Just accept it. What do you plan to do after being so stubborn and falling ill like this? I have already called for the doctor. Everything I give you is for your own good, so do not even think of declining. His gaze turns possessive, yet laced with a subtle threat. Accept it, Melia. Melia narrows her eyes. That is right, from the very beginning I never had a choice. A moment later, the doctor closes the door behind him. Winston asks the doctor, how is the patient's condition? The doctor replies, it is merely a mild cold. I have prescribed medication, so there should be no issue, but more importantly, I have something to discuss with you, my lord. Upon hearing the doctor's words, he gasps in shock. Edric sits in his chair. Melia cannot become pregnant? He confirms his own words. That is indeed what the doctor said. Ada lifts her teacup. It is no surprise she cannot conceive, no matter how much medicine she takes to reach this state. Edric, why do you not consider taking a lover? You cannot allow the family bloodline to end like this. Edric rises to his feet. I will handle it myself. Sound of footsteps fading away, yet behind the door Melia has overheard everything. The news strikes her like a devastating blow, crashing down upon her. I cannot get pregnant. What if Edric truly takes a lover? No, Edric understands he will not At that moment, Ada's voice rings out, "If you do not want that, then divorce her." He answers, "If that is what Melia wants." Her hands clench tightly into fists. "Divorce, I am a Duchess who cannot conceive. Should I leave Edric? I should not listen any further. Moonlight shines down upon Melia's lonely figure, yet I do not want to leave." Anxiously, she wonders, what can I do? Unbeknownst to her, Edric appears behind her. "Do nothing. Do not worry about a thing. Just stay by my side. Good night, Melia." With that said, he turns and leaves. Melia ponders, Edric still loves me, but can that love endure forever? I cannot hold him back. I once believed that as long as we stayed together, we would be happy forever. But that happiness does not last indefinitely. We have begun to doubt, suppress, and hurt one another. Can this still be considered love? Even I can no longer place my complete trust in him now. Edric, we are no more. One last time I will try to talk to him one final time. But after that, Edric has no time to talk to me. The moment I realize Edric is avoiding me, I know the end has arrived. Melia's fingers tap twice on the door. Without looking up, Edric calls out, "Come in." He turns a page in his hand. "What is it?" She grips the tea tray tightly. "Let us share a cup of tea, Edric." He declines. "I am busy, so let us do it later." Melia pleads, "Just for a moment." While, coldly, he turns another page. Unlike your usual self, unable to resist her firm persistence, he commands, "Sit down." Afternoon sunlight bathes the teacup. Only then does Edric remove his glasses and rub his brow. Melia's lifeless gaze is reflected in the tea. Resolving her thoughts, she stands up. "Very well, I will get straight to the point. Why did you marry me if your time is so precious that you cannot even spare a moment to share a cup of tea with me? 5 years have passed since I abandoned myself to devote everything to him. If all that time was merely to lead, why did you marry me then?" Edric looks at her with doubt. "Why did I marry you?" "Because of love." Melia's eyes widen in utter shock, while his gaze remains cold. "Back then, I thought it was love." Time seems to stand still. She feels a pricking pain, as if fine needles are piercing her skin. Her voice falters as she asks next, "Then what about now?" Edric smirks. "That depends on you. If you have nothing left to say, I would appreciate it." "If you stepped outside." Melia walks out, a creaking sound echoing as she gently closes the door behind her. With a soft click, her eyes droop in despair. "Because of love, well, at least that means he once thought it was love." What was he thinking back then when he gave her that diary as a gift? That night, they celebrated their coming-of-age ceremony together when he took her to the hotel. If this relationship is fading away, perhaps she should leave. She does not want to stay and extinguish the last remaining ember, but this is already more than enough. He says what they have might not be love anymore. None of this is a misunderstanding, is it? Why is reality so cruel? Edric places his glasses on the desk. He lets out a tired sigh and rubs his forehead. Was he too heartless? She did not even ask why he was always so busy. How could that woman say such things to Melia? Who would believe that her doctor sold the news of her infertility to the press? It is a complete waste of time dealing with trashy tabloids like that. Lately, he has been avoiding Melia because he feared she would find out about this rumor. But is this really what she is thinking right now? If she finds out the news of her infertility in the papers, she will be hurt even more. It is better to let her think he is angry. He can apologize and make up with her later. Melia will return to his arms soon enough. Time moves on to the evening. Heavy rain pours outside the window. Melia stands alone, gazing outside. Ada speaks up from behind. "Duchess Fenton, are you all right? Did you not speak with the Duke again today?" Melia answers coldly. "Do not mind me. Return to your work." Ada hesitates. "I have not left yet, but you have not eaten dinner. You will collapse at this rate. How can I continue working like this? This is not right. I must inform that about your condition." Melia interrupts her. "Leave me alone. Can you go now?" Startled by her cold expression and words, Ada bows her head. "Yes, Your Grace." Footsteps fade away, leaving her. Standing alone in the dark room, she stares at her hands. Have I still not recovered from my cold? Is Edric still in his office? He has been so busy lately, which is probably why he is stressed. Should I try talking to him again? Edric would not push me away without a reason. There must be an explanation. Could all of this be Misunderstanding, she peers inside the room. Edric has already turned off the lights. Why? Has he been avoiding me lately? Does he have nothing to say to me? If I knew why Edric is so busy, maybe I could understand him even a little bit. Her eyes fall upon a file folder inside the desk drawer. What is this? Is this the reason? Why he has been so busy lately? She opens the folder, her gaze wavering as a flash of lightning strikes across the sky. Divorce papers, bright light shines. Intensely through the window, her body trembles as she slowly steps back. No, her voice shakes. This cannot be. Is Edric secretly preparing for a divorce? Impossible. Another bolt of lightning cracks down, casting light across Melia's face. Her body loses strength and she collapses to the floor. Drops of tears fall onto the back of her hand. I am sorry, words she has repeated countless times over the past 5 years after becoming the Duchess. I am sorry for looking the other way. She only now realizes that these apologies were directed at the wrong person. I am sorry for... No, the person I should beg forgiveness from is myself, to accept myself, not you, Edric. A moment later, Edric's footsteps approach. Seeing the door open, he wonders, did I leave the door open when I left? He slowly steps inside and glances at the desk. His eyes catch sight of something on top. The divorce papers already signed by Melia. Without another thought, Edric spins around. Damn it, Melia, did she find this? No, I must clear up this misunderstanding immediately. Meanwhile, Melia walks through the rain, bursting into a run. Suddenly, a shout rings out. Melia! Edric flings the door open. Melia, I never expected you to see those divorce papers. That was not how I truly felt. I never thought of leaving you. Where are you? Winston rushes out. My lord, what is wrong? Running around like this will ruin your health. Please calm down. Step inside first. Edric turns to him. Winston, that's right. She must be somewhere nearby. Melia will return to my side soon. When she comes back, I will explain my true feelings to her. She will surely understand. After that, everything will return to normal, back to how it was before. Thunder crashes across the sky as the rain grows heavier. Melia looks up at the heavens. Where am I? I used all my money on a carriage, but I remember nothing after that. I just wandered aimlessly with no destination. Trembling, Melia covers her mouth. Should I go back? She falls onto the ground. But go back where? Edric has already completed his plan to cast me away. That place is no longer my home. Her body loses all its strength and collapses completely. Edric Fenton, I will leave your world. Right now, goodbye, my Edric, and goodbye, Melissa Fenton. A flash of lightning strikes fiercely across the night sky. Scene changes. Edric's voice booms as his fist slams onto the desk. What do you mean? You still have not found her? 3 days have passed. Winston reports. I am sorry, my lord. We have tried our best to find the Duchess, but so far... Edric runs his hand through his hair in exhaustion. Fine. Get out, Winston thinks. I have never seen my lord lose his composure like this. I thought he was only troubled because of a lowly woman. She was never worthy of standing by his side. Still, if she does not return, terrible things will happen. Edric thinks. Where could she go? Melia has no family or relatives. She only attends alumni gatherings. She does not have a single friend, not one. The image of Francis flashes in his mind. Could she be seeking comfort for a broken heart in his arms instead of mine? Fine, you win this time, Melia. Then I will go find you. The only place you belong is standing by my side. Time passes quickly, reaching 1 month. Later, the Fenton mansion retains its usual elegance and majesty, standing tall and prominent above everything. Below, only a few servants know that the Duchess has vanished. Nothing seems to change at all. Ada looks at Edric's back and thinks, a month has passed with no news of the Duchess, yet how can he remain so calm? I do not understand how he can act like this when he is her husband. I feel so sorry for her grace. Winston speaks up. My lord, to avoid wasting time, perhaps it would be best to publish an obituary notice in the newspapers to find the Duchess. Edric replies, what good would it do to announce the disappearance of Duchess Fenton? I have no intention of giving an opportunity to any of those vultures who are eager to smear our family's name. More importantly, is there still no trace of that doctor who sold Melia's information to the press? Winston bows his head. No, my lord, it is as if someone is deliberately hiding him, making it extremely difficult to track down. His whereabouts? Edric clicks his tongue. Is that all your capability amounts to? Winston lowers his head. I am sorry, my lord. Edric asks further, what about the schedule for Melia's exhibition? Winston answers, it will proceed without any issues. Edric asks again, did you make sure to invite the painter Francis Herbake? Winston looks confused. Pardon. Francis Herbake? What do you mean, my lord? Edric explains, Melia likes his paintings. If I offer to support him, it might help soothe her heart. Winston speaks up, my lord, I fear that will be difficult. Edric frowns. Why? Winston reports, when we tried to purchase his paintings, we learned that Francis Herbake sold all his work and disappeared a month ago. Edric turns around, completely stunned, his voice turning cold. Winston, publish an advertisement in a special newspaper edition immediately. Scene changes to the street. The newsboy shouts loudly, extra, extra. Read all about it, Duchess Fenton has gone missing. Ada smiles faintly. She left on her own, saving me from dirtying my hands. What a relief. In the end, she was never worthy of being part of the Fenton clan. A voice speaks up. Where are we now? The speaker has distinctive silver hair. Ah, right. If I divorce my current husband, when will you arrange my marriage to Edric? Her eyes gleam crimson. Mother, a week has passed since sending out the special notice regarding Melia's disappearance. There has been no news at all over the past few days. The news is so shocking that rumors spread throughout the entire empire. The name Fenton fills the tabloid headlines, and everyone gossips about the private matters of Edric's family. Edric clutches his head in frustration, and she still has not returned. Melia Inut, who was always so careful to preserve my dignity. My wife, who lacked the confidence even to take charge of this household because she feared tarnishing the reputation of the Fenton clan. If you found the divorce papers, you should have come to confront me, Melia. You should have asked Edric why they existed and when. He plans to hand it to her. Then Edric says without an ounce of hesitation, there is no reason for me to give you that useless paper. You know my true feelings. Don't you? And Edric pulls her into his arms. I love you, my darling. But now Melia is gone. It is all nothing more than meaningless speculation. He thinks 1 month is more than enough. Edric believes Melia will return once she calms down, but at the thought of her vanishing without a trace alongside that man, he sighs in exhaustion, caught in a spiral of tangled thoughts. She said he was just a friend. I have never once doubted her fidelity, so an affair is impossible. No. What if she never saw Francis Herbake at the manor? Could it be a kidnapping? But who could it be? Why target her? Who stands to gain from Melia leaving the Fenton clan? Wilson suddenly steps into the room, his voice cutting off Edric's train of thought. My lord! Wilson pokes his head in gently. Someone wishes to see you. Rosaline's greeting echoes inside the vast room. Long time no see, Duke Fenton. How have you been? Edric sits before her, his expression cold. Why are you here, Countess Royce? Rosaline smiles softly. Oh dear, do not call me that. I'm getting a divorce soon anyway. Just call me Lady Rosaline if you like. He grows deeply impatient. Why are you here? I have no time to idle away talking to you. The corners of her lips curve upward. I heard your beloved Duchess has gone missing. My family has overseen the capital's security for generations. We can assist you in searching for her. So, do not decline my offer if it makes you feel at ease. Edric gently pushes up his glasses. I appreciate your goodwill, but considering we have not seen each other in years, this conversation seems hardly appropriate, given that both you and I are married. Am I right? If you need a lover, perhaps you should invite another distant relative into your house. Ah, but I suppose he will escape just as your previous brother did. Hearing his words, she suddenly freezes. Your Grace! Edric completely ignores Rosaline. Wilson, from now on, do not let any outsider in without my permission, even if they are invited by my mother. Wilson nods. Yes, my lord. Ada cannot believe her son would utter such words. Edric, he holds his ground firmly. I will never marry Lady Rosaline, mother. In fact, I will never marry anyone else because I have not divorced and I never will. Melia is the only one I need. So tell me the truth, mother. Where is my wife? Ada gasps in shock. What are you saying, Edric? How could you? Edric's face darkens. Do not pretend you know nothing. You drove Melia away. To make me panic. The only person who benefits from her disappearance is my own mother, the one who puts the noble bloodline of the Fenton clan above all else. That's right. Melia loves me. She would never leave me unless, if you keep staying silent like this, Rosaline suddenly cuts him off. I am afraid your assumption is wrong, Duke Fenton. She holds a steaming cup of tea in her hand. Or should I say, Lady Melissa. Hearing her words, his expression turns dark. Absurd, I do not care for such meaningless lies. Rosaline sets her teacup down. Is it not obvious if someone disappears without a trace from their own home? The culprit is bound to be an insider. The rumors about the L clan excelling at investigations are not wrong. I came here already knowing the truth. I know what is inside the fertility-boosting tonic that the Duchess drinks every day. Edric turns a dark, piercing gaze upon his mother. Was the medicine Melia drank not managed by you, mother? Ada leaps to her feet in distress. Wait, Edric, are you suspecting your own mother? How dare you? I only wanted to prevent her from bearing an heir. That is all. I could not allow such lowly blood to tarnish the Fenton clan. Your deceased father would lose his mind, too. Do you not understand that everything I do is for this family? Edric thinks to himself, the clues were there. All along, Melia drank the fertility tonic. Every day, yet she could never conceive again. The doctor my mother recommended. And the sudden newspaper article about her infertility, her cold symptoms that never seemed to get better. The pieces gradually pieced together, forming a complete answer. And yet I failed to notice it. My own carelessness has brought about this tragic fate. Wilson, from this moment on, Ada Fenton is banished from this home. Take her far away. From my sight, Wilson quickly restrains her. Yes, my lord, Ada struggles desperately. No, let me go. It is all a misunderstanding, my son. I did it all for you. It was all for you. The door slams shut behind her. Screams, Edric. Rosaline finds this immensely entertaining. A murder in a noble family, a mother-in-law poisoning her own daughter-in-law. This will be a scandal that shakes the entire capital. She asks curiously, so what will you do now? Edric looks at her in question. Why were you with my mother? Are you trying to blackmail me? Melia is not dead, even if she was poisoned over time. Such small traces of toxin cannot kill a person so easily. No body has been found, so why should I believe you? She smiles with amusement. Ah, but the articles will be published, will they not? An unfaithful wife, Duke Fenton banishing his own mother, once. Rumors swirl around you. What do you think the truth becomes? He clenches his fists in rage. What do you want? Rosaline stands up. I am a pure-blooded noble, even if love forsakes me. That fact remains unchanged. If I do not secure my status, what else do I have left? So give it to me, the seat right beside you. Edric grabs Rosaline's wrist. This reminds me of when we were first engaged. There is something I wanted to say back then. I detest treacherous women like you. If you understand what I am saying, then get lost. She trembles with fury. You have changed immensely. Duke Fenton, could it be that you have fallen in love with that woman? Mid-step he halts. Did you not hear me? I said get lost. Rosaline storms off in rage. You will regret this. Edric taunts her coldly. Oh, are you expressing regret? She turns back to face him. In the end, you seem to be the kind of person who only realizes what truly matters after losing it. Rosaline leaves swiftly, leaving him alone. In the quiet room, he falls silent, his lips parting slightly yet. Finding no words to speak, his fists clench so hard they tremble and his legs give way beneath him. Edric collapses onto the floor, his face going completely blank. Melia, are you dead? That cannot possibly be true, right? Please. Come back to me, whispers echo all around him. Have you heard the rumors? They say Duke Fenton banished his own birth mother. It might be related to the Duchess's disappearance. Perhaps it stems from tension between the two of them in such a noble family. If he had married the lady of the L clan from the start, none of these rumors would exist. Edric hears every single word, thinking bitterly. I knew she was playing dirty. Once I gained control over the newspapers, Rosaline spread rumors about me among the aristocracy instead. Are they saying all of this happened because I chose Melia? What do people like Rosaline even No, my choice has never been wrong. Never. It is because of Melia that I exist as I am today. You do not need to be special, Melia, because the person Edric loves is you. I am already perfect. Even if Melia has her flaws, it does not matter. Edric suddenly freezes. Perfect. Am I really? A wave of confusion washes over him. Edric recalls her smile. I want to watch the sunset at Milo's Square with you too. I could not even fulfill that simple wish of hers. In what way am I perfect? Wilson reports, my lord, perhaps we should head back. The sun will set soon. Edric asks softly, is there still no news of Melia? Wilson bows his head in distress. No, I am sorry. We have dispatched more men even beyond the capital, I am sure. There will be news soon. He asks further, and what about my mother? Wilson replies, she was furious at first, but she has calmed down now. It seems she has accepted her fate. Thinking of what she did, Edric burns with fury. Why? Why did she go to such lengths? I heard that for 3 years, you secretly fed Melia contraceptive laced with arsenic. Why, mother, why did you do that? Ada responds bitterly. Because I did not want that woman carrying your child. I have never accepted her as my daughter-in-law. His face grows darker. Do you admit to bribing the physician to cover up the arsenic poisoning and fake the diagnosis of infertility? She sighs. Do you think that is all? I even ordered him to spread the rumors. I wanted to throw that little wretched girl out of the Fenton house as soon as possible. Edric confronts her further. When Melia fell, you spilled oil in the hallway, didn't you? You intended to make her miscarry. And what if she was hurt so severely that she could never stand again? Then I would have considered it a blessing. Ada screams hysterically. No, I did not want her to die. Edric turns his back on her. Do not make useless excuses, for I see right through you. After all, I am your son, and I take after you the most. Wilson bows. Yes, my lord. Edric's face turns grim. My mother seems to like Linus Villa very much. Take her there. Let her rest there as she pleases. For a very long time. Hearing his decision, Ada screams in sheer horror. Edric, are you truly abandoning your own mother? Wilson restrains her and leads her away. Follow me, she continues to shriek. Is all of this because of that wretched woman? Edric speaks coldly. I believe all the servants there have been dismissed. Wilson nods. Yes. She will be completely alone at the villa. There are no carriages or coachmen, so she will not be able to go anywhere. Edric is consumed by rage and regret. My mother spent all this time scheming against Melia, yet I knew nothing of it. All I thought about was maintaining the unwritten rule that as head of the house, I should never interfere in household affairs. Because she was my mother, I believed she would eventually accept Melia and me in time. Wilson, did you not care about Melia either? Wilson bows his head in guilt. I am sorry. Edric sighs softly. Do not feel guilty. I am the bystander who allowed all of this to happen. I thought that if the servants turned their backs on her, she would come to me and beg for help. Help me, Edric. I was ready to resolve everything the moment she uttered those words. I kept waiting for her to lean on me, and because of that, I lost her. Seeing that Edric looks deeply unwell, Wilson becomes anxious. My lord! Edric takes off his glasses, the lenses soaked with his tears. Of yours, I am not worthy of being a husband. Does someone like me even deserve to live? Darkness gradually falls, leaving Edric all alone in the room. His arm moves slightly. Edric looks around in dazed confusion. Where am I? Ah, this is Melia's room. Ever since Melia left, it feels as if a crushing weight has fallen upon him. Edric often finds himself falling asleep here. I don't remember how I returned from the palace back to the manor. Winston must have brought me back. Wearily, he lowers his head, rubbing his forehead with his hand. Melia, her scent is fading day by day. Just the smallest clue would be enough. Please, anything. Suddenly, a book falls unexpected onto the floor. Curiously, Edric turns to look. What is this? The diary entry says that on the 4th, Melia suffered from a headache. That was because she tasted the tea too many times yesterday while brewing it for him. But when she saw the satisfied smile blooming on Edric's face as he drank it, her headache completely vanished. On the 16th, Melia worried about Edric's eyesight getting worse day by day. Blueberries are good for the eyes, so tomorrow morning she will pick a few fresh blueberries and place them on his desk. Because that is all Melia can do for him. And perhaps this is a foolish wish, but I wish I could become a clearer, sharper person, so that no matter how blurred Edric's world becomes, I will be the one thing that never fades. I want to become his spectacles. I want to reveal Edric's world clearly for him to see. I hope I can become someone truly indispensable to him. That is her heartfelt desire. Reading these lines, Edric presses his lips together tightly. He caresses each line of text written in the book. Melia, the wishes you wrote down came true long ago, from the day we became one until now. You are the only irreplaceable person in my life. Why am I so foolish as to only realize this after losing you? Melia feared Edric would abandon her, that she could never truly be worthy of him. Even so, Melia wanted to tell Edric that she trusted him. Melia wished to feel the sweetness of loving Edric. Once more, heartbroken, he falls to his knees upon the ground. I had no idea how she felt when she came to see me back then. Why did I utter such cruel words? Why did I pierce the heart of my poor wife? Why did I take her love for granted? Because I was intoxicated with a wretched mood and tried to control her in my own way. I shouldn't have done that, for I am the worst husband alive. Isn't it only natural that she left me? No matter how long he waits, Melia will not return because Edric shattered her last glimmer of hope. That is why I must hurry and search for her. I must tell her that I never intended to divorce her at all. I must find her and beg for forgiveness, and that I love her more than anyone else. Seeing him walk silently down the endless corridor, Winston gasps in surprise. My lord, where are you going? Hearing the question, Edric answers firmly, to find her. Flustered, Winston replies, it is already so late, please wait until dawn. Edric continues walking. Be quiet, do not try to stop me. Winston frowns. If you insist, then I will go with you. Edric seems indifferent. Suit yourself. Outside, a torrential rain pours down, as gloomy as Edric's mood. Sorrowfully, he gazes at the raindrops. This wretched rain, the rainy season should have ended by now. Winston quickly holds an umbrella over him. I will call a carriage immediately. Please wait a moment, my lord. Edric remains lost in his thoughts. It rained like this on the day Melia vanished. Is she catching a cold? Her body is weak from the poison, so she cannot be feeling well. Edric recalls a time when Melia caught a cold. Melia, are you unwell? She shakes her head. No, I am fine. Worried, he rests his hand on her forehead. Goodness, you have a fever. Melia shyly turns her face away. Edric, step back. What if you catch it too? He lets out a doting smile. Don't worry, I am very healthy. Everything would have been better if I had realized it back then. No, with my twisted nature, I am not the type to fuss over a sick friend. If I had realized back then that Melia was already special to me, Edric suddenly widens his eyes. Melia, Winston looks back at him in confusion. My lord. Before anyone can react, Edric dashes forward like a moth to a flame. Melia, just as a carriage rushes toward him, crash. Everything before his eyes turns pitch black while the rain grows heavier and heavier. Memories from their childhood flash in Edric's mind. Melia lies happily on the bed. Thank you so much. Edric, next time you get sick, she smiles. I will take care of you, okay? They pinky promise each other. I promise. His memories blur. I will meet Melia soon. Amidst the pouring rain, Edric swoons and faints. Winston rushes over in panic. My lord. Winston's voice echoes endlessly in his ears. My lord, my lord. Edric startles, awake from his stupor. Seeing him awake, Winston is overjoyed. My lord, you are finally awake. You have been unconscious for a full day. Fortunately, no one is seriously injured, but I thought my heart was going to leap out of my chest. Edric feels a throbbing pain in his head. What about Melia? Hearing his question, Winston suddenly freezes. What? Edric's expression darkens. Have you found her? Winston hesitates, uncertain whether to speak or not. Winston avoids his gaze. Yes, but... Agitated, Edric tightly grabs the collar of Winston's clothes, overcome with shock. Is it true? Where is she? Tell me quickly. Flustered, Winston grabs his wrists. Please calm down, my lord. Your wound will reopen. Uncaring of his injury, Edric presses on intensely. Has Melia returned? He cries out, frantic. Where is she? Sweat trickles down Winston's cheek. Forgive me. My lord, but when we found the Duchess. She had already. Edric's hands tremble violently. Stop talking nonsense, Winston, that cannot be real. Tell me it's just a lie. Please, Melia's funeral takes place, servants feign weeping. Oh, Duchess Fenton, sob asterisk, how could this happen? Our poor Duchess is so pitiable. Watching this fake scene, Winston feels deep disgust. How despicable, they trampled on Melia and now they put on such an act. He looks at Edric, thinking he is definitely not okay. Dazed, Edric stands before her portrait. Melia, he gently strokes the urn containing Melia's ashes. I'm sorry. Winston lowers his head. They say they found the Duchess. Collapsed in the forest. Her body was cremated by those who found her, but this ring was found nearby. Edric drowns in self-reproach. I'm sorry for not finding you in that forest. The place where you lay was so cold and lonely, you must have been terrified. Right, I am sorry for causing you such immense pain that you had to leave. Edric reluctantly removes his hand from the ash urn. It is all my fault, he speaks slowly. Prepare the funeral. Saying so, Edric turns and leaves immediately. The servants whisper among themselves, he is as cold as ever. I bet his love for the Duchess was just an act. He didn't shed a single tear. Perhaps he feels relieved. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a new mistress in this house soon. Only Winston senses something deeply wrong. No way, I should stay. By his side, something is off. He knocks on the door to Edric's room. My lord. I am coming in. Winston quickly opens the door. Seeing the sight before him, he freezes in shock. Edric is aiming a gun at his own head. He is about to pull the trigger. Terrified, Winston lunges forward. Your Grace, don't. Bang, the bullet fires. Elsewhere, Melia gently rests her hand against the window pane to watch the rain. She gazes at the torrential downpour. It is pouring heavily. Frances drapes a coat over her shoulders. You haven't fully recovered yet. Try wearing this to see how it feels. He looks at her with a gentle smile. Melia bows her head in thanks. Frances cheerfully pours milk. Have some warm cocoa, too. It seems to be a local specialty. She asks in wonder. Frances, you gave up all the fame you built in the capital. Just for me? Are you sure about this? You even sold all your paintings to buy this house. He comforts her. Don't worry too much about that. A painter's reputation doesn't fade that easily, and even if this place is remote and isolated in the countryside, I can paint anywhere. Besides, my muse is right here. After all, Melia turns her face away. That is all I can offer you. If Frances had not found her unconscious in the dark forest that day, perhaps Melia would no longer be alive. Frances, how did you know I was in that forest? Frances scratches his head. Well, I don't know. If I should tell you, do you remember? There was a time when you came crying all the way to the estate. Ever since you stopped coming to the art studio, I was so worried. I kept wondering whether you were crying somewhere again, so I secretly searched for you every night. I didn't expect to see you running out crying like that. But the storm at that time was so dreadful that I thought I had lost you along the way. I am just glad you are all right, Melia. She hums softly in response. Frances, is it true that the Fenton family isn't looking for me at all? Frances sets the cup of warm milk down on the table. That's right, I showed you all the newspapers from the capital, didn't I? There isn't a single line about the missing Lady Fenton. He smiles meaningfully. Not a single line. The doctor checks Melia's pulse to examine her health. Now that her cold has subsided a bit, she can start eating normally again. Because she has been exposed to arsenic for a long time, it will take quite a while to completely flush the toxins from her body. Fortunately, she arrived here before her kidneys suffered irreversible damage. However, she remains quite weak, so please make sure she does not skip any meals. Melia smiles, thanking the doctor. The door to the room opens, letting the sunlight from outside shine into the house. Frances smiles. I suppose you find it odd that such a skilled doctor is in this rural village, don't you? Melia nods gently. Just as Frances said, she was indeed being poisoned. If she stayed at the Fenton mansion, would she eventually die in the end? She truly believed that the medicine Edric's mother gave her was merely to boost her health. But all this time, it was part of a plan to drive her out of the house. She recalls the doctor's words. A small dose of arsenic is not immediately fatal, but as it accumulates over time, it slowly makes a person ill. And the other medicine she mentioned taking is very likely a contraceptive. While Ada wished for her death and Edric abandoned her, she truly remained completely clueless. Then what were the years she struggled at the Fenton mansion even for? Francis asks. Do you want to write a letter? Melia nods. Yes, to someone named Oz. She is a servant at the Fenton mansion, and we have been close since. I was young, she must be so worried. About me? He sets the box down on the ground. And do you expect me to do that for free? The capital is very far from here. She feels a bit flustered. Then, what can I do to repay you? Francis smiles. I'm just joking. Of course I will help. How could I refuse a request from you? But in return, would you mind modeling for my painting once more today? Seeing that he agrees to help her, she feels immensely happy. Of course, thank you. Francis sees the joyful smile on her lips and unconsciously chuckles as well. Now, Francis understands. From the very first moment he met her, he only wanted to see this smile. Now Melia can finally smile for real. Francis recalls her cheerful face. Oh, is this really me? There is no way he will let Melia return to that foolish man. She gazes raptly at the painting. This is wonderful, Francis, he asks. What do you think of my talent? Are you captivated by my talent? Melia blushes, unable to believe it. I actually smiled like that. Francis steps closer to her. If you stay by my side, you will smile even more. I am certain of it. Hearing him say that, Melia is momentarily stunned. Oh, she suddenly falls silent, lowering her head. I am truly grateful for your care, Francis, and for your help as well. I will certainly repay you someday. But as I said before, once I recover, I will leave this place and you should return to the capital too. You have clients waiting for you. Francis clenches his hands, green veins bulging on the back of his hands. You still haven't forgotten your ex-husband, have you? It seems you are the one who wants to return to the capital, not me. The atmosphere becomes suffocating. Melia speaks up. That is none of your business, Francis. She quickly leaves. I leave this letter to you. Francis watches her retreating back, thinking to himself, is it still too early? She truly hasn't lowered her guard at all. Of course, that only makes me want her even more. A week later at the Anter mansion, he carries the painting to the estate. How have you been this past month, lady? Yena asks curiously. That flashy appearance of yours hasn't changed at all. Francis, did you bring a new painting here? He nods. Of course. You cannot imagine how grateful I am to have a patron with such fine taste as yours. Holding her teacup, she says, I have collected all of this month's newspapers for you here. He is eager to know the rumors in the capital. So why did you leave for the countryside? Francis smiles. I find inspiration comes best when I am surrounded by nature. He glances briefly at the newspaper. Tusk, he still hasn't taken down the advertisement? I will clip any news about the Fenton family and give it to Melia as usual. It seems the disappearance of Duchess Fenton remains unresolved. Yena nods. Indeed. And Duke Fenton was also hospitalized after a carriage accident. One of the Empire's most prestigious families is crumbling right before our eyes. Who would have thought they would suffer such humiliation simply for indulging a woman they shouldn't have? Francis bows slightly. I must be going as always. Thank you for your generosity, Lady Yena. She suddenly remembers. Ah, I almost forgot today's newspaper. I haven't had time to read it yet, but take it anyway. He quickly receives it. Thank you very much. Francis leaves swiftly, the door to the room gradually closing. He reads the paper while walking through the quiet hallway. Duchess Fenton found dead. Shock. The Fenton family plunges into mourning. The funeral will be held next weekend. Francis lets out a scheming smile. Finally, all the articles are made public with the aim of destroying the Fenton family. So while the Duke is still bedridden, the family is already taking action and seizing control of the media. I can't believe she is ambitious enough to suppress the Fenton family, a thorn in her side for so long, while aiming to take their power for herself. You truly are a formidable woman. Rosaline, you used to have a cute side back then too. Now shall I carry out the final task assigned to me? Oz receives Melia's letter. Her hands tremble as she holds it. This handwriting is definitely Duchess Fenton's. I can't believe she is alive. She didn't die after all. She has finally escaped this awful house and started a new life. Yes, Her Grace deserves this freedom. After all, she suffered far too much in the past. The Duke must absolutely never know about this. After the bullet fires from the barrel, smoke drifts from the muzzle. Winston's trembling hand grips the gun. He gasps anxiously, "My lord, please put it down. You shouldn't do this." Edric asks in confusion, "Why not?" He lowers his head. "With Melia dead, is there any reason for me to keep living?" Winston pleads desperately, "My lord, please think carefully once more." Edric continues to blame himself. "I couldn't do anything for her. I couldn't even share a simple cup of tea with her or listen to her speak for even a moment. I thought there would be time, an opportunity to make up for it. Because Melia is my wife, the woman I was supposed to spend the rest of my life beside. But now that opportunity is gone. I will never see Melia again in this world, so I must go meet her. What should I do to stop him now? At this rate, he will really— I have to say something. Your Grace, you haven't even seen her body with your own eyes. The only proof is her ring. Someone might have faked her Grace's death. That's right, the Radel family, for instance. Lady Rosaline has targeted the Fenton family's status for years. Winston picks up the ring. "Please look closely. Your Grace, are you completely sure? Is this really the Duchess's ring?" Edric thinks to himself, back when I was engaged to Rosaline, I asked a master jeweler to custom make that ring. It had to be the only one in existence. Thinking up to this point, he suddenly freezes. Edric unexpectedly grabs Winston's wrist. Winston flinches, "Your Grace." He stares intently at the ring in Winston's hand. "This ring? This is a man's size." Agitated, Edric kicks the door forcefully. The servants hurry to stop him. "You must not act like this, Your Grace." Furious, he shouts, "Bring Rosaline out to me immediately." A maid quickly tries to soothe him. "Duke Fenton, please calm down." Agitated, Edric flings open the room door. Rosaline is lying drunk on the bed. "What on earth? I thought you would be busy arranging your wife's funeral." "Duke Fenton, how may I help you?" Edric scowls, displaying disgust. "You stink of alcohol. I hear you are divorced now. Are you enjoying a debauched life?" She slowly sits up. "Even if I am, I doubt my debauchery can compare to your rudeness, bursting into someone else's house uninvited." Edric steps inside quickly. "Thanks to someone constantly feeding news to the gossip columns, I don't have much reputation left to ruin anyway, do I? Answer me, where is Francis Herbeck?" Rosaline pushes his hand away forcefully. "Really? You came all the way here just to ask me that? Why should I help you? Your attitude is way too much, Duke Fenton." Edric suddenly freezes. "My attitude?" Suddenly he drops to his knees before her. "Does this satisfy you? Please help me, Rosaline, help me, and I will reward you with whatever you want. I swear it. But the position beside me is off limits. That spot belongs to Melia." Seeing his sincerity, she is momentarily at a loss for words. Rosaline lowers her head and sighs wearily. "Both you and Francis have such strange taste in women." She continues to drink. "After Francis left me, I disobeyed my parents and married Count Royce, simply because he looked as sweet as Francis. But right after we married, he brought home 3 mistresses, as if he had been waiting all along. I guess I'm not a desirable woman. I truly envy Melia a nut. Go see Marchioness Yena. She has been Francis's patron for years." Yena firmly maintains, "As I said, I don't know a thing. It's true I bought all his works, but I haven't been in touch with Francis Herbeck for a long time. You can interrogate me as long as you like, but my answer will still be the same." Edric gives a polite smile. "I see. Then since I am already here, would you mind if I take a stroll around your gallery?" She quickly rises. "I'm afraid I must ask you to leave, Duke Fenton. Next time, please make an appointment. I am not someone with much free time." A click sounds behind Yena. He points a gun at her head. "Neither am I, my lady. My time is just as precious, and I'm afraid I cannot make another appointment because I must search this estate right now. Lead the way." Trembling in terror, Yena's voice shakes. "What do you think you are doing, Duke Fenton?" In the tense atmosphere, Francis suddenly appears. "Why vent your anger on her when she has nothing to do with this? Or do you want to appear in the newspapers again?" He wears a subtle smile. "Edric Rand Fenton." Edric frowns at Francis. "Where does a lowlife like you get the nerve to call my name?" Francis asks curiously, "Why don't you put that disgusting thing down first?" Edric turns his head quickly to look at him. Francis maintains his smile. You point a gun at her face, answer me. Edric angrily demands, where is Melia? Francis asks curiously, why are you so sure I know that? Edric glares sternly at him, because you are the one who staged Melia's death. The ring returned with her supposed relics. That's your ring, isn't it? Francis is quite surprised that he noticed the flaw. Oh. Edric continues, back when you were Rosaline's lover, she made a fake engagement ring of mine just for you. Only you could pull something like this off. Gritting his teeth in rage, he asks, how dare you mock me? Francis smiles with interest. I'm quite impressed that you noticed. It would have been better if you stayed sunken in. Your sorrow, give up. She lives very well without you. Edric snaps a threat. I warned you back then too, didn't I? Insulting a noble is a severe crime. Eliminating a lowly life like yours is nothing to me. Showing no fear before the gun barrel, he continues stepping forward. Is that so? Then shoot. Shoot me if you want, if you are willing to spend the rest of your life never knowing where Melia is. Hearing his rival's provocation, Edric cannot refrain from cursing under his breath. Francis walks past him. If you want to kill me, then do it. But will that bring her back? Don't just think about what you have lost, but think carefully about what has been lost. He walks over to the painting and pulls down the cloth cover. Francis angrily berates Edric Fenton, selfish fool. When Edric turns his head back, that painting catches his eye. His eyes widen in shock as he gazes intently at it. In the painting, wears a gentle smile. He loses himself in thoughts of everything Mel has lost. Edric trembles, dropping the gun to the ground. As for that, Yena has called the police over there. The police quickly subdue him. Duke Fenton, we are from the police department. We are here at the request of the Marchioness. You must come with us for questioning, my lord. Edric does not care in the slightest that he is being arrested, still lost in his own thoughts. Please do not be happy after leaving me. Do not smile like that in front of another man, because Edric vows to make her smile once more, a smile as innocent and sweet as when I was a child. Wilson shouts angrily, this is an abuse of power. Why hasn't the investigation ended yet? He needs rest, damn it. Why won't they let me in? So absorbed in cursing, he fails to notice someone approaching. Sir, a voice stammers softly. Wilson is stunned to see her. Oz, he asks, wondering what she is doing here. Oz hangs her head low. Is it true he tried to harm himself with a gun? Wilson rushes forward and covers her mouth. Shut up! How dare you speak such madness in a place like this? Watch your mouth. Not a single word of this can leak outside the mansion. Oz nods. So it really is true. I had no idea he was suffering so much. And to think I hid the truth about Duchess Fenton. Because of me, he nearly died. Wilson looks around anxiously. Don't do anything foolish and just go home. We cannot let a Fenton servant be seen lingering around here. She quickly pulls out a letter. Here, can you give this to him? This is a letter the Duchess wrote. He is utterly astonished as she hands it to him. What? The door to the room quickly swings open. Edric orders, search the surroundings. Understood, Your Grace. The servants immediately leap into action. Inside the house there are no signs of anyone living there. Edric walks sluggishly. Are we too late? A servant speaks up after checking the condition of the food in the kitchen. It seems they left not long ago. Hearing this, Edric cannot help but chuckle softly. I see, so they have left. Edric laughs aloud in joy. His bizarre behavior leaves everyone bewildered. My lord, why are you laughing all of a sudden? Right now, he feels ecstatic. Forgive me, I am just too happy. This proves Maya is still alive, and not just alive, she is healthy. I do not care how long it takes. I will scour every corner of the empire to find you. She will return. We will have children, attend balls together, and finally be happy. He gently kisses the painting of Miley. Just the two of us. Outside, torrential rain pours down. Someone walks forward carrying an oil lamp. Francis stops in his tracks and raises the lamp toward the person lying on the ground. He leans down with uncertainty. Mary. A second later, Francis kneels, shaking her softly and calling out. Wake up, Mary. He gazes at her rain-soaked face, thinking she has a high fever. If I hadn't taken her to the hospital earlier, I was so shocked that I rushed after her. But what was she thinking, running outside in the middle of the night like this? If something was bothering her, I wish she had told me. Then I wouldn't have to wait every night just to see her like this. Francis mutters a curse. Under his breath. Damn it, he suddenly freezes. Wait, could this be an opportunity? The perfect chance to save my from that bastard, Duke Fenton. Francis purses his lips and looks down. He notices the ring on her ring finger, the wedding ring of Mile and that man. Right. If I fake her death, that scum will have no reason to search for her here anymore. Right then, my weakly whimpers. No, he falls silent at her faint murmur. Edric, she scowls, begging softly. Don't leave me, Francis's hand, which was about to pull off the ring, halts. Seeing her like this, he pulls his hand back. Francis sighs heavily. He scoops her up into his arms and whispers, they say the one who falls in love first is a fool. Not long. After, she slowly opens her eyes. Mai, with a fever cooling patch on her forehead, gazes dazedly at her surroundings. She sits up, rubbing her eyes and wondering where she is. Just then, Francis steps in and speaks. Melly, you are finally awake. You have been asleep for days. Do you feel better? Mai lowers her head, a drop of cold sweat dripping, whispering in confusion, Francis. He approaches and places his hand on her forehead to check. Your fever has gone down a lot. She tilts her head in question. I distinctly remember passing out in the forest. Did you save me? Francis admits, yes, if I hadn't found you in time, things could have turned out terribly. There are wild beasts around here, and your body temperature dropped rapidly in the rain. Mai bashfully turns her face away and murmurs, should I thank you? He chuckles and replies, of course. Then he adds, or did you truly want to die? This question strikes a raw nerve, causing Mai's expression to darken with sorrow. Pain fills her heart as she remembers her painful breakup with Edric. I wanted to die. Yes, I wanted to die because I wanted to give up on everything. If I cannot be with Edric, my life holds no meaning. Out of habit, she feels her ring finger. Mai looks down in shock. Screaming in panic, my ring. Where is my ring? What should I do? I must have lost it. Francis, have you seen my ring anywhere? He reaches out to soothe her. Calm down. Mai, Francis smiles faintly, holding her hand as he continues. It is right here. Then he hands the ring back to Mai. She pauses briefly as tears stream down her cheeks once more. Thank heavens! She buries her face in her hands, sobbing. Thank you so much. Time slips by. Drops dripping from a small towel. The lamp light remains soft as Francis asks softly, so will you return to the Fenton mansion, Mary? She makes her decision. No, he strokes his chin. I thought so. Then why do you still treasure that ring so much? Mary touches it gently. This ring is proof that Edric and I were once connected. Francis cannot help but feel bitterness in his heart. He is the one who saved her. Francis is the one taking care of Mai. After she nearly died because of Edric, he is furious, yet he has waited for years. What is a little longer? Francis offers a gentle smile and reminds her, it would be terrible if you lost that ring again. Perhaps you should keep it somewhere safe instead of wearing it. She agrees. Yes, perhaps that is for the best. Deep inside, Francis eagerly longs for the day Mary throws that ring away with her own hands. He will stay by her side, waiting and enduring, until the day she truly chooses him, his resolve remaining unshakable. Not long after, Francis softly calls Mary. Walking ahead, she is startled. For a moment, Mary turns around in the forest surrounded by blooming cherry blossoms, offering a gentle morning greeting. Francis, 3 years have now passed. Riadaman village is a small, secluded, remote place far from the capital. The village is so modest that calling it a town would be embarrassing. Most residents are foreigners, giving the place a peaceful, modest atmosphere completely distinct from the empire's mainstream culture. Someone drops an apple into a basket, while a voice echoes, Thank you, have a good day. Mai, holding a basket of apples in one hand, shades her eyes with the other. 3 years have passed since she settled in this village. Just then someone walks up and calls Mary. Francis reaches out saying, Why are you carrying something so heavy? Let me help. She shyly replies, I can manage, thank you. He smiles dismissively, it's nothing. Nearby young women gossip behind Francis's back. Those lovebirds are being affectionate again today. Well, they are newlyweds after all. It's been 3 years since we first saw that couple. Time flies so fast. They still haven't said where they came from. The first time I met him, I thought he was a runaway noble. Goodness, why would a noble come to a tiny village like this? Francis turns around in wonder when he notices my stopping in her tracks. What's wrong? Mary, she narrows her eyes. It's nothing, I must be imagining things, amidst the crowd. Voices echo around them. Cheap apples here, fresh oranges too. How much are these? Mommy, soon after a cup of tea is set down. Melly bows her head slightly. Here is your rosemary tea, sir. She then steps away, glancing back as the customers converse. Delicious. The tea here is always splendid, isn't it? The aroma is so unique. A young man turns to ask, "Excuse me, miss, do you sell marigold tea here? I heard it's good for the eyes, so I want to drink it regularly." My gasps slightly and repeats, "Ah, marigold tea. Forgive me, but it is very difficult to find high-quality marigold petals." Lately, clutching her tray tightly, she thinks to herself, "I can hardly tell him that I don't sell it because—" It reminds me of my ex-husband. Behind her, Francis rests his chin on his hand with concern. "Melly, why do you seem so distracted today? Is something troubling you?" She lets out a soft laugh and sighs. "No, no. It's nothing," he chuckles playfully in response. "Strange, isn't it? Who would have guessed that we'd end up running a tea shop together?" My scratches her cheek with a light laugh. "I know, honestly, it still feels a little unusual. 3 years ago, the shop owner crossed his arms and questioned her. "What, you want to take over this tea shop?" she asserted. "Brewing tea is what I am most confident in. I can also bake a few simple pastries." At the time, I lowered her head, calculating her options. I cannot rely on Francis to support me forever. I need to earn money too. But commoner work like sewing or heavy chores requires strength and skills I lack, so this is my only choice. The shop owner sighed deeply. "Brewing tea isn't some rare skill. If that was all it took, do you think I'd sell this place? I can't trust a woman like you. If you run it for a few months and fall behind on rent, I'm the one who suffers." My quickly raised her hands. "Wait!" Francis stepped up behind her. "Speaking up, then there won't be any issue if the two of us manage it together, right? Because we are married." He gave her a subtle wink. "Isn't that right, darling?" I was stunned bashfully. Glancing back, returning to the present, she confronts him. "Do you have any idea how shocked I was when you suddenly claimed we were married?" Francis crosses his arms in explanation. "It would look strange for a man and a woman to run a shop together if they weren't a couple. Pretending to be married raises fewer suspicions. Besides, it really is difficult for a woman to stand on her own in this society, especially in an empire with such conservative culture." Mary turns her head away, musing. "Perhaps because this village is mostly made up of immigrants, I feel like I can finally breathe here, and there are no nobles around either. Escaping the influence of nobility is no easy task, asterisk. In the empire, Francis thinks to himself, I searched for a place where no one from the Fenton clan could find us, and eventually stumbled upon asterisk. This remote, underdeveloped village. He worried that life might be too harsh in such a place, but contrary to his fears, Mai seems far more at peace since arriving. Suddenly, Francis calls out to Miley, "Are you happy?" Here, she looks down curious. "How do I look to you, Francis?" Mary turns her gaze to the flowers outside the window, her heart uncertain. "I truly don't know. I'm not sure if I'm happy or not, but one thing is clear. The wounds left in her heart by that man remain." The scent of marigold tea floods her senses whenever Mike closes her eyes, along with the crisp, dry sound of documents turning in his hands. The shadows cast by Edric's eyelashes under the light, and that gaze, a gaze she longed for so desperately, yet could never truly reach. It was something she loved with all her heart. A man who once acted as if he would give her the world, only to discard her in the end. And why can she still not bear to throw away that ring? After business hours end, a brief conversation takes place. "I will head back now." "All right, I'll close up the shop." Under the warm twilight glow, my walks down the stone steps alone. Just then, an orange rolls down, bounding softly past her feet. Mai turns back to look at it, thinking to herself, an orange. Suddenly, her eyes narrow as a voice calls out, "Miley." She looks ahead and beholds the figure of a man, Edric, dressed in an elegant suit, holding a bag of oranges in his hands. He speaks softly. "Are you living well?" Melia freezes for a few seconds. She has only just begun to forget him. She gazes at his face, silently blaming him for how he can do this to her once again. In the heat of midsummer, the once blooming flowers have long since withered, and lush green foliage crowds every branch. A maid runs over, holding a letter high, and exclaims, "Hey girls, Robert proposed to me." The others cry out in surprise. "What? Really? That's amazing. You must invite us to the wedding." Suddenly, a voice calls from behind, "Hey, are you girls talking about personal matters during work hours? What will happen if the Duke sees you?" The young women quickly scatter. "We're sorry, we're going right back to work." While the outside world bursts with vibrant colors, the Fenton estate remains plunged deep in grief over its deceased master. Winston walks solemnly toward the door while hurried footsteps echo in the hall. Hearing the noise, Winston glances back and reminds her in a raised voice, "Hey, you cannot run like that here." She frowns, panting heavily as she shouts, "I'm sorry, but it's an emergency." With those words, she grabs the doorknob tightly and pushes it open, hurriedly calling out to the Duke. Edric puts down his documents and asks sternly how she dares barge in without permission. "Unless this is an urgent matter, you had better prepare to face the consequences." "What is it?" She hesitates, raising a hand to her mouth before placing it over her chest to announce that the Duchess has been found. Edric's heart beats wildly as the carriage wheels roll continuously across the grass. Bright sunlight shines down upon the lush green forest. Inside the carriage, Winston asks curiously, "Your Grace, why don't we draw the curtains? This region harbors much resentment toward nobility." Edric dismisses his concern. "I need to see the place where Melia lives with my own eyes." Thousands of questions run through Edric's mind. "I cannot believe she fled to such an impoverished place. What is her purpose in coming here? Is it because she hates me and does not want me to find her? Well, that is quite clever. Moreover, if she is hiding in a place like this, she probably does not know about my accident. If she knew Duke Fenton shot himself after his wife went missing and that he lives like a soulless corpse, there is no way she would not return to look at me. Even once, but if she knows and still chooses not to return." Edric turns inward and mutters, hoping that is not the truth. Before long, the carriage stops. Winston bows his head and announces, "Your Grace, we have arrived. Shall we step down?" Edric immediately alights with a contemplative expression. He narrows his eyes and thinks quietly, her taste has not changed at all. What a quaint, ancient village. Winston follows behind and suggests, "Your Grace, this area borders the slums. Could it be dangerous? Perhaps we should bring guards." Edric waves it aside completely. "Stop worrying over foolish things." Edric looks around, searching. "So Melia is somewhere around here?" Meanwhile, someone speaks up. "Sir." He reflexively turns and sees a basket of oranges. The young boy holds it up invitingly. "Please buy an orange, sir. They are very sweet." Winston stares in disdain. Who would eat such cheap stuff? "Pay no mind to him, Your Grace." Edric suddenly orders, "Winston, go to the inn first." Winston exclaims in surprise. "Pardon?" Edric kneels down and thinks to himself, if our first child had not died, perhaps they would be the same age as this boy now. He offers, "I will buy all the oranges in your basket." In a moment, Edric holds a bag brimming with oranges in his hands. He walks while contemplating. "I heard she opened a shop. Will she exhaust herself from working so hard? I wonder if she is crying somewhere right now." At that moment, an orange falls down. Edric tracks it with his eyes. Is the bag torn? He wrestles with his thoughts. How troublesome. This is what happens when emotions overcome reason. Should I just ignore it and leave? Suddenly he freezes, his pupils dilating. The orange rolls and stops at the feet of a young woman, the very person Edric has been searching for all this time. "Melia," he purses his lips. Observing her, she clearly has not changed at all. She is still as beautiful as ever. Edric softly smiles and says, "Are you doing well?" Melia freezes. "What are you doing here?" As the orange comes to a halt, he speaks, "Come home with me. I will forgive you for everything that happened. I will not blame you for anything. All you need to do is return home with me." She murmurs, "Forgive me? You still haven't changed at all, Edric," he exclaims in confusion. "What? The only person who needs to return is you, because I will never go back." He speaks urgently. If it is because of my mother, do not worry. I sent her away to a place where you will never see her again. No noble can ever hurt you anymore." She replies bluntly, "None of that matters to me anymore. I left simply because I no longer want to be by your side. His hand lets go of the bag of oranges. You lie. You are just saying that, right? There is no way you would choose to leave me. She brushes past him. Goodbye, Edric, an urgent shout echoes. Wait, Edric pulls Melia into a tight embrace from behind. I will not let you leave like this, he whispers. Can we really not start? Over, she pushes him away. It is too late. Now he hastily grabs Melia's wrist and calls out her name. Edric's pupils dilate. To their fullest, gazing at her rough hands, he mutters, Melia, your hands. They were once soft. As silk, what happened to make them so rough? She pulls back her arm and explains, they have been like this since I started running the shop. Edric lowers his head and says, but you have me. There is no need to exhaust yourself to earn money. Melia forcefully pushes his hand away. Edric, I understand how you feel, but I am content with my life now. Dejected, he asks, what? She boldly declares, I have always lived in your shadow. I worked tirelessly to become a true Duchess who could deservingly stand by your side, but nothing turned out as I wished. You did not give up and even tried to confine me in the mansion, did you not? Edric places a hand over his chest to deny it. That is not true. She raises her palms to interrupt him. Compared to my past life of living in fear of abandonment, I am far more satisfied. With my life now, from the beginning I was never meant to be a duchess. That place was never meant for me. From now on I will use the money earned from my little shop to do whatever I want and live the life I choose. He speaks hesitantly. Then what about me, without you? Melia smiles softly and affirms. You will be fine without me. After all, I am merely a burden to you. I am very happy right now, so you should be too. He clenches his fist tightly. Happy, that's right. If you want happiness like that, then return to my side. I can bring you that happiness right now. Edric steps close to her face and cries out, I can bring you that happiness right now. I saw the medical records from your checkup that day. I even know the medicine my mother gave you as a contraceptive. You are not infertile at all, Melia. If you want, we can have a child at any time. He freezes at her question, so what? I have known for a long time that I am not infertile, Edric calls out in a low voice. Melia. She lets out a torrent of words. But what meaning does any of that hold after all this time? You and I can no longer belong to the same world. Please go back, return to your world. He stands completely shell-shocked. Pain pierces Edric's heart once again. I made her cry again. Tears begin to stream down Melia's face. She tries to walk quickly through the town, but after a few steps she slows down. A moment later she stands still. Melia slowly turns her head around and gazes at the evening glow over the fortress walls. Thinking I managed to say it, I finally said it. I promised myself countless times that I would never forgive him. I would never waver again. Yet why, as I turn my back on his desperate voice and regretful eyes, do I feel like I am collapsing inside? Melia still clearly remembers the day they first met, the moments that seemed so joyful together, yet their marriage turns out like a living hell. It shatters her heart. Beautiful memories intertwine with fresh wounds haunting Melia. She wants to hate Edric, but she cannot do it. When will this cruel relationship between love and hate finally end? Perhaps Melia will never be able to forget Edric and must carry this sorrow for the rest of her life. Switching to the inn, he throws his coat onto a chair. Winston hastily asks, Did you meet the Duchess, Your Grace? Edric bows his head and replies, Yes, she seems to be doing fine. Winston asks curiously, What did the Duchess say? Will she return to the estate? Holding his face in his hands, Edric says, No, she says she will not return. She told me to go back alone. Winston comforts him. Her Grace must be emotionally hurt, but I am certain your sincerity will soothe her. Edric frowns and interrupts. Do not offer me cheap, comforting words, Winston. Just report to me, that is enough. Winston can only obey. Yes, Your Grace. Meanwhile, Edric thinks to himself, Melia already knows she is not infertile. Winston reports, and as you know, Her Grace has been running a tea shop for the past 3 years. Edric's face darkens as he wonders, how did she find out? Did the doctor tell her? She had no other way of knowing, right? Suddenly, he calls Winston, making him startle and exclaim, Yes, my lord. Edric's face darkens. Have you heard anything about Melia? Having a child? Inside the tea shop, voices echo with chatter. Oh, my husband has had enough headaches these past few days, but you will not believe what my son said. It truly breaks my heart. He says he is grown up now and I am no longer allowed to touch his bed. The person sitting opposite suddenly exclaims, "Oh dear, is that the same little boy who used to cling to me all day?" Rowan sighs. It is so sad. Lately, my stomach cannot digest food properly, making me feel uncomfortable inside. Right at this moment, Melia sets down her teacup. That must have brought her trouble and fatigue. Lady Rowan, please try a cup of ginger tea for your stomach. It calms the pain and makes you feel much more comfortable. She feels truly grateful. Oh my, thank you. You are so kind. Not only that, this is the finest tea shop in the village, you know. What? Melia rarely thinks about how she was once called the Duchess of Fenton. Rowan leaves happily. Thank you for the tea. We will return next time. Melia gently replies, yes, please take care of your health, that lavish unfamiliar. Life now feels like a distant memory. There was a time when no matter how hard she tried, all Melia received was pity and ridicule from others. But now, the kindness and warmth she receives from her customers fill her heart every single day. That is right, now Melia is simply the owner of a small tea shop. Before long, the chime above the door rings. Out of habit, she turns around to offer a warm welcome, but the person who appears makes Melia freeze. Edric pushes the door open and speaks. Good morning. He smiles softly, calling out in a low voice, Melia. She steps back, asking in confusion, why are you here? I am busy. If you have something to say, please come back later. Yet Edric steps forward, changing the subject. What is this? Is there no menu for customers? His words startle Melia into exclaiming, what? Pulling back a chair, Edric sits down and places an order. Please give me a cup of golden chrysanthemum tea. Melia bows her head and replies, we do not serve golden chrysanthemum tea here. Edric asks curiously, you don't? You used to make it every day. Francis quickly interrupts. If we do not serve it, then so be it. Both of them turn their eyes at the same time. To watch him approach, Francis grabs the menu and slams it hard onto the table. Leaning in close to his face, Francis emphasizes, pick any drink and leave. Edric recognizes him instantly, Francis Herbake. He narrows his eyes, smirking scoffingly. Edric clenches his fists, thinking to himself, this man must be the one who made Melia discover that she is actually not infertile. Earlier, when he asked Winston if he had heard anything about Melia having a child, Winston replied in confusion, what? No, there is no such thing. Edric held his head. So there is no other man, right? Winston stammered. However, there is a rumor that she married Francis Herbake. Back to reality. His face darkens as jealousy surges inside him. Did this bastard finally win Melia over? So we are just friends was completely a lie. Melia deceived me. No, she wouldn't do that. At the same time, Francis urges, order quickly. Edric turns to look at her, nervously covering his mouth with a hand, thinking, she must be manipulated by this man. Melia hurriedly tugs his arm and says, Francis, I will handle this. Please go inside. Francis grumbles, why bother with a nuisance who comes harassing over something that ended so worthless? She says gently. Thank you. Hearing this, Edric grows even more annoyed at the man. Melia turns to leave, leaving Francis to arrogantly urge, order already. He tilts his head to the side, repeating once more, order right now. Edric opens the menu and slowly speaks. Wait. She turns her head back, watching Edric press his face close to the menu, wondering, has his eyesight worsened since the last time I saw him? His vision was never this bad before. He strokes his chin, murmuring, surely. You have Darjeeling tea, right? A cup of Darjeeling tea. With those words, Francis snatches the menu and replies, fine. Edric's next words make him freeze. Oh, and furthermore, it must be prepared just like the taste I usually drink at the estate. Exactly to my taste. Francis glances back, sneering, hope it suits your taste. Your Grace. Then Francis walks over to Melia to pass along the order. He wants Darjeeling tea. She is surprised. Really? Melia begins to recall Darjeeling tea. It is the tea Edric likes to drink along with golden chrysanthemum. Not long after, Francis looks down at the teapot and asks Melia, is this teapot all right? She replies politely, Ah, thank you, Francis. He whispers near her ear, it's nothing. I don't know how to brew tea, so this is the least I can. We can finally run this tea shop together. Melia looks up to find Francis's face right next to hers. Edric watches them. Frowning with displeasure, that bastard is doing everything. Just to provoke me. Melia's delicate hands, which used to be soft as petals, have become rough and calloused because of him. Yet he dares to smile like that. Her life must have been so hard after leaving me. I need to bring her back quickly so I can kiss her hands and put the wedding ring back. On her finger, should I buy a new ring? Instead, since last time was too rushed, it might be better to hold a new wedding. But what if Melia doesn't change her mind? What if she marries again? Not to me, but to that bastard. No, that cannot happen. Absolutely impossible. The place by your side belongs to me. Edric's pupil's contract as a headache plagues his thoughts. Right, Melia, tell me. That is true, please. A delicate hand carefully lifts the teacup to clean up. The guests take turns saying goodbye and leaving. Thank you for the tea, see you next time. Melia politely bids them farewell in return. Thank you, dear guests, goodbye. She carefully wipes down the tables and chairs. Suddenly, Melia speaks up. When will you be leaving? Edric feigns bashfulness as he answers. Whenever I feel it is right. Melia can only shake her head helplessly, holding the tea tray. She turns slightly and asks seriously, why must you keep doing this? Melia softens. Her tone, her voice tinged with weariness. I told you the more you do this, the less I want to return to the manor. Meanwhile, Edric's fingers tap rhythmically against the table. I think you are mistaken. He narrows his eyes, looking at her pitiably as he says, I only came here to drink tea. Do you really wish to chase away a customer who comes to your tea shop like this? Hearing this, she remains silent, unable to say another word. A second later, she turns dispiritedly to walk inside. Do as you wish. In the blink of an eye, a month passes. Edric thick-skinnedly sits in the shop every day as if testing her patience. Slowly lifting his teacup, he announces, I have decided to take a break, so I will be staying in this town for a while. The next day, Edric constantly finds excuses to visit. Working at home feels so suffocating. May I work here? And the following day, when he does not come himself, he asks Winston to come instead. Greetings, Lady Fenton. Long time no see. The Duke asked me to make a reservation here in advance. Melia always keeps her eyes on Edric. He constantly sits by the window, spending the entire day just drinking tea. Francis stands beside her inside, gently reminding her, ignore him, Melia. He will get bored soon and leave. His eyes turn toward Edric, who is sipping tea, his tone carrying a persuasive edge. Just don't give him any chance at all. Francis leans close to whisper into Melia's ear, just as she has always done. Exhausted, she glances over and asks back, do you really think so? Meanwhile, Edric carefully opens the lid of the teapot to look inside. He marvels in his heart. Today's tea leaves are so fresh too. She probably cannot grow them herself, so it must be quite a hassle. At the table next to Edric, two customers praise relentlessly. What a pleasant aroma, I really love a green tea here. Glancing at the two of them, he thinks silently, these commoners should be grateful that they get to taste such a perfect cup of tea. Like this, Edric cannot help stealthily peeking at Melia as she serves an elderly guest. Her voice is soft, 2 spoonfuls of sugar, right? Thank you, dear. Edric feels so envious that he clenches his fists tightly. There was a time when those gestures and gentle gazes were directed only at me. Edric's silhouette looks indescribably lonely. Why didn't I realize it sooner? He watches Melia's thoughtful demeanor filled with endless regret. All those years she stayed by my side unchanged, brewing a perfect cup of tea for me every morning, yet I never knew how to express my gratitude. I didn't know that the true value of this perfect tea comes from the love and care Melia poured into it. Edric's eyes remain fixed on her, guilt surging even more inside his chest. She must have brewed every single pot of tea with such sincerity and gentleness. He cannot help recalling when she used to joyfully brew tea for him, only to be completely ignored. Edric, here is your tea. I specially made it for you today. I am fine. Edric's words were like pity handed out to her. I only drink a little when going out. He did not realize it back then. Returning to reality, Edric turns to look at the guest who is enthusiastically praising Melia's tea. This place truly has the best tea in the region. Hearing this, her tone grows cheerful. I am the one who should thank you for the honor of serving. A guest who loves my tea. Edric's eyelashes droop pitiably, his heart filled with grief. This is not what he wants. He once thought she would accomplish nothing without him. I thought that if she struggled on her own, I would offer her to leave the shop and return home. But seeing Melia's joyful expression, Edric knows he was wrong. She looks far more peaceful here at this moment. He begins to doubt, was our marriage truly so terrible? For her, unable to bear the torment, Edric snaps up to leave. I cannot stand staying any longer today, I must leave, just as he pushes the door. Open to step out, he overhears two girls chatting nearby. What, Lumi? Is opening in the square? Quiet, I don't think the shop owner has heard about it yet. He wonders, Lumi. And so Edric stands eavesdropping on their conversation. If that famous tea shop opens in our village, then this place will. Oh, poor shop owner. Lumi, that is the most famous tea shop in the capital. If such a place opens nearby, Melia's tea shop will surely face trouble. Stopping them from opening is so easy for me. His mind begins calculating again, but actually this might be a good opportunity. Edric still holds on to the thought, if her business declines, she might change her mind and return to me. Time passes quickly. A few days later at Melia's tea shop, she only now receives news that another tea shop is opening here. I never imagined such a luxurious tea shop would appear in a place like this. Suddenly, she remembers Francis. Recently, Francis has had nothing to do at the tea shop. Though tired, he pretends everything is fine. Don't worry too much, my paintings are selling well, so he has been focusing on painting during this time. Deep inside, Melia feels immensely guilty, feeling like she is placing a burden on him once more. Which feels so wrong, she quickly gathers her spirit, determined not to give up. But that doesn't mean I can sit back and do nothing. I worked so hard to open this shop. Melia keeps asking herself just how good is their tea. She then pushes open the door, heading to that tea shop with a boost of confidence. When it comes to my tea, I am very confident, so I should go and taste their tea to see how it is. Walking just a few steps, she arrives. Is that it over there? The moment she sees it, she is stunned by its glamorous appearance. Is this Lumi? Melia gazes around, looking at it from the outside. It looks truly elegant and is bustling with customers. All of my shop's regulars seem to be here, seeing her regular patrons. Right before her eyes, she steps forward to greet them. Hello. There, catching sight of her, the two startle and awkwardly strike up a conversation. Oh, you are the owner of the tea shop, right? What a surprise to see you here. Ah, I haven't dropped by your shop lately, have I? This place is a bit closer, so. Catching the flicker of awkwardness on their faces, Melia thinks to herself that they do not need to feel so apologetic. She still smiles warmly at them. Please do not mind me. I'm only here to see what tea from a famous shop is like. As the three converse, a server from the shop steps out to announce that the next guests may enter now. The moment she sees him, Melia is quite astonished. Huh! It takes her a moment to recognize him as Winston stammers out, Madam? Melia looks at him, filled with bewilderment. Why are you working here, Winston? Embarrassed, Winston avoids Melia's gaze as he replies, Madam. As you can see, her hands tremble as she clutches the hem of her skirt, asking, have you stopped working for the Duke? Or, inside her heart shatters into pieces, dreading every possible answer. It is the truth. Edric has commanded him to work here. Melia returns to her shop in a total daze. She cannot stop thinking that the Lumi tea shop is truly special, and that Edric is definitely connected to it. Winston may deny it, but Edric surely plays a role in that tea shop. Melia continues to speculate. Otherwise, how could Winston start working at Lumi right after Edric stopped coming to her shop? It seems Melia can guess his scheme. Does he think that if my tea shop closes, I will simply go back to him? Yet her resolve remains firm. That will never happen. Her eyes grow somber, heavy with unspoken sorrow. I should have known that all the recent good fortune was too much for me. She recalls the happiness on her customers' faces when drinking her tea, unable to hide her regret. Perhaps it is time to say goodbye to this life. Hearing the door push open, Melia reflexively stands up. Ah, welcome. her pupils suddenly tremble. A group of people pours into the shop at once. "Oh my, is this the tea shop our teacher mentioned? Wow, it smells so good in here." Melia gazes at them in total bewilderment. "Is there something I can help you all with?" Ignoring her question, they look around the shop. "Yes, that is definitely our teacher's painting hanging over there." Melia asks hesitantly, "Your teacher is?" A woman replies, "Yes, our teacher Francis said he would begin teaching art here today. Did you not hear?" Suddenly, a voice resounds from outside the door. "I see everyone has gathered, Francis." Wears a gentle smile as he says softly, "Shall we begin with a refreshing cup of tea?" Once everyone takes their seats, she pulls him into a corner and asks, "What is going on? Why are there so many unfamiliar customers all of a sudden, and what is happening with these classes?" Francis sheepishly explains, "It is nothing. I have simply begun organizing art classes at a nearby studio." Melia asks again in disbelief. "Art classes?" He does not hesitate to speak his mind. "That is right. With Lumi taking away all our customers recently, I felt I had to do something since I am a co-owner." After all, every word from Francis carries deep care for her. "I cannot let you struggle all by yourself like this." Melia looks at him with deep gratitude, and Francis presents a remarkably practical and perfect plan. "Besides, you truly need a special place to belong to, do you not? If I teach here while my students enjoy tea during their lessons, we solve two problems at once. It will be a combined art studio and tea house." Listening to him, Melia finds it very reasonable. "So that is your plan?" Suddenly he laughs and points toward the door. "That is not all. Look." Following his gaze, Melia sees familiar faces from her shop peeking timidly outside the door, hesitating to enter. They feel quite self-conscious, unsure whether to step inside. "Maybe we should not come here. I do not know if I can look her in the eye. But what else can we do? I just came here to drink tea." While the two hesitate, a voice calls out to them. "What are you two doing standing out here?" Greets them with a bright smile, welcoming them inside. "Please come in, ladies." She sets down the teacups and politely invites them. "Please enjoy the tea." They chatter happily. "Thank you so much." "Yes, this is truly the flavor we missed." The blonde lady speaks timidly. "After going to Lumi, I realized how much you have always taken care of us." They eagerly tell Melia, "I never knew you let my tea cool down every time I came just because I cannot drink hot tea." "Me too. I ordered the exact same tea at Lumi, but it was far too bitter. Meanwhile, you always adjust it to my taste, don't you?" A middle-aged woman chiming in adds, "And you never forget to add sugar for me. At Lumi, they charge extra for sugar and the service is terrible." Melia smiles gently at her and says softly, "I know your preferences because you visit so often. If my service brings you joy, then I am truly glad." With that, she steps away to give them privacy to chat. Francis approaches her and gently rests a hand on her shoulder in encouragement. "I knew everyone would return eventually. You have always been so kind to all your customers." Shyly turning her head, she softly replies, "Thank you." Outside the shop door, someone clenches his fist tightly, unable to bear the sight. Edric feels immensely crushed seeing this scene. What happened? Just yesterday, the tea shop was completely empty, but now it is full of customers again. Beside him, Winston adds fuel to the fire. "It seems the Duchess is far more capable than you thought." Standing beside him, he chatters on endlessly. "Are you not going inside? She seems to have misunderstood everything quite severely. Should I tell her that we were only secretly investigating Lumi undercover?" But Edric merely answers coldly, "What good is making excuses?" At this, Winston retorts, "It is still better than being seen as the villain, is it not?" Edric glares crossly at Winston. "You have grown quite bold lately, haven't you?" Helplessly scratching his head, Winston speaks truthfully. "I haven't worried about getting fired in a long time. For over a month now, I have been doing mundane chores in the countryside, and now I am even demoted to serving tables at a tea shop." Seeing Edric staring intently at the shop, Winston cannot help but remark, "However, I must say, since Lady Fenton left 3 years ago, this is the first time I have seen the best side of you." Hearing this, Edric turns away in embarrassment, awkwardly replying, "I am sorry for asking you to work at the tea shop." Winston is pleased to hear him say that. "As long as you feel that way, it is good enough for me." Edric adds further, "I simply do not want Melia to suffer any injustice. After all, Lumi is trying to pressure her tea shop," but Winston finds it thoroughly confusing. "You are truly contradictory, my lord. Weren't you the one who wanted her tea shop to fail? Edric awkwardly. Answers, yes, but whenever I recall Melia's sorrowful expression, I cannot bear it. I cannot stand to see her sad any longer. Her back is so lonely, as if she trusts no one. Whenever she is hurt, her way of enduring is to swallow it down, blame herself and conceal the pain. He has always watched her silently from behind. You do not know how seeing that stubbornness in her burns inside me. Saying this, his eyes grow empty, hiding his inner thoughts, and she never begs for help. Winston watches him, thinking silently, what happened in the past cannot be changed. If things have come to this, he brought it entirely upon himself. And so did I, not wanting to discuss the topic any further. Edric turns around to leave. Let us return. Winston walks alongside him, lost in thought. Yet that does not mean forgiveness is forever out of reach. He cannot predict how things will unfold between the two of them. However, whether the Duchess will accept him again or not is a different story altogether. As they walk, Winston's attention is drawn to a young boy who brushes past him. Seeing Winston stop, Edric turns back to ask, "What is it, Winston?" He replies quickly and catches up. "It is nothing, my lord." In his mind, he keeps dwelling on the boy's figure. The child who just passed by looks so much like the Duke. Could it just be my imagination? A lively scene unfolds as children play rock, paper, scissors together. Their small figures running along the road. You lost inside the house. Lucius asks, "How is the shop doing lately?" Melia replies, "We went through a difficult patch recently, but business has recovered." Quickly, she responds, "I was worried when I heard a large tea shop opened in the square, so I am relieved." To hear that, Melia asks with care, "And what about you, Lucius? Is everything going well with you?" Lucius answers earnestly, "Of course. Seeing the children grow up reminds me of the first day you arrived here. You did not even realize you were pregnant at the time. 3 years ago." Melia's face paled in shock. "I am pregnant," the doctor replied. "Yes, I detected a heartbeat during your examination." Unable to believe it, Francis asked, "Are you sure there is no mistake?" Looking up with indescribable emotions, he pressed, "Are you absolutely certain?" Adjusting his spectacles, the doctor answered, "Do you know how many expectant mothers I have examined in this village? I am entirely certain." Melia's body suddenly trembled. "A child? What should I do?" Francis held her in his arms to comfort her. "Melia, are you all right? Why are you shaking like this? Do not worry too much about the child, I will." Suddenly, Melia wept bitterly. "My body is not strong enough to carry a pregnancy. If I lose this child as well." Her words made Francis's expression darken. "How am I supposed to face Edric?" Now his eyes narrowed as he thought silently, "Just as I suspected. Edric Fenton is the father of the child." Francis spoke up to remind her. Melia took a breath. "Will the baby be all right?" the doctor added. "Please remain calm. Madam, the accumulation of arsenic in your body will not harm the fetus. You only need to drop by each week for your prescription." Melia's voice trembled. "What should I do, Francis? He took her hands. "It is all right, Melia." Francis clasped her palms tightly in both of his hands, his voice full of reassurance as he said, "I will be the child's godfather. We can raise the child." Together, startled by his words, Melia softly called his name. He cautioned her, "Melia, listen to me. If you are thinking of telling Edric, do not. The moment the Fenton family discovers you are carrying their bloodline," Francis emphasized, "they will tear the child away from you. You do not want that to happen, do you? So let us find a safe place to raise the baby together." He told himself silently, "Even if it carries that bastard's blood, I can still love a child that belongs to you." She wondered whether her desperate prayers had finally reached heaven. The servant beside her pleaded, "Push, madam, just a little more." Outside, Francis stood in angst, hearing her agonizing cries. Melia looked at the baby with warmth in her heart. "Though a bit late, my little angel has arrived, safe and healthy." She gazed at the little one and whispered, "You are so beautiful, my child." In that tender moment, Melia was immersed in pure happiness. "Thank you for coming to me." Returning to the present, she tells Lucius once more, "Thank you so much for all your help. I still owe you so much." Lucius smiles and says, "Do not be silly. Taking care of the children brings me happiness." "Hey, Melia, have you heard the news? I heard some construction will begin nearby soon." Melia is surprised. Construction. Later, as she walks along the road, she hears people chatting. Hey, move that over here, looking at the site. Before her eyes, Melia gasps in surprise. What is this? She thinks to herself, isn't this the only road leading to the tea shop? Stepping closer, Melia asks, excuse me, if you block the road like this, how are people supposed to pass through? The workers grumble. Do you think we want to sweat out here under the scorching sun? The worker next to him chimed in, just take a detour. Curious, she asks, when will the construction be finished? A worker snarls, if you keep bothering us, it will only take longer. Suddenly, a man walks up from a distance and asks, is there a problem? He introduces himself, I am the chief supervisor for this project. Do you have an issue with the construction, madam? Melia replies, blocking this road affects my tea shop's business. He answers, I understand. In that case, we will personally compensate for your lost revenue. Will that resolve the issue? Astonished, she asks, what? Hudson asks where her tea shop is located. Melia silently reflects, it is a shame to lose regular customers, but I just need to be patient until construction is complete. A few days later, her tea shop is bustling with new guests. Everyone chats lively. What kind of sandwich is this that is so thin? Isn't this dinner brilliant? Is this a tea house? That's right, we will come back tomorrow, so at least prepare some beer for us. Melia sinks back into her own thoughts, with all the workers coming in and out over the past few days. The floor is always covered in dirty footprints, and here is another chipped cup. Why are they treating everything so roughly? Francis said I could close the shop, but the money does not simply fall from the sky. Right at that moment, he walks inside. Is business going well, boss lady? She turns around in shock. Mr. Hudson, welcome. Actually, I want to ask about the expenses incurred by the workers. I wish to settle them soon. Hudson replies, we will settle everything once the construction is complete. Melia looks dejected. But the bills keep piling up and I need to purchase new tea leaves. Hudson grows irritated and crosses his arms. Don't make things difficult. The sooner the road is finished, the sooner you can return to business as usual, right? His voice begins to turn sinister, or there is another way to speed things along. I take a special interest in you, boss lady. If you become my woman, I will do whatever you ask. Melia's voice rises in fear. Please do not joke like that, Mr. Hudson. I am a married woman. Hudson remains unbothered. Don't treat me like a fool. You have no husband and you can't even bear children. Come on, let's have some fun. Suddenly, an unexpected punch strikes his face, the sight shocking her so much that she covers her mouth in panic. As a dark shadow looms over Hudson, he clutches his mouth and sneers. Who the hell are you? A cold voice vibrates. Me. Edric adjusts his cuff, asserting his ownership. I am her husband. Lying on the ground, Hudson points his finger, shouting, are you insane? Do you even know who I am? Edric exudes overwhelming murderous intent as he retorts, why should I care who you are? Suddenly Melia spreads her arms wide to block him. Stop, please, don't cause any more trouble for me. Edric's eyes glance down at her, filled with complex emotions. Seizing the opportunity, Hudson immediately scrambles up and flees. From outside the door, he bellows back, I won't forget this. I will delay this construction project for as long as I can. Edric glares after him with dark eyes. Melia cuts in. Edric, I told you to stop. Edric turns back to her. So should I just let that garbage walk away? Melia clenches her fists tightly. Yes, that is my affair. Let me handle it myself. You and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Unbearable angst swirls in his chest as he thinks, I know. Gazing at the woman before him, Edric's feelings surge. I know you no longer love me. His heart aches deeply at the thought of her every rejection. He suddenly speaks, no, we are still husband and wife. Engrave that into your little head. Melissa Fenton. Melia's eyes widen in shock. At those words, she replies, I never thought I would hear that name again. Edric continues. You know what the name Fenton can achieve. Is asking for my help really that difficult? I can close Lumi down with a single snap of my fingers. I can open as many branches of this tea shop as you desire, and I can easily resolve this trivial road construction. Suddenly, Melia interrupts. This is not your property, she demands. Ask for your help. If I do, you will simply fix everything according to your own whims so it stays perfect, and I will revert back to a helpless, useless creature. Her voice fills with heartbreak. A creature who cannot do anything without you, that fragile Melissa Fenton, who jumped over countless hurdles just to please you. She is no more. Melia's face turns resolute. Now I am Melia Inut. Edric's voice wavers softly, as if longing to whisper her name. Melia points toward the door. If you still hold a shred of respect for me, she demands firmly, then please return home, Duke Fenton. Edric lowers his eyes, unable to hide his quiet heartache. Weighing people on a scale is how he makes sense of the world. Those of value stand on one side, and the worthless stand on the other. Whenever the scale tips, Edric never hesitates to discard the lighter weight. The first and only time he broke that rule was for Melia. Now Edric wonders where he stands on her scale. The balance in his mind tilts heavily to one side. Could it be? Suddenly, Edric bolts upright from his bath. No, it is not too late. I must prove it. He shouts loudly toward the hallway. Winston. Winston steps in respectfully. Yes, your grace. Buttoning his shirt, Edric commands, do whatever it takes. Halt the roadwork. Shut down Lumi permanently. Edric thinks, Melia, I will prove to you that you cannot live without me. Warm sunlight streams over her cozy tea shop. Francis smiles and remarks, what a joy that the roadwork finishes earlier than expected. Melia catches her breath. Yes, indeed. Since Lumi is closed today, we have far more customers than usual. It feels wonderful to see so many familiar faces again. Francis, could you fetch some clean tea towels from the kitchen? Francis replies, leave it to me. Outside, Edric watches everything and lets out a faint smile. He turns to leave. If she knew that the reason she can smile so freely is all because of me, I wonder what expression she would make. Suddenly, Edric glances to the side and freezes. Heavy, hurried footsteps echo along the long path. Inside, Melia muses that while she is happy business is growing, it is becoming a bit overwhelming. Perhaps she should post a job opening for the tea shop. Suddenly, a loud noise shatters the quiet, drawing her attention. Hatsun brings a crowd over, shouting in a loud voice. Where is the shop owner? How dare you pressure the construction to stop? After playing a stunt like that, do you think you can just run your business like? Nothing happened, Melia asks in confusion. What are you talking about? He steps forward angrily. Don't play dumb, you. Caused us to lose our jobs. Do you think you can stay peaceful without taking responsibility? Outside, Edric looks inside. Cursing under his breath, asterisk that bastard, I can't believe he takes his anger out on Melia like this. Does Winston handle things properly or not? Still, this is an opportunity for me. If I intervene directly now, Melia will no longer be able to refuse my help. His hand reaches up to open the door but pauses when he hears Francis's voice. It seems there is a misunderstanding here. Why don't we resolve this outside instead of making a scene in here? She softly calls Francis's name. He is threatening me? Or should I call the police and turn this into a three-way meeting? You are causing a disturbance in front of my customers. Hatsun's voice trembles. The police? That isn't necessary. Francis retorts. Why not? Wouldn't it be better to have someone mediate? At that moment, Melia feels touched, thinking how wonderful it is to have Francis here. Outside, Edric sinks into an uncomfortable emotion, his hands slowly falling limp. Only then does he realize that no matter how hard he tries to prove himself on Melia's scales, Edric no longer carries any weight at all. He becomes a useless thing thrown away. In the past, Melia's sweet voice echoes through the manor. Darling, is something wrong? She gently brings him tea. You look so tired lately. Edric, busy with work, replies, It's nothing really, thank you. Melia asks, Why don't you take a day off today? How about going to Milo's Square with me too? Watch the sunset? Back then he smiles and gently replies, That sounds nice. He lifts his tired face. We should go now. His pupils open, carrying an indescribable emotion. But returning to reality, Edric opens his eyes, calling out for Melia in shock. He wakes up from a nightmare, sweat drenching his face. Edric reaches up to touch his sweat-drenched face. The feelings raging inside him now are utterly indescribable. Damn it! Winston walks in and says, It seems you aren't sleeping well lately, my lord, Edric asks. Curiously, why do you say that? Winston explains. The sun isn't even up yet, but you are already at your desk if you are worried. Too much about work. Perhaps it is time to return to the capital. You have been away for a long time, and most of your duties have been delegated to the L clan. Suddenly, Edric stands up. Work, I am sure Rosaline L is handling everything very well. Winston reassures him. Perhaps the Duchess just needs more time, so you... Edric interrupts. If she disappears the moment I take my eyes off her again, if she wants to stay here, I will support her with everything I have. His voice is firm. But if she wants to leave, I will chase after her. Hearing those words, Winston wants to stop him and calls out, My lord. But Edric cuts him off. I will never give up. He tells himself if Melia has no intention of returning home, I will find a way to become a part of her world. Edric speaks. Up requesting, help me choose a tie for today, Winston asks. In surprise, are you planning to go somewhere, sir? Edric looks at the paper on the desk and replies, I have an important interview. The paper on the door is neatly fixed with a pin. Contents, Diet Tea House. Is currently hiring part-time staff. Inside the shop, Melia asks. In disbelief, you came here for an interview. Opposite her stands the resolute figure of Edric. That's right, she asks. Do you even know what position you are interviewing for? He answers seriously, aren't you hiring a server? If it's just a simple service job, there is no reason I cannot do it. Melia pats her forehead helplessly. That's not the point. You have never lifted a finger to do anything in your life. Please don't waste my time and just leave. Edric asks back, so you won't hire me? What is the reason? She avoids his gaze. Because I am the shop owner and it's my decision. But from afar, Francis speaks up. Why don't you let him try once and see how it goes? Melia is stunned. Francis explains. He says he is confident enough, right? Then we will give you a chance, so do your best, Duke. Fenton, Edric casually replies, thank you. Assistant manager. Later, the door of the shop opens continuously. Edric says politely, welcome. A customer looks at him, blushing as she asks, do you have black tea here? His graceful figure asks, black tea. I am not very familiar with brewing black tea. Would you mind trying something else, my lady? Enchanted by him, the customer says, then I'll order whatever you suggest. The person beside her chimes in, me too, you. Is that the new employee? He is truly handsome. He carries an intelligent, elegant air. Something about him feels so noble. And what about the assistant manager? He is a handsome man who always wears a bright, friendly smile. What a pity that he is already married. I will return every day just for these handsome men. Me too, Francis wonders. Are you really planning to sell only one type of tea forever? I lost count of how many times we brewed daily blend tea this week. Edric responds casually, I only serve the best tea in the shop. Francis reminds him, do not impose your personal preferences on the customers. Have you forgotten the complaint we received yesterday? And is this what you call clean? This is improper drying. I have told you many times that they leave water stains if you leave them like this. Edric replies, I will handle it and personally apologize to that customer, so do not worry. The footsteps of Francis march forward heavily. You ought to fix your attitude while working here. That is, if you still want a job after your 1-week probation ends. Edric's gaze turns firm as he looks away. I shall keep that in mind. The last customer departs, and the shop door closes. Mel's voice echoes, thank you, have a wonderful day. She announces, Edric, you may head home now. He responds, let me finish this. It is my job, so I cannot leave my mess for others to clean. Mel asks curiously, Edric, has your eyesight deteriorated? Is that why you cannot see the water stains? It seems you took a long time to find the right tea tin. Furthermore, you could not even read the menu properly. Is it so bad that even glasses cannot help anymore? Edric replies in a cold tone, no, with glasses I can see clearly. Surprised by his response, she asks, then why do you not wear them? His voice carries a tinge of sorrow. Because you used to like it that way. Edric turns his head. My face without glasses. In an instant, Mel's entire body freezes. In a flashback, Mel pushes the door open and enters. Edric, I am coming in. Looking at the sight before her, she exclaims in surprise, oh dear. Looking at his silhouette, Mel concludes he must be exhausted from work. Yet to sleep in a place like this while still wearing glasses. Right now, Edric sleeps without a trace of defense. Left, her expression grows deep with lingering thoughts. If only you did not need to wear glasses anymore, that would be wonderful. In that moment from the past, he opened his eyes. Returning to reality, Edric says, because you once said, my face without glasses, you even said it out loud to yourself. Mel replies, if it affects your work, then it becomes a problem. So starting tomorrow, either wear your glasses or do not come to work here anymore. His hand touches the teacup, filled with his own thoughts. All it takes is a wash for these stains to disappear, so why can I never erase the wounds I inflicted? Upon you, the next day warm sunlight blankets the tea shop. A voice echoes from inside, excuse me, is that handsome server no longer working here? Mel replies, no, it seems this job does not suit him. Watching from afar, Francis thinks, is that all his determination amounts to? I planned to give him a hard time, yet he ran away before I could even start. Francis speaks up, Mel, I have some matters to attend to at the workshop today, so I will take my leave first. She replies, all right, see you tomorrow, Francis. Later on, Mel grows distracted as she works, lost in her thoughts. Edric is probably on his way home by now. In the end, I managed to remain cold despite what he said. Edric said, because you used to like my face without glasses. She muses, if only you did not need to wear glasses anymore, that would be wonderful. When I said that he looks handsomer without glasses, it was not because I found him handsomer without them, but because I worried about his deteriorating vision. Yet Edric will likely never know that. Mel prepares to post the help wanted sign on the door once more, only to freeze when she hears his voice behind her calling, Mel. Surprised, she calls out Edric's name. He replies, I came to walk you home. Mel stands firm, I am not returning to the mansion. How many times must I say this before you understand? Edric explains, do not misunderstand. I do not ask you to return, I merely wish to walk home with you. Hearing those words, Mel falls into confusion. Walk home? You said I cannot come to the tea shop anymore, so I thought I could wait outside. She reminds him, you do not need to escort me. I walk home every day. And everything is completely safe. Edric counters, I am only worried that construction worker might cause trouble again like last time. She stuns. Like last time? He clears his throat in slight embarrassment. I mean, although I already drove him out of this town. Mel reminds him. That still does not change my mind about firing you. He replies, that does not matter. She continues. But if you ever miss the tea I brew, you may still visit as a customer. Edric's eyes widen upon hearing those words, his face flushing unconsciously. Red with deep honor, Edric walks alongside her, whispering, I would be truly happy to do so. The next day, warm sunlight blankets the entire city. Lewis greets, welcome, Mel. Mel explains, the shop is closed today, so I stopped by. I brought some cookies for the children, and you like chamomile tea too, right? Lewis appraises her. You did not need to do this. You are always so thoughtful. At that moment, Jay runs out from inside, crying, Mommy. The two embrace tightly. The little boy smiles brightly. I waited so long for you. A wave of warmth surges within Mel as she calls his name. Jay, have you been good for Grandma? Jay replies playfully, of course, I am the best boy here. Her eyes overflow with deep maternal devotion. He is her absolute everything. Mel reaches out to touch her son's cheek. Born 3 years ago, the boy was so adorable. He made her forget all the agony of labor. Golden hair shimmering like sunlight, eyes as clear as the ocean, a delicate little nose, and the subtle curve of his lips. Back then, Mel realized he looked remarkably like Edric, just like the child who used to call her Mommy in her dreams. The child Mel bore looks identical to Edric. The boy speaks up, Mommy, I want to tell you all about what I did today. Mel had believed that the child she lost took a long, winding journey and finally returned to her. Every moment, Mel thought of returning to Edric when she first discovered she was pregnant while enduring morning sickness, and when she felt the baby's first kick, when he came into the world, when she witnessed his very first steps, and when he gave a radiant smile while calling for father. Francis turned around and asked, Mel, did you hear that? Jay just called me father. She remembers when the boy called for his father, even though no one ever taught I am sorry for keeping you away from your real father. I am so sorry, Jay. But you are my entire world. I cannot risk them taking you away from me. I had to hide you in this orphanage in case the Fenton family discovered your existence. Mel speaks. I brought the snacks you like, Jay. Let us enjoy them together. The little boy cheers excitedly. Awesome. Yes, Mommy. Out of sight, her hand clenches into a fist along with a silent plea. I pray Edric never discovers this precious child. Sunset gradually casts its glow over the city. Since when did walking home with Edric become a part of her daily routine? On the way home, they walk in silence, sharing not a word. Occasionally, Mel's eyes steal a glance at him. She wonders what Edric is thinking in this heavy silence. A fleeting curiosity prompts Mel to speak before she realizes it. I thought you would show up wearing your glasses that day because if you did, I would have no reason to fire you. He sinks into silence for a long moment before answering. At first, I thought of doing that too. I know full well my vision is poor, yet out of stubbornness, I ruined everything like a fool. No one asked me to, but I wanted to impress you. Yet in the end, I still could not bring myself to wear glasses again, because if I did, I would be able to see your face so clearly. She looks up at him with curiosity. Why does that matter? Edric speaks in a low, drawn-out voice. Because then I might not be able to restrain myself. His hand clenches into a tight fist as he affirms, even. Now I am trying with all my might. Imagining a tiny bird cupped in his palm, Edric says, I want to drag you back to me. That bird represents Mel, hidden away where no one else can see her, for fear that I will lock you inside that mansion once more. I am terrified. Edric's voice carries a pathetic sorrow of doing all the things that you hate and inflicting wounds that will never heal. He thinks to himself, I no longer know how I should treat her. Mel speaks up softly, I did not know you were thinking such things. Would it not be easier then if we simply stopped seeing each other? Those words cause his body to stiffen as he swallows with difficulty. Edric lowers his gaze. I apologize for making you uncomfortable. Suddenly stepping forward, he whispers, but there is one thing I need you to know, Mel. If such a day ever comes, I would rather choose death once again. Mel's eyes widen. In that split second, she realizes the smile on his face carries tragic sorrow. Mel hurriedly asks once again, did you try to end your life? In that moment, Pandora's box is opened. Edric speaks. When I die, you inherit everything belonging to the Fenton family, Mel. If that is the only way I can help you, then that is enough for me. Her voice turns urgent. Wait, what are you talking about, Edric? He lowers his eyes. When you vanished, I immediately began searching for you. I published missing person notices in every newspaper across the capital. Mel thinks in utter shock. That cannot be. Francis said there were no news articles about me at all. That was why I thought he was not looking for me. His voice continues. Yet even after all that, you could not be found. When everyone claimed you were dead, I told myself that there must be an unavoidable reason preventing you from returning. The photograph burns away, and that was when she returned. Edric speaks with agonizing pain. Cremated into mere ashes, she dare not believe what she is hearing, covering her mouth in shock. Mel suffers in confusion. If there was truly a funeral held for her, there is no way it would not be in the newspapers. Yet she never heard a single word about it. In deep sorrow, he reveals, after holding your funeral without a body, I prepared to follow you to the other side. Mel gasps in shock. Did you really try to die? Did I? He answers. A life without you is meaningless to me. Without you, Edric Rand Fenton is nothing but an empty shell. Her eyes widen, shaken to the core by his confession. Suddenly, Mel knits her brows, struggling to speak. She announces, I signed the divorce papers. You prepared. Edric's hands clench tightly into fists. I know I thought of burning those divorce papers over 1,000 times, but in the end I could not, because even that was a trace you left behind. I ran my fingers over your name, soaked in tears, until the ink smudges while I think. Why do I leave such a thing where you can see it? Why do I cause this misunderstanding? I regret it so deeply. She angrily clenches her trembling hands. A misunderstanding, you call that? A misunderstanding. Do you have any idea how I feel when I sign those Papers. Edric suddenly reaches out his hand. That is it, that expression. I pray that you will appear even in my dreams, if only to resent me. Not for a single second are we ever anything other than husband and wife. Melia, so please, give me a chance. I want to tell you everything with all my heart. The world around them fades, leaving only the two of them and his desperate plea. The scene shifts. On this side, the door bursts open violently. The person rushing in calls out loudly, startling him. Francis, he says in surprise. Melia, what is wrong? She gasps for breath and asks, I want you to be honest with me. Melia's words make Francis purse his lips. After I leave the Fenton mansion, Melia emphasizes, does Edric truly never look for me? Are you certain there is no mention of the Fenton family in any of the newspapers? The usual warmth fades from Francis's face, leaving behind pure indifference. In that moment, Edric tells her he wants to show her how he truly feels. Give me one more chance. I want to tell you everything with all my heart. But Melia refuses him firmly. It is unnecessary. Her answer fills him with sorrow. It is all in the past. Edric, she rejects his plea without hesitation. It all ended a long time ago. Melia feels surprised that Edric steps back without fighting further. I understand, he says, then his back turns away. I am sorry. Edric turns to leave. I will not bother you anymore. He speaks as though his obsession with her is merely an illusion, leaving Melia alone to swallow the surge of anxiety within her. Has Francis lied to her all this time? Is it truly just a misunderstanding, and Edric never wants a divorce? What is wrong among the three of them? Before Melia realizes it, she confronts Francis, demanding answers. Please tell me it is just a misunderstanding. Please. Back in reality. Francis sets down his palette and calls her name, but her desperate wish goes unanswered. He speaks. There are times when it is better to leave certain truths buried. If my past self told you that Edric issued a missing persons notice, would you truly go back to that house? No, you would only become more confused and heart-wrenching pain. Is that not why you are finally able to gain freedom from that house? Her hands clench into trembling fists. Melia shouts, whether I am hurt or not is my choice. What right do you have to hide the truth from me, Francis? I deserve to know. Even if you say so, he interrupts, it changes nothing. Or do you want to return to Edric now? Melia snaps. Francis, that has nothing to do with this. Francis reminds her. When you were at your lowest, I was the one by your side. He brushes past her with a subtle warning. Do not forget that, Melia. She turns her head, watching Francis walk away. Francis, Melia stands frozen in place, raising her hand to touch her face. Her gaze grows conflicted. What do I do now, Melia? Feels deeply alone. Who else can I trust? She whispers. Please help me make the right choice. Hanging there is a portrait of her holding little G. In the room, Lucius's voice resonates. Everything goes smoothly thanks to you. Edric, you have no idea how chaotic the capital becomes during your absence. Words cannot even describe it. Edric replies humbly, You praise me too much, your majesty. Lucius teases, How disappointing. Did we not agree to drop formalities when it is just the two of us? Edric replies, I would appreciate it if your majesty keeps business and personal matters separate. Lucius walks ahead and says, Regardless, I am glad you return. It finally feels like everything returns to where it belongs. Edric asks in surprise where it belongs. After all, this is your place. Your leave has been far too long. Edric ran. Fenton falls into thought. My place. That is what I wish to give Melia. I want to bring her back to her rightful position as the Duchess. Suddenly, a tender, childish voice catches their attention. Father, father, Juliana quickly explains. Forgive me, your majesty, she says. She misses her father. Lucius rushes over. My little princess, father is here. Watching this scene, Edric has his own thoughts. Lucius's daughter grows up so much. His eyes narrow softly. If Melia and I have a child, could I have such a perfect family? And if she so desires, I will become a good father, unlike my parents who abandoned their own child with no regard for my dreams or efforts. He tells himself, no, I will listen to every word my child says, and above all, I will be a faithful husband. I will make her happier than anyone else ever could. I will not hurt her again with foolish choices. Edric touches his face. What meaning do these dreams hold when they appear every single day like this? He remains alone in his cold, empty mansion. The rain pours down outside. Melia sighs softly. The autumn rain is truly falling now. Since that day, time flows on in silence, and autumn arrives in a blink. She shades her hand and watches the rain, whispering, "If this continues, I will have no more customers." Today, Francis mentions he will leave the village for a while to focus on his art. She recalls his silhouette. While Edric returns to the capital, leaving Melia all alone, perhaps she must post a hiring notice. The people behind her chatter noisily. "Did you know, I do not see the tea shop owner's husband recently." "What? Are you talking about that handsome painter? Do you think they argue or something happens?" "Everyone says he is a good man. Do you not think it is her fault?" "Who knows, maybe." He catches her cheating. "Do they not say she stays with that handsome waiter after hours?" "I cannot believe people speak such things." "What if it is not true?" Unpleasant rumors swirl around her lately. Melia thinks, "I know malicious rumors spread, but defending myself might only make me look ridiculous. I do not realize I depend on Francis this much. I hope I can find someone to help with." "Work soon." Just then G's voice echoes from behind. "Mother, the rain is so heavy. What are you doing here? What about the tea shop?" Melia turns in surprise. Nanny Louisa and G are standing there. "It is raining. Where are you two going?" She answers, "We make some pastries today and they taste so delicious that I must bring you one." The little boy adds, "I help knead the dough." She praises him. "Good job, my sweetheart." Passers-by freeze in shock. "Hey, do you hear that? That boy calls the shop owner mother, right?" No one ever mentions her having a child. Are the rumors about her infidelity true? Outside on the street, people murmur as the dreary autumn rain finally eases. "Yes, do you hear about Mr. Horn? Everyone thinks he is a good man, yet he is caught embezzling funds from the construction project." The person next to him responds, "I know they say he gets fired over it. You really cannot judge a book by its cover." No one sees Mr. Horn since then. Who knows what happens to him? To think a person can vanish overnight is terrifying. "Ah, do you hear the other rumor?" "Which one?" The rumor saying the tea shop owner has an affair, so her husband leaves her. Meanwhile, Melia continues her work. Disheartened, she lets out a heavy sigh. Several customers stop coming. Those absurd rumors spread too far. "No matter what I say, no one believes me until Francis returns." They whisper among themselves, "With a face so innocent, her poor husband must be heartbroken. So who is she cheating with?" She feels gloomy. "Cheating? Technically, Edric is my lawful husband." Suddenly someone calls out to Melia. "Excuse me, ma'am." Melia turns. Elsa, looking worried, asks, "There are still no customers today. Is it all right for me to stay?" She reassures her, "It is fine. Do not worry. You do wonderful work." Truthfully, she does not expect business to plunge this low, but she cannot just fire someone she just hired. Melia reasons, "Besides, I will feel so lonely by myself. I'm glad to have company." She encourages her, "Keep up the good work." Elsa responds excitedly, "Yes, ma'am, I will wipe down every single shelf." Melia realizes this month's rent might become an issue. The landlord surely hears those rumors too. In the worst-case scenario, she whispers, "I might have to leave this place." Elsa asks, "Pardon?" Melia turns her head and replies softly, "Never mind, it is nothing. You work hard today, why not leave early?" The young girl agrees, "Yes, ma'am." A moment later, Melia reaches out to lock the shop door while Elsa runs toward her friend. "Leon, do you come to pick me up?" Leon whispers sharply, "Quit this job immediately." She asks in confusion, "Why do you say that all of a sudden?" He replies, "Do you have any idea what people are whispering about this place right now?" Suddenly Melia turns and asks, startling them, "Do you need something else?" Leon steps in front of Elsa and says, "Just in time, you manage this place, right? Starting tomorrow, my wife will not come to work anymore." The girl tries to stop him. "Leon, what is wrong with you?" Melia looks bewildered. "Excuse me, can you tell me why Elsa cannot continue working here?" He furiously points a finger at Melia. "You, the whole town is buzzing with rumors of your affair, yet you run your business so casually. You are dragging Elsa into the mud." The girl feels trapped. "Leon, stop it." Melia's face darkens as she exclaims, "An affair? Who exactly am I accused of having an affair with? Do not accuse others based on things you never witness with your own eyes." and do not strip away your wife's livelihood over baseless rumors. Leon falls silent at her words, his body trembling slightly. Melia continues, however, Elsa, I also think you should step down. The girl freezes. I do not believe those foolish rumors, ma'am. Melia explains. You are pregnant, are you not? While cleaning today, you keep caressing your stomach. A pregnant woman needs rest. Stress is bad for the baby. Besides, I feel guilty dragging you into my troubles. Leon pulls his wife away. At least you have some sense. Let's go. Elsa hesitates, but suddenly Leon stops and asks, you want proof? Is that illegitimate child you bore with another man not proof enough? I hear he stays at the orphanage. Melia stands shocked. What? How does everyone know about this? Wait. Does Edric know? Her steps grow hurried. I must go to the orphanage right now. But Melia freezes as she sees him standing right before her. Edric speaks. Where are you rushing off to? He requests. Sit down and talk with me first. Her body trembles involuntarily as she breathes his name. Edric. Sunset casts its glow over Melia's small tea shop. Edric places a stack of papers on the table, saying, Sit. Seeing it, she asks, What is this? Read it, he requests. She obeys, picks it up, and reads aloud, Property transfer deed. Edric explains, If you sign it, this shop and the entire building belong to you. I paid for everything. Melia cuts Tim off. What I want to know is why you give this to me, he emphasizes. This is compensation. Your business suffers because of me. People think you have an affair, and rumors even claim you have an illegitimate child, all because I escort you home after work. Melia's voice drops as she questions him. You said you would not return. Edric responds. I feel I can only leave after fixing my mistake. Read this too. She hesitates, looking at the paper in his hand. This is. Reading the words inside, Melia covers her mouth in astonishment. Divorce papers. He nods. Yes, I believe severing ties with me lets you start anew. Edric takes her hand, and I want you to take this as well. The romantic atmosphere deepens between them. Melia gazes at her hand in utter surprise. Bandages. His face turns red as he says, This weighs heavily on my heart. Nothing can restore your hands to how they were, but I want you to understand my true feelings. Melia's heart warms as she softly repeats, Your true feelings. Edric continues, If the only way to prove my sincerity is to divorce you, I will do it. She looks up, calling Edric. He states plainly, However, I have one condition. Come with me to the Fenton mansion just once. The carriage rolls down the long road. Edric speaks, I will compensate for the losses your shop suffers during your absence. Melia declines, There is no need. The shop barely has any customers anyway. In small towns, rumors spread like wildfire. Feeling guilty, he lowers his gaze. I'm sorry. Hearing those words, she raises her face. For what? Edric looks outside. We are almost home. It has been a long time, has it not? Melia looks around, assessing the view. This place does not change at all. At all, remaining as grand and elegant as ever. Looking at the manor before her, she whispers to herself. That unlike her, Oz covers her mouth in utter disbelief upon seeing the person before her. My lady, I thought I would never see you again. Melia asks softly. Oz, are you doing well? Oz weakly scolds her. How could you leave like that without saying a single word? She gentle pats her back in comfort. I am sorry, Oz. Oz complains. Do you know what happened after you left? My lady, the truth is the Duke. Edric steps forward and interrupts. Oz, you can catch up later. Have you forgotten what you are supposed to do? Oz gasps. Oh dear, where's my head today? Please come this way, my lady. We have prepared something special for you. Melia asks curiously, Prepared something for me? Oz's hand reaches out and gently opens the door. Inside is a sumptuous dining room meticulously arranged. Surprised, she asks, All these dishes? Oz explains, They are all your absolute favorites, my lady. We worked so hard the moment we heard news of your return. Please enjoy your meal. Eat plenty. You have grown far too thin. Melia worries. I do not know if I deserve all this. But why is there only one place set? What about Edric? Oz clarifies. His Grace is dining separately. He said he wants you to eat in peace. Surprised, she asks. Edric said that? Oz steps in to add, Now, please enjoy your meal, my lady. Not only the food, but even the decor has been changed to a simpler, more delicate style. He must have left on purpose so she can speak comfortably with Oz. Oz speaks softly. Everyone misses you so much, my lady. Melia sinks deep into thought. He asked her to return with him, only to leave the room as if burdened by an unforgivable sin. She asks out of genuine concern, "How is Edric's mother doing these days? Is she well?" Oz hesitates before answering, "Yes, of course she is fine. It is just that she is no longer allowed back into the estate." Melia pauses, taken aback. "What? Where is she then?" Oz replies, "At Linus Villa." Melia wonders, "Linus Villa, what is she doing there?" Oz explains, "The Duke himself sent her there, as for the exact reason." "I do not know." Melia narrows her eyes. It is not that Oz does not know, but rather that she cannot tell her. Oz continues, "His Grace has his reasons. After you left, he suffered immensely. It was not just him. Everyone on the estate believed that you had passed away. It was only natural, as your wedding ring was returned alongside your supposed remains." Melia is stunned, thinking, "My wedding ring? That is impossible. It is still with me." Oz recalls, "When His Grace learned of your death, he attempted to take his own life. If the butler had not arrived in time, he would no longer be with us today." Those words send an overwhelming turmoil through Melia's heart. She whispers sorrowfully, "I had no idea at all." Oz reassures her, "Of course you could not have known, but now you must know. I wanted you to be free from the Duke, so I never showed him the letter you sent me, because of that, he truly believed you were dead. I never imagined he would suffer to such a tragic extent." Melia sits motionless in her chair upon hearing this. She realizes that Oz is right. She should not have ended things that way. She should have looked Edric straight in the eyes, properly demanded a divorce, and then walked away. Remembering him, she reflects that at least he did not run away as she did. Leaving without a word of explanation was far too selfish. She rises to her feet. She needs to hear the truth from Edric himself. Melia makes her way over and pushes open the door to his room. She speaks up, "What are you doing in here?" Edric closes his book. "Forgive me, force of habit." Melia gasps, "Force of habit? But this is my room." He explains softly, "During your absence, I came in here countless times. You were not here, but this was the only place where I could reminisce about you through the tender traces you left behind." Edric lets his body sink onto the bed and whispers, "When we were young, I used to lie on your bed like this. Do you remember?" Melia sits down beside him. "I remember." Edric continues, "Those were truly our fondest days." He reminisces, "Back then, only the two of us truly understood one another. Why did everything end up like this? Why have we grown so distant that we can no longer understand each other's feelings? Melia, are you still determined to divorce me?" She answers softly, "Yes, but first, I want to hear your side of the story." "Edric, please tell me everything that happened while I was away." Hearing her words, Edric pushes himself up to sit. "Very well." Seeing his serious expression, she pauses. Melia gazes at Edric's bare chest in bewilderment. That scar. He lowers his eyes and reassures her quietly, "It is nothing." "So, where should I begin?" Melia listens as he recounts everything that transpired during her 3 years of absence. He published missing person notices just to search for her. He even banished his own mother upon discovering she had poisoned her. Francis staged her death using a fake ring. His attempted suicide and the jagged scar on his body are painful proof of the moment he recklessly threw himself before a speeding carriage in sheer despair. Edric buttons his shirt back up. "I thought if news reached you of my injury, you would return," Melia asks, in distress. "Even so, how could you foolishly hurl yourself in front of a carriage? It was an accident severe enough to crush you," he emphasizes, "compared to the agonizing pain I inflicted upon you. This scar is nothing at all. I should have treated you better when you lived here. I should have been honest with you. I regret every single passing second. You tried so hard to stand proudly by my side as the Duchess, yet I dismissed all your efforts as mere stubbornness." She softly calls his name, "Edric." He continues, "I was arrogant, believing I was doing everything so you could live without worry. Arrogantly, I believed that no matter what I did, you would still love me and never leave. I tested you, wondering if you would truly let go of my hand. And when everything collapsed, I blamed you for not holding on tightly enough. I foolishly thought that the wounds I inflicted upon you could easily heal. I thought I lived a life without regrets, but after losing you, every day felt hollow. That was when I realized." Melia unconsciously turns back to look at him. Edric's voice carries absolute devotion. "I cannot live without you." Her hands clench tightly. "All Of this, it cannot be true, then why? Do I want to believe it so badly? If not for Francis, I would not have rushed here the moment I heard he was hurt. Or perhaps, I would have returned even sooner. But 3 years have passed, far too much time. Suddenly, Melia speaks up, calling out softly, Edric, I made my decision 3 years ago, just like my former name. Written on the divorce papers, whenever I reflect on my life as Melissa Fenton, I feel suffocated. Truthfully, I lack the confidence to maintain a marriage with you ever again. I will constantly worry every passing moment, watching your every gesture, searching for signs that your love is fading. I will hate myself again, feeling disappointed for not being good enough for you. I do not want to go through that ever again. Edric lowers his voice. Melissa Fenton, I allowed my mother to force that name upon you because I did not want your real name circulating through noble gossip. Even though I knew it made you uncomfortable, a foolish part of me dreamed that I would be the only one who calls you Melia. He gently takes her hand. So let me ask you once more, Melia Nut. Can we not start over, her? Lips quiver as if wanting to say something. Edric speaks with profound sincerity. I will hide nothing from you ever again, nor will I ever hurt you. If that is what you desire, I will gladly leave and live in that village, not as Duke Fenton, but simply as your husband. Melia pulls her hand back. You have lived your entire life as a noble. What do you know about living as a commoner? It is impossible. He replies, I might not be good at it, but at that village, at that tea shop, I was able to see you living the life you truly desired. And somewhere along the way, I began to wish that I could also be a part of that life. She hesitates. Edric, he interrupts softly, I am begging. You, Edric drops down to his knees. Before her, please, Melia, his expression is filled with desperate sorrow. Just give me one more chance. In that moment, Melia struggles with her racing thoughts. What am I doing? Here, I came to end everything. I wanted to sever the final bond and leave forever without a single regret. Yet this man, who once acted as though he stood at the top of the world with everything in his hands, is now kneeling before me. Seeing him like this stirs an aching longing inside her. She does not understand why her heart swells in a situation like this. Melia speaks softly, how can I end everything like this? His body trembles. If I had realized what my mother did sooner, perhaps my body would not be scarred, and by now we might have a child. But if we start over, everything is still possible. We can be the happiest family in the world. I wish the child in those false rumors were truly mine. Her voice turns cold in an instant. A child? Suddenly, Melia snaps to her feet. Is Jay safe? He is taken aback. Melia remembers. That's right. I was on my way to meet Jay before running into Edric. Now that news about Jay has spread, what if someone tries to hurt the child? Standing behind him, she speaks up. I am sorry, Edric, I cannot give you an answer right now. I must return to the village immediately. In her heart, she urges herself, I must get back to Jay quickly. Edric stands there alone, gazing after her departing silhouette, softly calling out, Melia, no matter how much of my heart I pour out, everything shatters the moment it touches her. Very well. I suppose this is what I deserve. After all, I was the one who hurt her from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Melia rushes her steps. Wait for Mommy, Jay, Mommy is coming. The scene shifts to the orphanage where Jay is carelessly playing with his ball. Suddenly, the little boy's ball drops onto the ground. It rolls toward the feet of a man wearing leather shoes. Jay looks up bewildered at the man standing before him. The two stand a short distance apart, staring at each other. Looking at the stranger before him, the young boy asks, Who are you? Jay sees Winston and steps back in alarm. Who are you? Winston stoops down to pick up the ball. Young master, I did not mean to frighten you. I am Winston, the butler of the Fenton family. I came here under the Duke's orders to protect you. The young boy's head is full of question marks. Before he can process the information, Winston speaks again. The Duchess. I mean, Miss Annut, your mother, is an old friend of the Duke. She requested that I take care of you. In her absence, Jay remains cautious. Oh, so you're my mommy's friend, but Mommy said I shouldn't go with strangers. Winston smiles. I will merely stay by your side until Miss Annut returns. I will not take you anywhere, so please do not worry. Jay feels reassured. All right then, I'll go back to playing. Now, the child of Duchess Fenton. When the Duke asked Winston to quietly investigate the rumors, Winston never imagined that. She actually had a child, but now that Winston witnesses it with his own eyes, there is no denying that the young Master Jay is a miniature version of Duke Fenton. Louisa sets a piping hot cup of tea on the table. Please enjoy the tea before it cools down. Thanks to Melia, I have become quite skilled at brewing tea. Winston sits up straight in his chair and thanks her. She speaks. I always thought someone would come looking for the child one day, but I never imagined it would be someone from such a high noble family. He clears his throat softly. I am only here on the Duke's orders to protect the young master. I would be grateful if you did not jump to conclusions. Louisa bows her head. I have eyes, you know. You treat the boy with such courtesy and care, so how could I not notice? And it is clear to me that Jay is not Melia's child with Francis Herbake. After all, I was the one who delivered that child. Hearing this, Winston becomes intensely agitated. The Duchess gave birth here. He suddenly pauses, thinking, I let it slip by calling her Duchess. She smiles. There was always something subtle and refined about her, and now I know why. What on earth could drive a Duchess to leave everything behind and come to a remote village while pregnant? That is why I beg of you, please do not take Jay away. That child is her only happiness. Melia was always so anxious. She pretended to be Francis Herbake's wife so no one would suspect anything if she raised Jay at home. Yet she still insisted on hiding the child here. At the orphanage, constantly on edge, always asking if Jay was safe or if anyone had visited the orphanage. At first I did not understand why, but over time I realized she was terrified that someone would take her child away from her. Melia's fear was not has no basis. Edric once says, if Mary truly has a child, find a way for me to legally and properly adopt the child. He is willing to adopt even an unofficial child of Melia's. If the boy is Edric's own blood, nothing can stop him. Anyone can see that young Master Jay is Edric's son, or more precisely, the sole heir of the Fenton family who should return to the estate. But must Winston tell Edric the truth? He understands better than anyone why Lady Fenton leaves. Melia cannot raise her own child by her side, suffering deeply for the sake of raising her son. Is it right to bring all of this to light at the cost of the happiness Melia has finally found? The Duchess Fenton who went missing is named Melissa Fenton. Mary Annut's child has no relation to the Fenton family. I am only here because the Duke is worried about an old friend's child. Lise is pleased. I am truly grateful to you. Winston takes a gentle sip of tea, listening to her speak. Indeed, he offers her a compliment. The tea is wonderful. The servant anxiously holds a plate of food. Look, he hasn't eaten a single meal today, don't you think? He will collapse at this rate. Oz also feels flustered. He must be enduring so much, ever since Lady Fenton leaves like that. Edric locks himself in his room, refusing to eat or drink. He sighs exhaustedly. It finally comes to this. Mary leaves him once again. Mary says she needs time to think, but all Edric sees in Melia's expression is deep anxiety. Is my sincerity not enough? Can I never win back her trust again? If I cannot change your feelings, then Edric opens the drawer and pulls out a gun. He intends to end his own life. Suddenly, the image of Melia worrying for him flashes through his mind. Please, never hurt yourself again, Edric sorrowfully drops the gun onto the floor. Melia, I cannot break my promise to you. Even if it means suffering, I will go on living, for that is the only way I can see you again. His gaze suddenly catches a gift box inside the drawer. The box is wrapped meticulously and carefully. Edric picks up the box. This is something that shouldn't be here. He gently opens it. Inside are baby clothes that Melia knitted herself. She used to attentively stitch every thread. I hope these fit our baby. Edric holds up the tiny shirt. You made this with such tender care while waiting for a child. It is only right that I give this to your child. Heavy raindrops pour down on the small wooden cottage. A ring is carefully placed inside a box, which is then quietly closed. Melia gazes out the window and softly says, It's pouring rain. I hope the shop is all right. She reaches for an umbrella just in case. I'll go check if it's flooded over there. The door opens outward, and the roaring sound of rain outside grows clearer. Suddenly, Melia freezes entirely, because someone stands right at her doorway. Drenched to the bone, she gasps in shock. Edric, the soaking shirt, hangs over the arm of a chair, and the flickering fire warms the house comfortably. Edric wears a borrowed bathrobe and sits before the fireplace. Melia places a cup of tea on the table and asks, "How long were you out there?" He takes it, answering absently, "I don't." "No, I don't remember." She asks no further questions, simply offering a set of clothes. "Here, please change quickly or you will catch a cold." Edric suddenly stiffens. Though his face remains stoic, his tone sinks cold and dark. "Why do you have men's clothes here?" She merely replies calmly. "Is there any reason I shouldn't?" Taking the clothes, he shifts the topic. "Francis Herbeck, did he come here and stay in your home like this?" Melia answers honestly. "Francis and I intended to marry, but in the end we remained just friends. These clothes are from my part-time job where I won them in a raffle." "Does this bother you?" Hearing this, Edric rubs his head in slight frustration. "I am so sorry. You must be tired of this side of me." With that, he nonchalantly sheds his robe, exposing his magnificent physique. "I will change quickly." Startled, she spins around instantly and reminds him, "Are you changing right here? You can go into the next room to change. Is there any need for bashfulness between us? We shared a bed throughout our marriage." Melia's lovely face flushes bright red in embarrassment. "Edric and I still care for each other in some way," making my cheeks burn with shyness. Just then Edric calls out her name. His face looks deeply apologetic. "Forgive me for visiting so late. I used to think begging for forgiveness was foolish. I thought the right thing was never to create a situation where I had to apologize. So I always justified my actions and blamed others. I never imagined I was hurting you so deeply. Now I know how foolish I am. I'm a weak man." As he speaks, Edric picks up a gift box from the chair. "I am sorry for not waiting for you to give me an answer. Even so, I still want to give you this." Curiously, she receives it. "What is this?" She opens the box to check and picks up the piece of knitted fabric. Melia surprisingly exclaims, "Baby clothes, but I thought you gave them to the princess." Hearing this, he immediately refutes. "How could I?" His hand gently touches her cheek. "I know better than anyone how much heart you poured into every single stitch. They were all meant for our baby." Touched, she calls his name, "Edric." Edric speaks softly. "I too counted down the days waiting for our child to be born." A question arises in Melia's mind. Did Edric want children too? "But the day you lost our first child, I was terrified of making you relive that pain. I didn't think I could endure it. That is why I said we didn't need children, because you are everything to me." Hearing this answer, she gasps, thinking, "Have I been misunderstanding him all this time?" Melia's hands clench the clothes tightly as she asks, "Then why are you returning them to me?" His answer makes her heart leap into her throat. "Because I heard you were truly pregnant and that it wasn't a rumor. I won't ask where or with whom, but these belong to your child. So I felt the right thing to do before you leave me forever is to return them to you." Anxiety creeps into Melia's heart. Has Edric met Jay? If he finds out Jay is his son, will he take him back to the estate? What will I do? A moment later, she stammers, "Edric, while thinking to herself, he doesn't seem to know. Should I feel relieved or not? Beneath the dim light of the warm fire, Edric asks slowly, "So can you give me your answer to my previous question?" Melia's mouth twitches slightly as her brows furrow in thought. "What am I thinking? I only just realized that the one he cares about most is certainly not the child. Yet I still fear the day he takes him away, the one he always keeps his eyes on, whether in the past or present, is still me." The fire seems to flicker alongside her reaction. Moments later, Mary softly says, when the stops, "I want to take you somewhere." She gently takes Edric's hand. With a fluttering heart, she affectionately whispers, "At that time, I will give you my answer." He intertwines his fingers with hers, calling out his beloved's name. "Melia." The ring seems to react to their beautiful love, trembling slightly. Amidst the torrential rain, Edric's call sounds so faint. "Melia, where are you?" Standing in the heavy rain, he refuses to give up calling out her name. "Melia." Winston anxiously. Advises Edric, "My lord, let us go back." "My lady has already," his heart seems to. Skip a beat, Edric sits up in panic. Screaming aloud, "Melia!" Just then a gentle voice sounds beside Edric. Drowsy and somewhat worried, she asks, "What is wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Seeing her, his mind slowly settles. Melia, gathering her into a tight embrace, Edric feels an overwhelming wave of relief. Thank goodness it was only a dream. Seeing him like this, she understands completely. Perhaps the burden of those days continues to haunt Edric like an endless nightmare. Now, it is finally time for the two of them to wake up together after that long, painful nightmare. His usually stoic face suddenly reveals a flash of fluster. Holding a suitcase, he asks, "So this is the place you wanted me to come with you?" Melia takes steps forward, not forgetting to urge him. "Just follow me, there's nothing to worry about here." He coughs awkwardly and quickly protests, "Who says I am worried?" She knocks on the door a few times, and a voice from inside responds immediately, "Coming." Luisa opens the door and asks curiously, "Oh, Melia, come in, child. Who is this?" She reaches out to introduce him. "Ah, let me introduce you to Director Luisa, Edric." Edric nods obediently. "It is wonderful to have your help." Anxiously clasping her hands, she asks cautiously, "What wind brings my lord to our small orphanage?" Seeing Luisa's demeanor, Mary smiles warmly. "It's all right, Director, no need to be so wary this is." At this point, she swallows nervously, before softly delivering her answer. "My husband." Hearing this, Luisa gasps in disbelief, covering her mouth with her hand. "What husband? Wait, does that mean?" "Hold on a minute, Melia, wait a bit." Meanwhile, Edric joyfully places his hand over his wildly beating heart. "She called me her husband, not ex-husband, but her husband." Standing a distance away, Luisa whispers repeatedly, "Isn't he the one who threatened you? Is he here to take Jay away?" Melia helplessly places a hand on her neck and explains, "It isn't like that. I haven't decided what to do yet, but I think he has the right to know who the boy's father is." Seeing no choice, Luisa simply says, "If he puts any pressure on you, just shout and I will call the village guards for you." Melia smiles brightly. "Thank you, Director." A childish, joyous voice calls out from behind, "Mommy!" The child rushes excitedly toward them. Jay enthusiastically asks, "Mommy, did you come to visit me?" "Why?" Mel squats down to face the little boy and says, "That is right. And there is one more person coming to visit you too," oblivious to the thud of a suitcase falling to the ground nearby. A figure approaches them. Edric squats down and speaks softly. "Hello." A gentle smile appears on his handsome face. "What is your name?" Facing a stranger, the little boy feels a bit awkward, before breaking into a bright smile and answering, "Jen." Hearing such a familiar name, Edric's gaze softens. "I understand now. The name of the tea house she cherishes is named after this child." He is about to reveal his identity. "I am actually," when Jen interrupts. "I know." The little boy's expression is quite calm. "You are my father, aren't you?" This leaves Edric utterly shocked as he blurts out, "What?" Jen continues, "Mom told me so. Mom said if someone comes to visit me one day, that person is definitely my father. Mom also said if father asks if I will go with him, I should listen to my heart." Hearing this, he slowly understands. Is that why she always keeps her distance from me? Because she is afraid I will take the boy away? A memory of a conversation between Edric and Mel flashes back. "I wish the child in those rumors was mine." "I am sorry, Edric, I cannot answer your question. I must return to the village now." "Is that why you left immediately after I said those words? Because you worried about the boy?" Jen's cheerful answer cuts through his thoughts. "But I will not go with you, father. Because I love Mom very much." Edric is not surprised by this answer either. Naturally, his hand gently holds his son's small hand. "I have no intention of separating you from your mother, who your father is. Does it even matter? I only wish for you to always be happy like this." After all, the boy is the child of his beloved Mel, watching. The little boy playing by himself, Edric, sitting on the chair, suddenly says, "Thank you, Mel." She asks in confusion, "For what?" He slightly lowers his face and replies, "For letting me meet him, for trusting me." Hearing this, she humbly says, "I just think it is my turn now, that's all." Looking back at the past 3 years since leaving the mansion, I have lived for 3 years without you by my side. It was a difficult stretch of time, but there were also wonderful days, mostly thanks to Jen. That is why I Always misdirected you because I did not want you to take the boy away at all. But in reality, the only thing you care about is me, I guess I finally have my answer. Mel takes out the wedding ring box again and says honestly, I do not want a divorce. She holds up the ring box toward Edric with a smile and says, let us start over, seeing. This Edric is stunned. Mel, she still keeps the wedding ring. I thought she threw it away, she shyly asks softly, can you put the ring back on? For me, his hands tremble intensely as he places the ring on his wife's finger. Life without you is like a punishment. I promise to treat you well from now on. Thank you for coming back to me. Finally, the two are back together. Mel looks at their hands and thinks with a smile. We cannot return to how we were at the beginning, but she gently places her hand on Edric's cheek and says, I trust you, Edric. Perhaps we will be even happier than when we began. He softly whispers his confession. I love you, Melia. There was a time when I was so jealous of the ring Rosaline wore, identical to the proposal ring on Edric's hand. Both of them smiled so brightly. I used to wish that I could wear a ring like Edric's, because that would make me the happiest person in the world. Of course, that wish never came true. I dared to wish for something I would never have, and that wish filled the rest of my life with agony. But even after escaping the abyss of misery and starting a new life of my own, Mel raises her hand to gaze at the ring, voicing her thoughts. I still could not bring myself to throw this ring away. Hearing everything, Edric cannot hold back his pain and sheds tears. I am sorry, Mel, I am truly sorry. This surprises her quite a bit, and she gently asks, why are you crying? He sniffles and answers, because my heart hurts so much. For the past 3 years, you did everything to protect our child without relying on anyone, and I knew nothing. Hearing this, Mel offers a word of encouragement. You can share your feelings too, you said so yourself. But Edric shakes his head in refusal. My pain is nothing compared to yours. He flashes a gentle smile and says, you have worked so hard, Mel. Touched, she softly calls Edric's name and hugs her husband's arm. Thank you for understanding. While they share an affectionate moment, a figure quietly watches everything. The person mutters, and an intimidating aura radiates from Francis. You betrayed me too, just like Rosaline. Holding a broom in her hand, Mel wipes the sweat from her forehead. Finished, she sincerely says. Thank you for your help, Winston. He humbly replies, not at all, my lady. Helping you is only natural. Then, extremely curious, he asks, but may I ask, have you truly forgiven the Duke? Mel comfortably answers his question. Yes, what is done is done. We decided to leave the past behind and look toward the future. Being with Edric is not just pain. By his side, there are also many joyful moments. Truthfully, the reason I left the mansion in the first place was because I misunderstood him. Winston hurriedly comforts her. Do not blame yourself, my lady. It is not your fault. At most, the servants who disrespected you deserve to be reprimanded. I am truly sorry, my lady. She is not angry about that at all. Edric also told me how much pressure his mother put on them. How could I blame them? However, as the Duchess born of lowly blood with no parents, I had nothing to prove I belonged by Edric's side. That was my shortcoming as well. Respectfully bowing his head, he says, please allow me to apologize to you once more for how I used to look down on you. Mel suddenly shifts the topic. The orphanage manager told me that you decided not to tell the Duke about Jen. That alone reflects your character, so please do not apologize to me anymore. Seeing her bright smile, Winston is deeply touched and replies, thank you, my lady. Bowing once again, he adds, from now on, I will follow your every instruction, making Mel giggle and wave her hands frantically. Oh dear, people will look. The shop will open soon, so that is enough talking. Right at this moment, he hesitantly asks, however, speaking of young Master Jen. Hearing this, she asks back in confusion, what about him? Winston awkwardly scratches his head. Well, I believe the Duke might be misunderstanding something. Somewhere. The more Mel hears, the more puzzled she becomes. Misunderstanding? Lewis's voice echoes inside the house. What, Jen? Say that again. Fiddling with his hands, Jen responds sadly. The Duke said he is not my father. He said he is just Mom's friend. This causes her to freeze, thinking to herself, don't tell me that man is not Jen's biological father. But the two of them look so much alike. The little boy asks anxiously, What if he says he doesn't like me? Louisa smiles brightly and gently lifts the boy's cheek. Jen, if he didn't like you, he would never come visit you every day. Hearing this, Jen skeptically asks, really? She points out the window. Even today, he brought you a gift. Look out there. They see Edric wearing comfortable clothes, dripping with sweat because he practiced playing basketball after learning it is the boy's favorite sport. The basketball falls cleanly into the hoop and he pulls up his shirt to wipe away the sweat. He thinks a bit shyly, practicing basketball at this age when I never played as a child. I must look so weird. Besides, if I want to get closer to Mel's child, trying to play this game is the bare minimum I can do. Because the loneliness of growing up without a father is far more painful. I never presume to be his father, but if Mel permits, at least I want to be his godfather. Their previous conversation replays in his mind. Do you want to play with me? I will ask the manager first. For some reason, Edric feels like Jen is trying to avoid him. From the boy's perspective, I am just a stranger. Next time I should come with Mel. Edric murmurs under his breath, I will do everything. For you, do you understand? Unexpectedly, Jen appears right behind him and asks, really? This startles him. The little boy anxiously repeats, what can you do for me? Hearing this, Edric squats down and answers softly, I will do everything. The more Jen listens, the curiouser he gets everything. He then casts his eyes down in confusion. Then can you? Before he can finish, someone cuts in. Jen, hands lift the boy up by his armpits. Francis smiles brightly in greeting. It has been so long. Seeing a familiar face, Jen is overjoyed. Francis asks him a question, how are you doing? Upon seeing him, Edric exclaims in disbelief, Francis Herbeck. The atmosphere suddenly turns unusually quiet. Francis maintains a faint smile and asks, Duke, how are you? The corner of his mouth twitches as he pulls the boy tightly into his chest. Do you have business with us? Or something. This makes Edric freeze completely. What? Do you mean? Edric asks back cautiously, his mood wary. Our Jen, what do you mean by that? Francis's tone carries a hint of feigned surprise. Has Mel not told you I am Jen's godfather, so please do not interfere between us. What you are doing right now is no different from ruining her happiness once again. Hearing this, Edric clenches his fists tightly. Is it true? Am I repeating the same old mistake? Is my wish for Mel's forgiveness and desire to be with her just my own selfishness? Francis continues, if you understand, please leave Jen alone. Just then, a familiar voice echoes behind them. No, Francis. Both of them quickly look up. This is not something you can decide on your own. They call out in unison, Mel. As Jen crawls down and walks toward his mother, Francis points at the man behind him. Why are you protecting that bastard? Have you forgotten that he is the cold, cruel man who hurt you and pushed you away? Mel calmly refutes, I have not forgotten. I still remember to this day. But Francis, that is pain for me to bear, not Jen. She squats down and softly asks, Jen, do you feel happy when playing with the Duke? The little boy is slightly taken aback, but quickly replies, yes. The next question causes Edric's eyes to widen. And what kind of person do you think the Duke is? Hearing this, Jen puts his hand over his mouth and thinks for a moment. Well, the Duke. He then joyfully answers, he plays ball with me and reads stories to me. He is a good person. The little boy looks extremely happy when talking about Edric. He is also very handsome when he smiles, and he is really kind. That is why I like him. Moved, Edric softly whispers, Jen, having received her child's answer, Mel stands up and says, see. The issue here is simply how Jen feels, and Edric has the right to be a part of Jen's life as well. Edric blurts out in bewilderment, what? Meanwhile, Francis is practically driven crazy with impatience. Ignoring him, Mel continues, because Edric is Jen's biological father. His voice trembles slightly. His heart thuds violently. I am Jen's biological father. Francis rushes forward, grabbing her shoulders to reason with her. Mel, calm down. That man abandoned you, and now he suddenly appears wanting to be the boy's father. What does that even mean? Mel lowers her face and speaks. You know how long it has been since he last saw his father. Hearing this, Francis grits his teeth and asks in jealousy, am I not enough? I am his godfather. I was by your side when you were at your weakest. Is that still not enough, Mel? But her expression remains as calm as ever. Francis, do you not remember deceiving me to drive a wedge between Edric and me? Mentioning this causes him to go speechless. Edric listens to everything in silence. You told me Edric would never come looking for me, and you let Edric believe I was dead. Even so, I still do not hate you because I know your care for me is genuine. But the fact that Edric is Jen's father does not change. Mel takes Francis's hand and says with a smile, "It is not that you are not enough. To both me and Jen, you are a wonderful person and no one can replace. We really are a family." He looks immensely remorseful right now. My remains unchanged. What makes me think she betrays me? A moment later, a remark echoes softly. How pathetic. Francis shoves his hands into his pockets and turns to leave. Sorry for interrupting the father and son. I will leave now. Unwilling to let him go, Jade runs over and calls out, "Are you leaving already, father?" Facing the little boy, he offers a bright smile and says, "I will come play with you next time, and it will be much more fun than when you play with the Duke. Wait for me, all right?" Receiving such an answer, Jade feels extremely happy. "Yes, see you next time, father." "All right." Finally, Edric, who remains silent until now, speaks up. A gentle breeze blows across both of them. He asks slowly, "What do you mean, is Jade my biological child?" She does not answer, but instead turns and says, "Jade, say it quickly." The little boy's face turns slightly red with embarrassment. After a moment of hesitation, Jade finally manages to call out, "Father." Edric's heart skips a beat at this sweetness. Seeing him drop to his knees, anxiously asks, "Edric, what is wrong?" He tries hard to answer, "It is nothing." She says with amusement, "Do you really not know? Jade looks so much like you." Edric only chuckles helplessly, "I never thought of it." Once Jade gets used to saying it, he happily wraps his arms around his father's neck. "Father is my father." My recalls what happened earlier. "If Winston did not tell me, you would surely misunderstanding again. I will stay here at the shop. You should go. I must thank Winston next time. Jade really looks identical to you when you were little." He asks curiously, "Me as a child?" She is not surprised that he does not know. "Yes, you probably do not remember, but you used to be a mischievous, rebellious little boy. And whenever you smile, everything around you lights up." Hearing such a description, Edric asks in surprise, "Was I truly like that?" She smiles in response, "No one knows that side of yours, but between us there is never any deceit." He chuckles softly and nods in agreement. "That is true." The cozy family atmosphere warms the air. Suddenly, Louisa steps into the room and asks, "Melly, are you free?" My snaps out of her thoughts and replies, "Yes." She looks quite worried. "You have a visitor." Curious, she asks, "A visitor?" For me, the click of high heels echoes nearby. It is Rosaline who comes to visit the Duchess of Fenton. A cup of tea is lifted, steam rising softly from within. Rosaline praises, "What a charming little shop. Who would have guessed that the Duchess of Fenton owns such a quaint tea shop? Wouldn't you?" Agree. My looks displeased. "If Lady Rosaline has something to say, please say it quickly and leave." She clears her throat. How cold. "Don't worry, I have no desire to waste your time. If not for me, you know. Duke Fenton would probably take a few more years to find you." Puzzled, she asks, "What are you talking about?" Rosaline continues, "While the Duke was distracted, I used all the fame and resources of the L clan to track down every trace of your disappearance. Of course, I have my own reasons. I was also compensated with a few business licenses." Curious, she asks, "Did you make Edric agree to your conditions?" Rosaline tilts her head slightly. "It is merely an alliance. While the Duke is on leave, who do you think manages all his duties? He is able to stay here thanks to me. But honestly, everything is exhausting. I want him to return to the capital as soon as possible, and for that to happen, you must return to the mansion as well." Confused, Mai asks her, "When will you return?" Rosaline mentions, "Rumors are spreading across the capital that the Duke found his missing wife and will soon return to fulfill his duties. You cannot say such unreasonable things." Mai clenches her fists, thinking to herself, "If I return, will I be trapped again in that suffocating life as before?" Rosaline speaks up, "Are you worried? Let me reassure you, Duke Fenton is far more intimidating than his appearance suggests. Since I have said what I need to say, I shall take my leave now." Seeing her actions, Mai is momentarily stunned. "Did you come all this way just to tell me that?" Rosaline replies, "That is right. I have already handled all the necessary matters beforehand, you see." I am just curious. I want to see the two of you find each other again after such a long time apart. At that moment, her eyes glanced to the side, seemingly catching sight of a familiar shadow. Across the street stands Francis. I suppose I hope to have something like what he has. My speaks up. I do not quite understand your meaning, but I shall tentatively trust your words, and I will try to be stronger. Rosaline repeats those words. Once more stronger. Yes, let us both become stronger together. My sits dazed, a look of confusion on her face. Together, night falls as the scene shifts. A voice echoes softly. It seems the little boy is exhausted from playing outside all day. Mai asks anxiously. Are you all right? Edric replies. I still have plenty of energy to play with him. Do not worry so much, you look so tired. Did Rosaline say something that upset you? She hesitates. No, but do you really think it is fine for Jade to sleep at our house from now on instead of the orphanage? He answers calmly. Why not? He is our child. Are you worried about the rumors? Mai answers softly. I intended to marry Francis for a long time, so I do not know how to explain everything to the villagers. Edric strokes his chin thoughtfully. That issue is tricky to handle. What if all three of us leave this place together? The fertile lands in the east are perfect for growing tea, or perhaps somewhere near the coast, since Jade always wishes to see the ocean. What about returning to the capital then? Hearing this, he whips his head around. What? She continues. You truly love your work, do you not? You want participates in state affairs with His Highness the Crown Prince, who shares the same vision, so that you can reform the Empire's unjust laws. I know how tirelessly you work to make your childhood dream come true, yet to think you abandon everything just to run a tiny tea house in the middle of nowhere for me. Edric's expression darkens softly. Mel, as long as you stay by my side, I never care about any of that. Melia clenches her fists tightly. But I care. My wish comes true, so I wish for yours to come true as well, Edric. Pain fills his handsome features as he frowns slightly. Mel. Nobles and commoners, the rigid class system of this empire, from the moment of their birth. She and Edric belong to two entirely different worlds. Is that why, when two people from different classes come together, one must break through the wall, leave their world behind, and enter the others? Before she steps into Edric's world, and now he steps into hers. Perhaps it is time for Jay to choose the world he truly desires. She gently urges him. Return to the capital, Edric. My dream. My ambition, in the end, they are all for you. Mel, I do not know if you realize this, but ever since I am a child, I say that when I grow up, I will marry. Mel, back then my father laughs faintly. Edric, stop speaking nonsense. I know you care deeply for Mel, but someone of lower class can never become part of the Fenton clan. Edric asks out of curiosity, who decides? That, he chuckles dryly. The laws of this empire. Everything is set in stone the moment you are born, and nothing changes until the day you die. I answer softly. Then I will change those laws. I will reshape this empire. If I can build a world where Mel and I live happily together, you will no longer object, right? My father laughs heartily. You harbor grand dreams, very good. As the heir of the Fenton clan, perhaps that dream of yours will come true one day. Edric now says softly, thank you for saying that, Mel. I promise to fulfill that dream for the sake of our family. The scene shifts. The soft rustle of a broom echoes. Oz rushes out from inside, looking panicked as if seeing something unbelievable. Winston! Winston speaks in a cold tone. Oz, how many times do I remind you not to run inside the manor? She hesitates. But look at this. It is a letter from the Duke and Duchess. Both of them. Perhaps they write a formal greeting, he continues. Or perhaps it is an urgent notice. She leans closer, gazing intently at the letter. Oz gasps in shock. What? They return to the capital. Winston asks with curiosity. Does the Duchess return to the manor? Oz lets out a sigh of relief. The Duchess must accept his feelings at last. Thank goodness. Then he notices something. Wait, what is this written at the end? She exclaims with excitement. The Duchess is coming back. I am so curious to see what the young master looks like. Winston holds the letter right in front of her. There is no time to celebrate. Look here. Oz stares at the letter. Reading word by word, prepare for. There is no time. Move, move. A voice resounds. Are these all of Jay's belongings? Followed by a reply. Yes, the Duke goes to rest. With the boy, Louisa asks with concern. Are you returning to the capital now? What about the tea house? Melia hesitates, the tea house. I take care of that as well. Elsa gasps in surprise upon hearing her words. You want me to run the shop? How can I possibly manage it in your place? Melia continues softly. There is no one else here I trust enough to ask. Besides, it gives you extra income to raise your child, right? The young woman lets out a soft hum. That is true, but, Melia adds, the tea house remains under my name, so do not worry about rent. If you lack operational funds, just contact me. All I want is for you to manage the tea house for me. This place holds so many special memories. I want it to always stay open. Thank you. I write down all the tea recipes here. The regulars are very kind, and I am sure they will help you if you ever need them. Suddenly, Leon steps down. He speaks up, Lady Melia, regarding what happens before. I am deeply sorry for my thoughtless words and actions. Elsa scolds me harsh that day. In the end, those rumors are untrue. Melia looks touched. Leon, he bows deeply. Please trust Elsa and me. We will not let you down. We will take good care of this tea house. They are such a kind young couple. She believes in them. What truly lingers in her heart is the thought that one day you might never see Francis again. Deep inside, Melia does not expect a warm farewell, yet she hopes they can speak once more before she leaves for the capital. Suddenly, a loud cry breaks out. No! Louisa quickly tries to soothe him. What is wrong? She asks with curiosity. What happens, Aunt Louisa? The stubborn boy shouts. I say no, I do not want to go to the capital. I want to stay here with Manager Louisa and my friends. Mother, does Manager Louisa come with us and my friends? Louisa looks helpless. I am afraid not, little one. You will make new friends in the capital, and I know you will be very happy there. The boy cries even louder. No. Melia gently asks, Jay, do you wish to stay here? The boy replies, yes, I do not want to say goodbye to everyone. Louisa sighs, dear me. In her heart, Melia thinks that if Jay does not want to go, she will not force him and will speak with Edric again. Then I will comfort the other children, she whispers as she kneels down. Jay. Suddenly, a voice interrupts. I feel a little sad. Francis asks with a soft smile, do you not want to take me along? Melia speaks his name, Francis. He steps forward to comfort Jay. Why is my brave Jay crying like this? The boy whimpers, because I do not want to leave. What if my friends forget about me? He answers gently, when it comes to human connections, there is an invisible string. The boy looks curious. A string? He nods softly. That is right, you cannot see it, but it connects you with the people you care about. No matter how far you go, it pulls us back together like an elastic band. Wherever you go, you are always a precious child of this place. And I am always your responsible godfather. We are family, Jay, and that never changes. Jay asks in confusion, never. Francis smiles with a firm voice, never. And when you reach the capital, new friends will welcome you. It is a wonderful place with tall towers and bakery shops on every corner you visit. The boy's eyes light up with interest. Really? Then I want to go to the capital too. I will bring back lots of fruits for my friends. He continues, that is my brave boy. Now go say goodbye with a smile. The boy scampers off. Yes, sir. Melia looks at him with deep gratitude. Thank you for encouraging him. He slowly stands up. There is no need to thank me. I merely repeat the words you once tell me. Mel, if anything, I am the one who must. Thank you. After selling my house, I think I will live as nothing more than a discarded tool once my purpose is served. But now I stand beside someone else because I choose to. She hesitates softly. Francis. Francis gently cuts in. I only dream of a real family, a warm dining table and someone calling my name, a life where I am remembered even if I disappear, and you show me that. The two exchange a soft look, sweet contentment resting on their lips. Edric speaks up. Mel, we must go now, Jay calls out. Excitedly, Mother. Francis offers his final farewell. As for me, I will probably travel somewhere if I ever visit the capital. Please welcome me. Melia offers a gentle smile, replying politely, yes, let us meet again. Francis, the scene shifts. Louisa bids them a safe journey. The children standing nearby also shout their sweet wishes. Stay healthy, Jay, come visit us. Jay gazes at them through the carriage window. Yes, everyone, please take good care. Melia waves goodbye to everyone. Thank you for everything, she softly whispers her farewell to the village that holds 3 years of her laughter and tears. Edric reaches out, his warm fingers lightly touching her hand. He whispers tenderly, from now on we will live together. My cheeks flush soft red. She smiles and replies, yes. The carriage slowly moves toward the world waiting for them. The scene shifts to 2 figures standing under a tree. A young Mai gazes intently at the person beside her beneath the gentle sunlight. I love watching you read. She asks with curiosity, Edric, isn't that book really boring? Edric answers with surprise, boring. No, learning something new is wonderful. It feels like discovering a whole new world. Mary looks at him searchingly. I love your blue eyes that hold a world I don't know. When will I be able to understand that world? Mai speaks up timidly. May I read with you? Edric replies. It might be a little difficult for you, but all right. I will teach you step by step. She beams. A happy smile, but what she loves even more is his ambition-filled gaze, drifting past the pages to look toward her. Every time I am with Edric, my heart flutters endlessly, but deep inside my soul is slowly eaten away by self-doubt. The present-day Mai suddenly wakes with a start, unable to believe it. Was that a dream? I used to think that if I worked hard enough, I would one day be worthy to stand beside Edric. But perhaps that is just a fantasy. Maybe I am flawed by nature, and no matter how hard I try, it will never be enough. I spent time at a girls' academy, yet I never received a scholarship from a noble school. Even as the Duchess, I am still nothing more. Mai closes her eyes tightly. Suddenly a warm voice echoes. It is Edric. He asks softly, are you awake? My love, she asks curiously, Edric, did I wake you? He answers, of course. Not, you can sleep more, he whispers into her ear. You pushed yourself too hard last night. Mai blushes. You were a bit excessive last night. Can we slow down the frequency a little? Edric chuckles. What can I say? You are simply too beautiful, and if we want to give Jen a sibling like he wants, we have to keep trying. Still, I don't want to see you so exhausted like this. I will behave myself tonight. A look of helpless resignation washes over her face. Honestly. Suddenly a voice calls out from outside. Your Grace, Duchess, breakfast is ready. Please come down to dine. He asks, should we stay in bed a little longer? She shakes her head. No, it's time to get up. A family should always eat together. Edric blushes pink and murmurs softly. Thank you, my love. A lavish and nutritious breakfast is served. Mai speaks up. Jen, how are your studies going lately? Is anything difficult? Jen hesitates before answering. It's a bit tough, but learning is so much fun. It feels like discovering a new world I never knew about. In her heart, she thinks, like father, like son. He is just like what Edric once said in the past. Edric speaks up. Is there anything else you want, son? The boy hesitates. Like a dream, you mean? Yes. Mai thinks to herself that since he is just like Edric, he will probably aim for a grand position in the empire. Like an admiral or prime minister, the little boy says excitedly, I am going to open the finest tea shop in the empire. She gasps in surprise. What? Edric looks puzzled. A tea shop, the scene shifts to a quiet place. Rosaline speaks up. He really said that. To think the grand dream of the Duke's son is to open a tea shop. How fascinating. Mai bows her head. If you view it that way, Lady Rosaline, I tried, but I still feel a bit guilty as part of it is my fault. In her mind, she never thought she would discuss such things with Lady Rosaline, but ever since returning to the capital, Rosaline is her only acquaintance, often dropping by. Rosaline flashes a friendly smile. Drop the honorifics. Haven't we grown closer? Mai wonders. And what exactly is our relationship? Rosaline hesitates. Former love rivals or future business partners who will reshape the empire. Mai continues. I can tell that there is still a bit of awkwardness between us. Rosaline puts on a generous demeanor. I hold no grudge against you, Mary. Besides, I prefer us like this. I am truly sorry for hurting you in the past. It was all due to the cruel politics of the nobility. Please understand me a little. Look at me, reflecting, repenting, and striving to live a new life. I am tired of regrets. Mai asks, I heard you helped Edric a lot in the past. Would you be willing to tutor Jen for his future? Rosaline gasps in surprise. Oh, Mai, are you giving me a new chance? That's wonderful, Mai. But Mai, wouldn't that go against his dream of opening a tea shop? Mai looks puzzled. Pardon. Rosaline continues. It seems like an ordinary dream. Yes, but it's not bad. Did you open a tea shop because you wanted to? On the contrary, I find it immensely bold. He wants to open the finest high-end tea shop in the empire. Mai covers her mouth in astonishment. But he will inherit the Fenton clan one day. Rosaline reminds her, stop focusing so much on Jen and care more about yourself. Mai points to herself. Myself? Rosaline teases lightly. Don't you think being just a duchess is a waste? Young nobles these days care far more about luxury tea shops than hair salons. It isn't just a place that sells drinks. They set trends, exchange social gossip, and become the meeting hub for the high nobility. And you will always need exquisite tea blends. Besides, wouldn't the title of Duchess be quite useful? Go into business with me, my. If you create an upscale tea house, I know for sure. It will be an astounding success. My feels quite insecure, me. Do you really think I can do such a thing? Rosaline replies. If you want to guide him one day, shouldn't you experience it yourself first? Her eyes flicker with hesitation, experience. She recalls Edric's words from childhood. The world is far larger than you imagine. You need to experience more. She still remembers the day she had that dream. If I can stand beside Edric as a businesswoman and an equal, not merely as his Duchess, can I stand by his side and see the world through his perspective? My clenches her fists tightly. She speaks up, Rosaline, regarding business. Could you tell me more? The scene shifts as my astonished voice rings out. A law promoting women's economic participation. I never imagined Edric would propose such a bill. Rosaline wears a gentle smile and replies, thanks to Duke Fenton's policies, noblewomen are finally allowed to engage in business. Anyway, what do you think? Do you think a tea shop has potential? Mai takes a sip and remarks, the tea flavor is a bit inconsistent. In places. Both of them look outside. Rosaline speaks. You mean the location on the busiest street in the capital? Is it impressive? Fine, I will consider buying it. When starting a business, finding a prime location is crucial. This street has the highest foot traffic in the capital. Mai sees Rosaline's determination to secure the busiest spot in town, but she isn't sure. Mai interrupts her. It's too noisy. The atmosphere wouldn't suit. An elegant social gathering spot. Rosaline inquires. Then how do you envision the location? Mai ponders and answers. Somewhere quieter, where ladies can take their time to enjoy with enough space for carriages. To wait, Rosaline thinks it over. That's quite complex. Such a place is hard to find in the capital. Wait, didn't Duke Fenton buy an art gallery for you not long ago? What if we transform the gallery into a tea house? Rosaline's idea stuns Mai. An art gallery. Rosaline explains. Yes, like a flagship tea house with space for guests to enjoy tea and art. Mai exclaims in amazement. That really is a wonderful idea, Rosaline. She continues, I wouldn't have thought of it if you hadn't brought it up. Plus, we save a ton on real estate costs. It's perfect. In Mai's mind, the real test will come on opening day. Rosaline can handle fundraising and PR, but they need someone who can construct the tea shop and lay its groundwork. Besides my tea brewing skills, I am really not good at running a business alone. I wonder who could manage this. Rosaline hands her a portrait. Lord Bly, she asks, do you know him, Mai? Mai looks closely at the picture and answers, a little. Back then, Lord Bly bowed respectfully. Pleased to meet you, Lady Mai. The man once arranged to be my future husband. Rosaline casually takes a sip of tea. Rumor has it he abandoned his wife over infertility issues, and now she has to serve his mistresses. In her heart, Mai realizes she must be the woman he married instead of me. In some way, part of this is my fault too. I cannot just ignore it. Mai speaks up. Rosaline, that woman, Lady Clara Harrington, could you arrange for me to meet her once? On the other side, a sharp scream pierces through. I told you that money was set aside for overdue debts, yet you gave it all to your mistresses to buy jewelry. What on earth are you doing? Lord Bly bellows back. How dare you raise your voice to your husband? Do you think managing money makes you the real mistress of this household? If you weren't infertile, I wouldn't need mistresses. Get out of my sight. I don't want to see your face ever again. Clara's hands drop lifelessly. Devoid of any remaining hope, Rosaline holds a file. Lord Bly's pitiful wife, Clara Harrington. She has a brilliant business mind, but as a woman, she was barred from taking over her family's firm. In short, she was basically sold to that man as a marriage tool. Mai considers, do you think he will agree to a divorce while he is drowning in debt? We have no solid basis to conclude that. Rosaline's voice turns cold. That is where my media influence comes into play. Scandals among the high society are always hot topics for the front pages. Her fingers click rapidly across the keys as articles are printed continuously. The headline reads, Exclusive, Lord Bly exposed covering up his own infertility and blaming his wife Clara, the decline of noble morals. Across town. Lord Bly grips a newspaper corner until it crumples. He screams furiously, "Who is it? Who?" "A leak this," his shrill roar echoes into the night. Meanwhile, Clara bows her head in gratitude. Thank you for giving me a new life." My comforts her. "You no longer have to live under Lord Bly's shadow," Clara offers. A happy smile. "Since my family abandoned me, I don't have to return to them either. Honestly, I feel quite free." Rosaline smiles and joins in. "I'd say the divorce settlement was rather generous." Clara continues, "I was sold once, but now I will never be sold to anyone again." My steps forward and presents a contract to Clara. "Lady Clara, will you accept this invitation?" Clara opens it with a bewildered look. "This is a business partnership," Mai explains. "While investigating, we looked into your background as well. We recognized your talent from your days at the Harrington clan. Your strategic vision and financial skills are exactly what we lack. Will you partner with us?" She is deeply moved. Duchess Fenton, you have already helped me so much, and now you offer me a new opportunity. It is an immense honor. I accept your invitation. I will give everything I have." A few days later, Clara gives orders. "Arrange a table for 4 near the window. As for the suppliers we need." Clara handles everything. Even better than expected. Mai happily sips her tea. She remarks, "Now that Clara is managing all operations, I feel so much more at ease. Finally, I can focus on enjoying the tea." Rosaline marvels, "Truly impressive, Mai. You really have an eye for spotting talent. We will publish a special article in the next issue featuring your collaboration with Clara as a symbol of women's economic empowerment." Mai adds, "And it also demonstrates that Edric's policy is working effectively." Deep in her heart, Mary wonders if being able to help Edric brings her joy. Rosaline reminds her, "Mary, I know exactly what you are thinking, but our top priority right now is business, not Edric." She gives an embarrassed laugh. "Sorry, our grand opening will be magnificent. Just wait and see." After work, she sighs exhaustedly. Edric asks with concern, "Are you tired?" Mary answers, "Yes, I suppose I worked too hard today. I don't have an ounce of energy left." He continues, "I love seeing you so passionate, but watching you push yourself past your limits breaks my heart." She smiles softly. "Actually, I plan to rest tomorrow." In her mind, she notices her recent lack of appetite and constant sleepiness, thinking she might just be overworked. He gently places his hand over hers. "Then would it be all right if I presume to disturb you tonight?" Mai flushes shyly. "Why don't we have dinner first?" Edric asks lovingly. "Are you hungry? Tell me what you crave, and I will have the chef prepare it right away." Mai feels surprised. "What I crave?" A bit unexpectedly. She says, "I want oranges." Hearing this, he asks in confusion, "Oranges?" She quickly covers up. "Never mind, forget it. Let's go eat dinner." He says tenderly, "Oranges. All right, I will have them prepared at once, through business. I have discovered a whole new world, yet my greatest happiness still blooms right beside Edric." The lively sound of laughter echoes inside. Saki smiles. "Thanks to this new tea house, I now have a wonderful place to connect with everyone." Kai giggles behind her hand. "Is this what a modern social salon feels like?" Mai's voice rings out. "Excuse me, ladies, we have just launched a new beverage on the menu. Would you like to try it?" It is a rosemary iced tea. Saki smiles brightly. "Oh my, of course, Duchess Fenton cold herbal tea. It is so perfect for summer." Chibai adds. "That is right." Melia turns around. "It feels wonderful to hear everyone like it." Lucius looks over at Edric. "Several women have followed the Duchess's example and joined the workforce. The capital suddenly feels more vibrant than ever." He flips a page in his book. "This is only the beginning. We still need to amend the laws so more talented women like Melia can enter society more freely." She approaches him. "Edric, are those your new glasses?" He looks at her. "I can see much clearer now." Lucius raises his teacup. "Duchess Fenton, this tea is truly wonderful." Melia turns around. "Thank you, Your Highness." Edric asks, "Melia, do you want to attend tonight's banquet?" Melia lowers her head. "I am sorry, Edric, but today no one else can handle the bookkeeping and accounting. Do you mind if I do not go with you?" Edric replies, "Of course not, but please do not overwork yourself." Lucius narrows his eyes. A noble couple that respects each other's work. It feels as though the empire is gradually changing. Of course, it is all thanks to the laws that Edric pushed through. But he wonders if the influence of Duchess Fenton, who opened the tea shop, is actually the most crucial factor behind this. Change, either way, they suit each other very well. At the banquet, Edric makes polite conversation with everyone. Just then, someone walks up to him. "My goodness, Duke, how have you been? I did not expect to see you at the banquet." He turns around. "It has been a while, Clara Martina." Clara smiles. "Just call me Clara. I am deeply impressed by the recent laws you pushed forward. But I cannot help being curious. Could those laws perhaps have been passed? For my sake, and today I see you did not bring the Duchess either." Edric looks suspicious. "Excuse me." She adopts a manipulative tone. "Ah, I thought you simply couldn't stand by and watch people treat me so rudely just because I am a singer." He yanks his hand away from her grip. "Those laws are for all women in the Empire. You are free to misunderstand them, but I strongly prefer that you step away from me and leave." Clara continues to grab his arm. "I heard you two have been very happy these past few days. Perhaps it is time I return the humiliation from back then. While you are busy with administrative duties in the capital, several rumors are being spread that shake high society to its core. The hot news in the papers. Headline: Duke Fenton returns to Clara Martina. A banquet without the Duchess, a spark from the past." Edric's voice rises angrily. "What? Who wrote this trash?" "Why, I think it is quite good." Rosaline takes a sip of tea. "A photograph of a highborn noble gentleman and the Empire's most famous muse. The rumor is quite hot these days, you know. This is no joke, I do not want Melia to misunderstand." He scratches his head in frustration. "If you are afraid she might misunderstand," she turns to him, "then why don't you explain it to her yourself? You never used to care about rumors like this. What is wrong with you lately? Perhaps this is an opportunity for you to explain everything, even the past affairs." She shrugs. "She definitely published this article on purpose." He lowers his head. "But will Melia believe me?" His hands clench into fists, veins bulging. Melia's voice rings out, "Edric." "Rosaline, I am coming in. What is going on? Why is everyone so quiet?" Rosaline smiles. "Oh, Melia, perfect timing. Have you read today's paper? It is quite fascinating." Edric slams the table and stands up. Rosaline chuckles. Melia takes the newspaper. "This is," he stammers, "Melia, it is all lies. I swear." Clara Martina suddenly rushed forward and grabbed my hand. She sets the paper on the table. "Edric!" He watches Melia slowly walk closer to him. Her hand reaches out to adjust his necktie, watching Melia's gesture. Edric looks bewildered. She smiles. "Your tie is crooked." His face flushes red. Melia reassures him. "Do not worry, I know it is just a misunderstanding. From past to present." He stammers. "Do you really believe me?" She soothes him. "Of course, I know you better than anyone. After all, you told me about yourself and showed me who you truly are." Edric gazes at her. Melia bows her head. "I am truly sorry for always assuming the worst in the past. Back then, I really thought you no longer loved me." Edric grabs her shoulders. "Why are you apologizing? It is my fault for letting rumors spread and causing you to misunderstand." They gaze into each other's eyes. Rosaline looks at the affectionate scene between Edric and Melia helplessly. "Should I slip away?" Suddenly, Melia dry heaves, making Rosaline freeze in her tracks. Edric asks in panic, "Melia, are you all right? Did you eat something bad?" She shakes her head. "No, I just feel a bit nauseous. I think I should take some medicine." Rosaline narrows her eyes thoughtfully. Nauseous. Both of them look at Melia in unison. Could it be? But Edric thinks it is just indigestion, while Rosaline gasps, "A second baby." After saying that, the two look at each other in shock. He stammers, "The hospital, let me take you for a checkup right now." Rosaline smiles. "Oh, congratulations on the wonderful news." Melia looks confused. "What?" And just like that, the miracle of life returns to us. Melia and Jasmine sit on a bench outside to enjoy the breeze. "The air is so fresh today, isn't it, Jasmine?" The little boy giggles and replies, "Yes, it is very fresh, Mommy." "Will my baby sibling be a boy or a girl?" She gently strokes her belly. "We cannot tell just yet, but once the baby is born, please love them very much, okay?" Jasmine nods happily. "Yes, Mommy." Edric assigns work to Winston. "Hire a doctor and a midwife to stay permanently at the mansion. I want to make sure we are fully prepared for Melia." Winston immediately obeys. "Yes, Your Grace." Edric worries about Melia's health. Melia's morning sickness is getting worse. She cannot even go to work at her beloved tea shop. I will reduce my own working hours to stay by her side as much as possible. Winston bows slightly. Then I shall rearrange your schedule to free up as much time as possible, Duke. Edric walks forward slowly. Ever since returning to the capital, I have worked without rest. It is time for me to dedicate my precious time to this little family. Melia is going through morning sickness and cannot enjoy her food. The maid worries and asks, Duchess Fenton, are you all right? Melia covers her mouth nervously. Yes, but I do not think I can eat all of this. The maid asks thoughtfully, I will bring you a few oranges. You can eat them later. She waves her hand hurriedly. No, just plain water, thank you. Seeing his wife's condition, Edric worriedly suggests, Melia, if you feel uncomfortable, let's go outside for some fresh air. Melia shakes her head. It is all right. I also had severe morning sickness when I was pregnant with Jasmine. Everything will be fine if we wait patiently. Even though she reassures him, Edric remains deeply worried. He falls silent. For a moment, I am sorry for not being by your side during your hardest times. Melia offers a gentle smile. Do not worry, Manager Louisa took great care of me, and Francis even ran out in the middle of the night to get oranges for me. These words strike Edric like a bolt of lightning, and he instantly freezes like stone. Melia quickly covers her mouth. Oh dear, she hastily changes the subject. Right, speaking of which, Prince Lucius is planning a birthday party for his daughter. I think our whole family should attend. Edric rests his chin on his hand. Lucius also mentioned wanting to see Jasmine again. Melia is surprised. What, really? He shares his theory. I think he wants to matchmake Jasmine and Gloria into a pair. She blinks in confusion. A pair? Jasmine is still so young. Edric explains to his wife. That is how arranged marriages among nobility work. Who knows, he might become royal family in the future. Melia remains worried, but he smiles to comfort her. I know what you are worried about. I will handle it, so the only thing you need to focus on is yourself and the baby. Melia sighs, feeling a bit relieved. All right then. Edric gently takes her hand. Are you still feeling stomach pain? Is there anything you want to eat? Even in the middle of the night or at dawn, I will get it for you. She smiles weakly, thinking to herself, note to self, never mention Francis in front of Edric ever again. Edric speaks in a tender voice. Just tell me. I wasn't by your side before, so now I will make up for all of it. Melia thinks for a moment and says, I don't really want to eat anything. She pulls his hand and places it on her belly. Edric is momentarily flustered. What is it? Melia hesitates. Edric. She sweetly makes her request. The baby wants grapes. Lucius is somewhat speechless at him. Let me get this straight. You are running around the capital looking for grapes in the middle of winter? Edric's expression turns gloomy, dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep. I know you have a greenhouse here. Just give them to me. His subordinate feels helpless as well. Where am I supposed to find grapes in this weather? Duke, I have searched every single store already. Lucius places his hands on his hips. For someone asking for a favor, you certainly sound bold. Edric is ready to accept any condition just to get grapes. If there is anything you want in exchange, please say so. I am willing to repay far more than that. Lucius rests his chin on his hand. Very well, a favor for a favor. I want you to bring Jasmine to Gloria's birthday party. Edric frowns slightly. Is it because you want Jasmine and Gloria to be engaged? Lucius is startled. What? Engagement? What are you talking about? Edric looks at him sternly. Do not play dumb, Lucius. Lucius turns his face away in embarrassment. Don't group me with cold-blooded people like you. Gloria is only 6 years old, as you know, though of course anyone would love to become in-laws with the Fenton clan. Edric asks. Then if not that, why do you want to see Jasmine? Lucius clears his throat lightly. You know Gloria is starting school now, right? He smiles. It seems she met Jasmine there and fell in love at first sight. Edric looks bewildered, likes him. Lucius nods. She begged me to invite the boy to her party. As her father, I couldn't possibly refuse. That is all, and as her father, I know exactly what kind of boy my daughter would fall for. Haha, surely a boy who treasures his family, just like you, right? Edric steps aside in annoyance. Fine, we will come. Don't touch me. Lucius smiles brightly. Oh, and I have already prepared the grapes. They will be sent to your mansion shortly. Edric is taken aback. What? Why didn't you tell me sooner? The room door slowly creaks open in the quiet night. Edric steps inside. Gently, Melia, I am home. By now she is already fast asleep. Oh dear, she fell asleep. He steps quietly so as not to wake Melia. Edric sits softly on the bed, admiring her sleeping face. Melia shifts slightly. She is sleeping so peacefully. He smiles with deep tenderness. You aren't dreaming about grapes, are you? Edric places a gentle kiss on her forehead. Good night, my love. Thank you for everything. I promise to be an even better husband tomorrow. He lovingly touches Melia's belly. Daddy knows it's a bit cramped in there, but don't trouble your mother too much. Come into this world healthy and strong. My child, I cannot wait to meet you. In a flash, winter arrives, and white snow covers everything. Jasmine cheers with joy upon seeing the snow. Wow, snow, Mommy, look. It's snow. Melia stands up from her chair. This is the first snowfall, isn't it? Should we go outside and build a snowman? The little boy leaps with excitement. Yes. Edric stops her. It is getting colder outside. You should stay indoors, Melia. I will go play with Jasmine. She wonders, really? Are you sure? He tenderly kisses her cheek. Of course, and when I come back, I will buy you the soufflé pancake you love. Her cheeks flush bright red. All right. Have fun, you too. Edric quickly steps outside. Jasmine, go grab your gloves from your room, son. The boy happily complies. Yes, father. The maid pokes her head in. You are truly fortunate, Duchess. Melia looks bewildered. She chuckles. The Duke has always been devoted to you, but since you got pregnant, he is even more so. Every day, he prepares the foods you crave and even learns how to cook for you. He is truly the most romantic man in the world. Melia smiles. That is not all. He even offers to massage my feet every night to prevent swelling. I don't know if I truly deserve all these wonderful things. I am so glad you are always here taking care of me. The maid hurriedly waves her hands. Please accept these blessings without hesitation, my lady. You deserve far more than this. Oh, and there are many letters for you, madam. Melia asks curiously. Letters? The maid raises a finger. Perhaps they are all congratulatory letters for your second child. She quickly opens a letter to read. This is: To Duchess Fenton, please accept Yena's heartfelt congratulations on the joyful news of your second pregnancy. If it is not too much trouble, I truly hope you can visit my gallery. Sincerely, Yena Ander. Yena bows politely. Her head, thank you for accepting my invitation. Duchess Fenton, Melia greets her. Hello, Marchioness Yena. It has been quite a while since we last met, and I visited your gallery. So why did you invite me here? Yena speaks up. I have stopped holding exhibitions at the gallery, but there is one piece of art that I wish to personally show you, my lady. She turns and walks forward. Yes, it is right over here. She points to a painting on the wall, inviting her to appreciate it. It is an abstract painting. Melia thinks to herself in annoyance. Is she going to force me to interpret the meaning of the painting again like last time? Yena explains. The title of the artwork is The Ugliness Within the Soul. Melia is surprised that she suddenly reveals the title. Pardon? Yena suddenly lowers her head. I sincerely apologize for behaving so rudely during last year's exhibition. Her gesture leaves Melia feeling slightly bewildered. Marchioness Yena. Yena continues her apology. I was simply too envious of your beauty and elegance, which led me to behave. Exceeded my boundaries just to boost my own ego. It is a bit late, but I sincerely apologize to you. Mai places her hand on her shoulder. Please raise your head. My lady, what is past, and I no longer dwell on it. If anything, I truly thank you for apologizing to me after all this time. Jenna looks at her with deep emotion. Duchess. Fenton, Mai holds Jenna's hand gently. Let us bury the resentment in the past. I hope we can live in harmony from now on. She cannot believe that Mai forgives her so easily. Thank you, Duchess Fenton. Suddenly, Annette runs over, frantic. Marchioness Jenna. Are you here today? That is wonderful, Jenna. Grows angry as the woman suddenly barges in. You are clearly banned from this building. How dare you enter my gallery? If you step any closer, I will call the guards. Mai pokes her head out curiously. And looks, who is that? Annette immediately drops to her knees in plea. Please listen to me. No, please look at my painting. Please, I need your patronage. Jenna firmly refuses. Miss Annette, I already told you that your paintings are not worth sponsoring. The woman continues to beg frantically. Can you not just spare a glance just once? Mai studies the face carefully. Though her appearance is unkempt, those features are intimately familiar. Suddenly recognizing her, Mary gasps in shock and covers her mouth. She recognizes the woman. as her old friend Annette Phillies when she catches sight of her, the woman stands stunned. Mary, Jenna angrily steps in front to shield her. How dare you call the Duchess by her name? Guards, drag this woman out immediately. My hastily waves her hand. It is all right. My lady, my feels a slight flutter of nervousness. I know this person. Annette timidly avoids her gaze. It has been quite a while. Mary never expects to meet Annette again. Back then, she trusted her wholeheartedly as a friend, which is why Annette's betrayal broke her heart so deeply. Annette's voice trembles. I am truly sorry. I did not mean anything that day when we drank so much. I was just so jealous of everything you have. I am so sorry, so please. I know I have no right to ask, but could you help me, just this once? I have 3 children to feed and I am drowning. In debt, looking at Annette, Mary sees her past self in her, a girl cowering under the weight of shame and deep inferiority. When I first stepped into the unfamiliar world of high society, did she look like an ugly duckling among swans? How small did my look in their eyes? If she could speak to that past version of herself now, what would she say? After a moment of silence, my suddenly speaks up. Annette, could you show me your paintings? I will decide whether to help you after seeing them. Annette is ecstatic. My, thank you so much. My sets her teacup down. Are you certain, Marchioness? I do not want you to feel forced to sponsor Annette just because of me. I can handle it myself. Jenna offers a bright smile. You do not need to feel burdened. When it comes to sponsoring artists, I am quite an expert myself. But are you sure about this? My lady, I heard that Annette Phillies once caused you trouble. My wears a gentle smile. Even so, I still want to give her a second chance, because that is what I wanted more than anything back then, to have one more chance, another opportunity to prove herself and to be believed in. Jenna feels that she is truly wonderful. You are far more admirable than I imagined, Duchess Fenton. As someone who was also granted a fresh start, I promise you this. You can rest assured and leave Annette's sponsorship to me. My nods in gratitude. I leave her in your care. My lady, Jenna seems somewhat embarrassed. I truly did not think you would accept my invitation so quickly. Steam rises gently from the teacup on the table. Ah, I see. There are a few things I would also like to ask of you. Jenna asks curiously. What is it? My decides to make her request. I think you also know where Francis Herbake is. Jenna is taken aback by her question. Where Francis is? My nods. Yes, I heard he received some support from you in the past up until now. Jenna lowers her head. I am sorry, but it has been a long time, about a year since I last saw him. I fear I do not know where he is now either. My look slightly saddened. I understand. Jenna offers a suggestion. However, before he disappeared, he left a painting with me. Would you like to take a look at it? My lady, she suddenly feels a stir of curiosity about the painting. A painting? My praises her. You did very well. The worker replies happily. It is all thanks to you, Duchess. The recipe you left us is so detailed that we can run the shop smoothly even without you here. Lynn shyly speaks up. My lady, my wonders. What is wrong? She hands over a neatly wrapped gift box. This is a small gift from me and the staff. It is nothing grand, but we hope you will accept it. She happily opens the gift box to see what it is. Is it something for the baby? The 2 employees say cheerfully, Congratulations on your pregnancy, Duchess Fenton. Warmest congratulations. My adores the gift. Thank you. I am sure the little one will love it. Thinking back. The baby clothes Edric keeps will soon be worn by this child. Originally, they were meant for Jay, so she feels a bit guilty now. Jay will be delighted to see the baby wearing them. Edric put so much thought into choosing names for their child. We will name her Hazel if it is a girl and Alexis if it is a boy. My nods. Yes, but Jay still hopes for a girl. He will probably be sad if it is a boy. He affectionately touches her hand. That is because he takes after me. I really wanted a younger sister when I was his age. My looks up at him. But you have no siblings. That is so sad. Edric comforts her. It is all right because you appeared. My wonders, is that why you were so kind to me? He shakes his head. No, I never treated you like a sister. Hearing his words, Mary feels shy. My love, Edric slides his hand around her waist. And what about you? Her cheeks flush red. Me too. I never considered you a brother either. He feels immensely happy. I know. We have felt the same way all along. My gets lost in thought. and from then on, things just unfold that way. Rosaline suddenly speaks up. Mary, is it really fine for you to return to work? Is your morning sickness getting better? Maya's delighted to see her. Rosaline, thank you for worrying about me. Rosaline takes her hand. Hee hee, you can rest more if you wish. Clara is running the shop very steadily right now. Mary makes a request. Actually, Rosaline, would it be fine if I stayed at your mansion tonight? She asks in surprise. Of course it is. Why? So, she replies happily, I have something. I want to show you. Rosaline stands stunned as she looks at the painting before her. Is this a painting by Francis? My nods. Yes, the Marchioness says this is the exact painting he gave her. She is utterly surprised. You met her, she treated you so poorly, why would you meet her again? Mary asks a question. Rosaline, you are still searching for Francis, aren't you? She is startled. Is it because of me? She feels saddened. I am sorry, knowing you still care, I wanted to help. Rosaline looks dazed. My. It continues. Marchioness Jenna says she does not know his exact whereabouts either, but she thinks this painting might hold a hint. Do you recognize anything in it? Staring at the painting before her, Rosaline's mind goes entirely blank. A hint. It is just a painting of a tree I have never seen before. My stares closely at the painting. Really? I thought it looked familiar. Maybe the tree is not the hint. Flustered, Rosaline says, I truly thank you, but actually, I met Francis at your wedding. Mai is completely shocked. Really? Rosaline nods. He came to see me first. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but I was so scared. I thought he came to say a final goodbye, so I ran away because I lacked the courage to hear him out. Francis and I are over. And I have no intention of looking for him anymore. Mary looks at her with concern. Rosaline, turning to leave, she says, please keep the painting, I do not need it. She shakes her head. No. Rosaline suddenly turns her head back and looks, what? Mai joyfully points to the painting. Look here. She gazes intently at the base of the tree. Mai continues, the past cannot be changed, but this proves that Francis never gave up. Rosaline frowns slightly. That tree looks like the one behind the Herbeck Mansion's garden. She hurriedly leaves. I must go. Rosaline joyfully turns back to look at her. Thank you, Melia. Mary hopes Rosaline and Francis can find peace. Well, I think I should go home right away. Mai suddenly freezes, feeling a sharp pain in her stomach. She collapses to the ground in agony. Oh, Mai clutches her belly in distress, sweat pouring profusely. My stomach. She feels dizzy and everything in front of her gradually darkens. No. Mai painfully reaches her hand toward the door. Someone please. The door immediately bursts open. Seeing his wife's dire condition, Edric rushes in frantically. The doctor gently adjusts his glasses frame. The Duchess is showing signs of premature labor. Edric startles. Premature labor, but her due date is still 3 months away. The doctor nods. Yes, however, the frequency of Her Highness's uterine contractions is unusually high. Has the Duchess been overexerting herself or undergoing heavy stress? Lately, Mai rests her hand on her chin. I was a bit worried about the tea shop, so I went out often. He stares at her in dazed concern. Mary asks anxiously, is the baby all right? Edric asks at the same time, is my wife all right? The doctor appears quite flustered. The baby's heartbeat is stable. However, if contractions continue, it may lead to premature birth and affect the mother's future health. Edric, relieved, nods. Very well, you may leave. The doctor bows. I will provide another report after monitoring her condition. Edric is intensely worried, terrified that something might happen to her. Mai, I think it would be better if you limit going outside for a while. You are pregnant. Our priority right now is your safety. Mai looks crestfallen. I am sorry, Edric. I will be more careful from now on. He speaks up. I heard you visited Marchioness Jenna. Are you so desperately searching for Francis that you neglect your own health? Mai hastily shakes her head. No, Edric, it is not like that, he says mournfully. Perhaps we should not have another child. Hearing him say this, her eyes widen in shock. Edric, what are you saying? Are you saying you regret having this baby? Edric turns around to leave. I am going out for a moment. Please rest. Mai calls out his name in panic. Edric, we really should not have another child. But if something happens to Mai, without her, this world means nothing to Edric. He needs neither children nor royal succession. The atmosphere at mealtime is suffused with tension. No one speaks a word to each other. Edric remains lost in thought. I should not have said that yesterday. Mai chews her food absent-mindedly. How could he think of giving up our baby? Did he ever truly want this child? Jay anxiously observes the expressions on both of their faces. Father and mother are not smiling at all. The young boy quickly speaks up to break the awkward silence. Both parents are startled. What is it? Jay feels immensely saddened. Did I do something wrong? If I did, please tell me. I promise I will do better, so please be happy again. If you two are fighting because of me, please stop. Edric looks bewildered. What are you saying? That is impossible. Mai feels flustered. Your father is right. He sighs tiredly. He noticed we argued and thinks it is his fault. She looks at Jay with concern. I was only thinking of my own hurt, completely unaware of how worried he must be. Edric explains softly, father and mother were just a little disappointed in each other yesterday. Mai nods in agreement. That is right, Jay. It is not your fault at all, not even a little. The little boy gazes at them with sparkling eyes. So you two made up already, right? Both of them instantly feel flustered. They look at each other. Huh. Oh, Edric speaks first. Mel, I am sorry. I was a bit hot-headed yesterday. She smiles softly. I did not understand your feelings yesterday either. From now on, I will consult you before doing anything like that. Looking at them making up, Jane is overjoyed. Yes, now the two are back to normal. Mel gently holds his hand. Please do not make Jane feel that way again. Edric nods. All right, let us make sure the baby hears good things and sees wonderful things. She happily strokes her belly. Yes, let us do that. Only much later does Mel understand Edric's true emotions. When Edric speaks of giving up the baby, what he truly fears is the prospect of losing her. And when the storm passes, time carries them forward. Until the baby's cry echoes through the house. It is a joy. That the child is born, you do wonderful. Mel, she gently cradles the baby in her arms. She is so beautiful. It is wonderful to meet you, Alexis. Juliana stands before Mel's bed to congratulate her, Duchess Fenton. She nods happily. Thank you, Your Majesty. Juliana pulls out a gift. I hope you do not mind, but this is a gift for you. I wish all the best for the child. I made this for her myself. I am truly sorry for everything in the past, Duchess Fenton. Mel smiles, please. Do not dwell on the past anymore. Thank you for your blessings for Alexis. Juliana bows her head. Thank you for your forgiveness. If possible, I will visit again. Mel is delighted. Of course, you are always welcome. Lucius stands outside the door looking in. Duchess Fenton is truly special. I feel much more at ease now. Edric reminds him, stay in touch with everyone. Do not let things turn out like that again. Lucius nudges his arm. All right. If we end up as in-laws, do you think I will let that happen again? Juliana is growing up too. Edric turns to look at him. I already told you Jane's opinion matters most. Stop tying my boy to your daughter. Lucius stammers, hey, attend the next meeting, will you? The nobles are voting heavily against the reform bill. It gives me a terrible headache. He rejects coldly. That is your main motivation. I need to be by Mel's side these days, so handle it yourself. Lucius waves his hand. So cold. Fine, I am leaving. Message me when you are ready to return. Edric mutters to himself, focusing on nutritious food for postpartum care. Winston hands over a letter and says, Duke. He wonders what it is. Winston replies, it is a letter addressed to you, sir. Edric shakes his head. I said I will not accept any invitations. Transfer everything related to work to Rosaline. Here, Winston hesitates. This is from your mother, sir. Hearing this, he frowns slightly. Edric stares blankly at the letter. What? To Edric. Ada hears that Melissa has given birth to her second child. As a mother-in-law, she feels she should do something for Mel. When will Edric come over to visit Ada? Edric sighs. Life at the villa must be too comfortable. How shameless of her to send this letter. Winston wonders. We probably shouldn't inform the Duchess, right? He turns his face away. That's right. But we promised to discuss everything with each other like other married couples, so I have no choice. I will let Mel decide as she wishes. Elle is surprised. Your mother has been at Linus Villa all this time? Why didn't you tell me? Edric shakes his head. I didn't want you to worry. No, she feels relieved. She has always liked Linus Villa, so she probably isn't treated poorly. Even if she did that to me, she is still your mother. Edric speaks up. She is no longer part of the Fenton clan, so you don't need to care about her. To be honest, I didn't even want to tell you about the letter. I didn't want to bother you. Mel says happily, thank you for telling. Me, Edric, he lowers his head. If we had opened up and talked like this in the past, the misunderstandings wouldn't have piled up like that. Mel wears a gentle smile, but perhaps it is thanks to the wounds of the past that we become stronger. Let us leave the past behind and walk into the future together. Edric nods. All right, then we shall ignore my mother's letter. She immediately refuses. No, why are you flustered? She says she wants to see her grandchild. As a daughter-in-law, I think I should bring the child to meet her. Let's go see your mother together, Edric. Their family sits together in the carriage as they set off. Jane looks at his little sister curiously. Mother, is Alex sleeping? Mel nods. That's right, babies sleep a lot. The young boy happily pokes Alex's cheek. Grow up quickly so you can play with your brother Alex. Edric chuckles. When Alex grows older, father will buy horses for both of you to ride together. Jane is immensely excited. Really? I want a white horse. Mel gently cautions him. SHH, Jane, you will wake Alex. Up, he notices outside the window. We are almost there. Let's go out and walk. A bit. The carriage wheels gradually come to a stop on the road. Stepping down, Mel stares blankly at the scene. Before her eyes, it is an extremely dilapidated and old house. Linus Villa, Jane exclaims. In wonder, wow, it looks like a haunted house. She is flustered. Edric, didn't you say it was the pride of the family? Just a few years ago on our wedding anniversary, right? He nods. That's right. After I decided to leave mother here, I dismissed all the servants at the villa. Now there is only one servant left. Hearing a noise outside the door. Immediately opens. Ada quickly comes out to greet them. Hello, Edric, you have come. Have you forgiven me? He replies at once. You do not need to ask for forgiveness. From me, ask your daughter-in-law instead. Ada stammers in confusion. Right, Melissa, I am sorry, did he tell you everything? Before she can finish her sentence, Mel cuts her off. Why did you do that to me? I have heard everything from Edric. He even told me about your poisonous contraceptive. Did you really hate me so much that you wanted to kill me? She frantically shakes her head. No, of course not. That was not my intention. Truly, if you wish, I will kneel and beg for your forgiveness. Please forgive me. Mel waves her hand coldly. No need. No matter what you did, it cannot be denied that you are the one who brought my husband into this world. Ada is surprised. Really? Mel continues. You also said you wanted to meet your grandchildren, and as your daughter-in-law, I feel it is my responsibility to bring the children. Jane, greet your grandmother. The boy is a bit confused. Hello, grandmother. Ada happily bends down. So you are Jane? Come here, you look so much like my son. Edric quickly blocks her with his arm. Do not lay a single fingernail on my child. Seeing his actions, Ada shouts in anger, Edric. Edric puts on a stern face. You are no longer part of the Fenton clan. You are just an outsider now, so do not try to act like family. She is flustered. What are you talking about? Haven't you forgiven mother already? Mel instructs. Jane, wait for mother and father on that bench over there with Alex, okay? Ada continues to reproach. Didn't you come to take mother back to the estate? Mel turns to look at her. You didn't even want my and Edric's children. If I hadn't left that house, how could Jane or Alex be standing here today? You almost stripped these precious children of the chance to see this. World, I truly hope you understand and repent. Saying this, she turns to leave. Take care of your health. Let's go, Edric. He gazes at her intently. All right, Mel. Let's go, Jane. Ada screams in panic. Edric, where are you going? Get me out of this disgusting place. Don't leave mother behind. The servant quickly restrains her. I am sorry, but you are not allowed to leave the villa. Ada deeply regrets everything she has done. She mournfully watches the backs of the family of four. They are a deeply happy family. Edric used to smile like that when he was a child. Since when does he stop smiling like that at her? What is the worth of this so-called family honor? When Ada gradually destroys her son's happiness and even tries to tear Edric away from the woman he loves. Please pay attention to the child, Ada. She even breaks promises to her friend, and now even with her grandchildren, she truly ends up with empty hands. It is too late. Truly too late. Before boarding the carriage, Mel still turns her head back to look. I did the right thing, didn't I? Edric praises her. You did what needed to be done. Perhaps she will truly let us go now. She makes a request, Edric, before we return to the capital, is it all right if we make a quick stop somewhere? He asks in curiosity, where? The staff at the shop warmly welcome them. Welcome to Azure Canopy. Manager, we have honored guests. Francis is surprised. He turns around to look at the honored guest, each slow step of the person. Walks in, he freezes upon seeing Mel standing before him. Long time no see, Francis. She tilts her head and asks gently, how are you? Francis narrows his eyes, softly calling out, Mel. Soon after, someone gently stirs a teacup with a spoon. Mel initiates the conversation. I didn't think you would return here, he explains. After thinking it over and over, I finally decided to settle down here. Did Rosaline tell you? She admits, yes, in quite great detail. I heard the two of you decided to just be brother and sister. That sounds like the best path for you two, doesn't it? Francis gazes at his reflection in the tea and speaks. Neither Rosaline nor I spoke of our feelings. In the end, we chose to take a roundabout path, just like you and Duke Fenton. Mel hesitates. I understand, but why don't you return to the capital? Rosaline would welcome you, and surely some Marchioness would greet you. As well, he lifts his teacup. I love this tea shop very much. The happiest memories of my life are right here. Mel is stunned by his words. Francis smiles softly. Don't make that face. You suit the position of Duchess far better than a tea shop owner, saving you in the cold rain, keeping you by my side. And deceiving you, coming all the way here and pretending to live as husband and wife. Others may see it as a mistake, but never once have I regretted any of it. Thank you for bringing such beautiful memories to me. Mel rejects his gratitude. I should be the one thanking you instead, Francis. Back then, I had nowhere to go and no one to rely on. I am so glad that you were the one who saw through my pathetic little secrets. During those days when I was terrified and wanted to hide from the world, your words became my refuge. When the weight of a fragile life was too heavy to bear alone, you shared it with me, and I learned to smile again. During those cold winter nights away from Edric, my world was filled with your kindness. You were not merely a shelter, you were the motivation for me to start anew. My best friend, my family. I hope that from now on, your life will not be filled with pretenses, but overflowing with joy. Hearing this, Francis curls his lips into a smile. He raises his teacup and replies, one day I will live up to your encouragement. The scene shifts to another place where a voice echoes. These colored pencils, and these are very popular toys in the capital. Jane brings out a box of cookies, making the children marvel. And these are cookies that Mother and I baked together. In the background, Louisa covers her mouth and observes, it seems the children missed Jane very much. Edric remarks, if the orphanage needs anything, please inform Winston. She gasps in surprise. The money you sent us is more than enough, he responds. Compared to how you cared for my wife and children, it can never be enough. Just at this moment, Mel pushes the door open and walks in. Edric, I am back. He asks curiously, is everything at the tea shop all right? She nods. Yes, Elsa is managing it wonderfully as always. Seeing this, Louisa boasts, that tea shop has long been our pride. Enjoy. Suddenly, Jane waves his hand, calling out, Father, please help me. I can't open this box. Edric replies, all right, Father is coming. She watches them and whispers, he is a good father, isn't he? Mel agrees, yes, absolutely. Louisa changes the subject. After you left the capital, I heard many rumors about the Fenton clan. She gasps in surprise. Pardon? Mel lowers her head to listen. I don't know the exact details, but I often wondered how terrible things must have been for you to leave everything behind and flee all the way here. Without any loved ones by your side to care for you, bearing that pain alone must have been so difficult. Mel, please consider this your second home. Whenever you feel unwell, just come here. Tears well up in her eyes. Director, a second later, Mel softly smiles. Louisa is stunned by Mel's words. It was a cold winter in my life, but I never felt lonely at all. I had Francis, you director, and my treasure, Jane. I had Edric Winston, my dear friend, and my little miracle. Alexis, I need nothing more than that. Saying this, she gently narrows her eyes in quiet contemplation. For a long time, Mel's entire world was trapped within Edric's shadow. She recalls the fear of slowly withering away beneath it, and the void she felt the day she left the Fenton estate. Back then she felt so small and fragile she did not even trust herself. But as she rebuilds her life with her own hands, holds her children in her arms, and protects what she cherishes, Mel transforms into an entirely different person. Now, instead of standing behind someone to be protected, she knows how to take the initiative herself. Instead of following the mistaken path laid out by others, Mel learns to walk her own path on her own feet. Having traveled to the end of that road, the woman Mel meets at the end truly masters her own life and stands there smiling. A moment later, she promises, "I will visit often." Lewisa gently pats her back in encouragement. "All right, live well, Mel, always like this." Edric suddenly walks over and sighs. "Playing with those little boys is exhausting." Mel smiles brightly and teases him. "Then what about our third child, a daughter?" He protests. "No, twice was already more than enough strain on you." She covers her mouth with her hand. Giggling softly, "All right, let's go back. Now I miss Alex already." Meanwhile, inside the estate, Alex cries relentlessly. Winston holds the little boy in his arms, asking in confusion, Why does young Master Alex keep crying relentlessly?" Her hair is a tangled mess as she flips through a few book pages and says, "How should I know? Not a single sentence here mentions this issue at all. I know the Fenton clan has had no heirs for the past decade, but come to think of it, no one in the mansion has any experience with taking care of babies." He groans tearfully while Alex grabs the hair at the back of Winston's neck. "If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have let my pride stop me from hiring a nanny." Mischievous Alex gives a hard tug, making him cry out in pain. "Young Master Alex, that is my hair." Startled, she calls out loudly to Alex. Both of them helplessly think of two people. "Duchess, please come home soon." Not long after, Jane pokes his head out from behind a wall in the mansion. Even after returning from Rhea, the house remains loud. Shouts echo through the air. "Young Master, that isn't edible, that's my hair." Winston tilts his head, asking dejectedly, Don't you think we should hire a nanny for the mansion?" She hums hesitantly, but the Duke dismissed her and said he cannot entrust his child to anyone. He said he would learn himself. Meanwhile, Edric reads his book intently. "So this is how you change a diaper." But Jane thinks differently. "I don't think father is going to be of much use." The young boy then boldly steps forward. "Hello." Winston turns around. Young Master Jane," he greets cheerfully. "It is so good to see you here, young Master Jane." Jane raises his hand and says with a bright smile, "Hi, Alex, it's your big brother." Alex closes his eyes, letting out a few whimpers, and tears well up in his eyes a second later. Alex bursts out wailing, making Winston jump in fright. "Oh my goodness, the devil's cry is back," she scolds him. "Are you saying young Master Alex is a devil?" The little boy covers his ears and asks softly, "Did I do something wrong?" He denies it quickly. "No, that's not what I meant." Suddenly, Oz asks Winston, "Have you seen a stuffed rabbit anywhere?" He stammers. A stuffed rabbit. According to the childcare book, stuffed animals easily collect dust and are bad for babies, so I washed it, she explains, "but Alex cannot sleep without his rabbit. That is why he is still awake even though it is bedtime." Panic settles over him. "Oh, I didn't think of that," Oz urges. "We must bring the stuffed rabbit." Quickly, just at this moment, the door opens, and a voice echoes, "I understand," when they see Edric, they call out loudly, "Duke! Father!" He glances over and demands, "Lead the way." Winston stammers, "To the laundry room," then stands stunned. "What? Yes." Jane rubs his chin and offers an opinion. "I don't think that's a good idea." Behind them, Oz holds Alex and plays peekaboo. "Look, young master, peekaboo." Jane raises a finger. "All right, I have an idea. I will be right back. I'll go get something from my room." Afterward, Jane brings out a teddy bear. "Look, Alex will sleep soundly with this teddy bear." Seeing this, she gasps in admiration, "Oh my, what an adorable teddy bear." The boy looks at it and thinks, "This is the teddy bear mother bought me when I was tiny." And afraid of sleeping alone, and the dark night was no longer terrifying, Jane holds it out in front of Alex. "Alex, look, this is Big Brother's favorite bear. I'll lend it to you." The baby coos happily upon seeing it. Alex stares at the teddy bear and then reaches out his tiny hands to touch it. Alex hugs the teddy bear tightly, his face brightening up completely, surprising Oz. How magical! He seems to really like the bear. This is the first time young Master Alex stops crying so quickly. Meanwhile, Edric rushes in holding up the soaking wet stuffed rabbit, shouting, "Father is back." "Alex, here is your bunny." She turns around and makes a shushing gesture. In the crib, Jane lies next to Alex and the teddy bear, sleeping soundly. Behind them, Edric mutters, "It seems everything is handled." She praises them. The young masters look like angels while sleeping. The little boy whispers softly, "Don't cry, Alex." Edric smiles and thinks to himself, Jane has truly become a reliable older brother. Later, the stuffed rabbit rests on the table in Edric's room. He sits beside Melia, pouring his heart out. Seeing the boy today really makes me feel worried. Because I pay too much attention to Alex. Perhaps I have forced Jane to grow up. Too much, she glances at him and says softly, "He takes after you, your maturity and kindness are what he learns from," Edric says gloomily, "but he knows how to care for his little brother even better than I do." Melia bursts into gentle laughter. Jane grew up around younger kids at the orphanage. I think we should spend quality time with Jane tomorrow, both of us. Together, he agrees. That sounds wonderful, Jane will. The next day, lively sounds echo through the mansion. Jane holds Alex in his arms as he listens to Edric. "Jane, would you like to go into town with me today? We can buy toys or go anywhere you want." The boy refuses. "What? But I promised to play with Alex today," leaving him deeply shocked. "What?" Melia suggests. "Jane, why don't you go out and play with father? Alex can stay with mother." The little boy hands Alex over to her, lowering his head hesitantly. But Edric reassures him, "I know. You care about Alex, but a big brother needs to take care of himself too. You are still a child after all. Jane, to me you are just as precious as Alex." Touched, Jane whispers softly, "Father." "All right then, I'll go out." Edric smiles. "All right, let's go." The boy holds his hand, turning back to say, "See you later, mother." Melia tells them warmly, "Have fun." She tilts her head and gently kisses Alex's cheek. "Let's enjoy this peaceful time together, Alex." Not long after, she lays the baby on the bed and pats him gently. Melia thinks to herself, Jane and Edric are both out now. The house has become strangely quiet. Now that Alex is asleep, maybe I should call Oz and rest for a bit. As she steps outside, she hears voices shouting, "Please, sir, you cannot do this." Melia looks toward the door, murmuring, "What's going on? Didn't Jane and Edric go out?" She gently opens the door, while the other man yells, "Get lost. Do you know who we are? The Duchess of this house is my daughter." Winston blocks him, warning, "Please leave immediately before I call the guards." Melia is shocked, a drop of cold sweat rolling down. "That man?" Melia's father points forward and calls out, "Oh, Melia, my daughter, you were here." She steps forward, calling softly, "Father." Melia watches him guardedly. Staring at Finn, "What are you doing here?" He laughs recklessly. "Melia, it's me, your father. How shameless. These fools don't even recognize the father-in-law of the Duke." Winston frowns slightly. "Father-in-law, do you think you have the right to set foot in this home?" Finn is almost always drunk. "Heh, I heard my daughter became the Duchess, so I came to congratulate her as her father. Is there anything wrong with that?" Melia clenches her fists tightly. "You didn't come to congratulate me. You definitely came for money, just like how you treated mother." For all those years, her mother and she had fled from him, a father addicted to alcohol and gambling, and sought refuge at the Fenton estate. When her mother was still alive, Finn came demanding money and was driven away. She thought she would never see him again. "Call the guards. I do not know this man." The servant quickly nods, "Yes, Duchess." Hearing her words, he screams in rage, "How dare you disown your own biological father? I will tell everyone that the Duchess threw her own father out into the street." Amidst the chaotic scene, Edric suddenly steps forward. "Who are you, and what kind of spectacle are you making here? I will inflict proper punishment on whoever let beggars roam freely like this." Finn grins brightly. "Oh, you must be the Duke, such a fine man. I am Melia's father." Melia quickly cuts him off. "Ignore him. He is looking for someone else and came to the wrong house." Finn coughs softly. "Wrong house? How disappointing, Melia. I am Melia's father, your father-in-law." Edric freezes. "What?" Jane looks bewildered upon seeing him. "Grandfather," Finn praises. "Oh, is this Melia's child? How adorable." Grips his wrist tightly. "How dare you touch him, father-in-law?" Melia never mentioned that she had a living father. Finn quickly yanks his hand away. Now that she has become an extraordinarily noble duchess, I suppose she feels a little embarrassed to speak of her poor father. But you cannot deny family bonds. Edric pays no mind to his words. "Winston, throw this man out." Winston quickly leads the guards. "Over, yes, your grace." The man yells furiously, "Let go of me. Hey, Melia, do you think you can escape me? I will ruin everything." Melia feels a throbbing headache. Both father and son are worried about her. Melia, are you all right? Melia sighs in exhaustion. I'm sorry, Edric, I didn't want the children to see me like this. But what if he brings shame upon our family? He comforts her anxiously. Don't apologize, it isn't your fault. Jane gently takes Melia's hand. Mother, don't worry, I'm right here. She smiles, resting her hand on the boy's cheek. That's right, I have you. Thank you, Jane. Edric reminds them, Jane, let's go inside. Your mother looks like she needs to rest. The boy nods. All right, I'll stay with Mother. Edric feels curious. Winston, find out why that man is here and investigate his background. I want to look into this. A little, he obeys immediately. Yes, Your Grace. Edric continues. Make sure he pays a steep price for daring to threaten my family. Exhausted, Melia sits down on the bed. Jane follows her closely. Mother, are you all right? She gives a reassuring smile. Yes, I'm fine. Just a little dizzy. The past continues to haunt Melia like a shadow, but the young boy clenches his fists, unable to believe that man made his mother cry. I don't care if he is my grandfather or anyone else. If disturb our family, I will never forgive them. Warmth floods Melia's heart. Thank you, Jane. She is no longer alone. Melia has a family to care for and protect. As night falls, the full moon shines bright and round in the night sky. Edric, do you remember? The first day I came here? Edric gently strokes her cheek. Of course, it was a day with heavy snow. Melia glances away. Mother and I actually came here to escape from father. My father ruined our home with gambling and drunkenness, and my mother was the daughter of a prominent count in the region. Yet she suffered terribly after marrying father, a low-ranking noble with nothing to his name. She once instructed us to keep our identity hidden and stay out of sight. This is your home. From then on, I always resented mother. I couldn't understand why she kept trying to confine me. But after seeing father today, I finally understand that she wasn't trying to confine me. She was trying to protect me from becoming prey to people like him. Edric turns toward her. So that's why she advised you not to associate with people lower than you or higher in status than you. Melia nods. Yes, she warned me that I should find someone like myself. Now that I have become a duchess, I often feel afraid. I feel as though I have defied her wishes and am enjoying a happiness far beyond what I deserve to have. Edric tilts his head. Beyond what you deserve far more than this. Your father tried to treat your mother and you as tools, while your mother tried to protect you as a mother should. Her intentions were noble, but her approach needed to change. When she told you to live modestly, it didn't mean you had to give up on everything. She wanted you to never lose yourself. Melia is overcome with emotion, tears spilling from her eyes. Edric, she nestles into his arms, thank you for saying that. Mother always told me that living an ordinary life is the best shield. But Edric, when I am with you, I cannot help but harbor desire. He gently pats her head. Desire for what? Melia whispers. Desire to protect you and our children. Not to run away like mother did, but to stand firm on my own 2 feet and protect the ones I love. Edric chuckles softly. You are already doing it. Even when facing your father, you showed how strong you are. Melia smiles. I will not run away, even if he returns to dig up mothers in my past. Edric kisses Melia's forehead. Good, because I will always stay by your side. Now stop worrying and close your eyes to sleep. She nods. All right, good. Night, my love. Jane is still awake. Sitting in the hallway, he thinks, Mother must be very sad because of grandfather. Is there something I can do for mother? Winston catches sight of the boy in the hallway. Young Master Jane. The boy turns in surprise to look at Winston, who asks, shouldn't you be in bed? Jane looks hesitantly at Winston. Winston, I have a favor to ask. Can you help me? He tilts his head. A favor? Jane clenches his hands. Winston, mother looked so sad today. I want to make sure things aren't like that anymore. Winston looks down at the young boy. Your request is so precious. Young master, how can I assist you? Jane asks curiously. Is there something mother loves most, even more than father and me? Winston smiles helplessly. I am not quite sure. The Duchess loves the moment she gets to laugh and smile with her family the most. The young boy finds a solution. All right, I've decided. Tomorrow I'll host a party for mother. Winston chuckles softly at how adorable the little master is. Of course, young master, I will do my best to help you. Jane hums as he walks. delicious food, beautiful flowers, and, most importantly, a gift. Everyone is bustling about, preparing for Jane's party. Edric laughs. A surprise party for Melia? Jane is so thoughtful, truly my son. Winston reports. Oz has distracted the Duchess for now, so we can keep it a secret. From her, he looks around. But where is Jane? I don't see him anywhere. Winston answers. Young Master Jane went with an escort to buy a gift for Lady Fenton. Edric immediately turns his head. What? Did you forget that a drunkard broke in and threatened us yesterday? Winston reassures him. My lord, the escort belongs to the most elite knight order in the Empire, so there is nothing to worry about. Edric remains anxious and sighs softly. Jay is just a child, Winston. Even if it is Jane's request, you should not do so without reporting back to me. He bows his head in flustered embarrassment. I have no excuse. It is my fault, my lord. Edric speaks up. Come with me, we go look for Jay together. Winston nods. Yes, my lord. Jane accompanies Jay into the carriage so the young boy can buy a gift. He reminds him, Young master, you should stay inside the carriage. It is not safe here. Jay shakes his head. It is fine, I have a few things to say to him. The little boy slowly steps into the narrow alleyway. Finn lies drunk, leaning against the wall. Who are you and what do you want? Jay stands before him. Hello, I am Jay Fenton. Finn looks surprised. Oh, you are the Duke's son from yesterday? Seems like the Duke changes his mind, huh? The young boy holds out a pouch of money. You like money, right? I brought some. The man laughs with joy. Haha, finally some respect. I will keep quiet about yesterday. Jay swiftly pulls the pouch back. Not so fast, on one condition. He looks bewildered. A condition? Jay says, go to my mother and apologize. Apologize to her for hurting her. Finn cannot help but burst into laughter. Apologize? Why should I do that? What is wrong with parents asking their children for money? The young boy looks at him with a somber expression. You are mother's father, right? Then why do you make her sad if you do not take this money and apologize to her? I do not know what father will do to you. Father hates people who make mother cry. The man sighs heavily. Memories flash through Finn's mind. Melia once begged him to apologize to her mother. Mother is really sad. Father, why don't you try apologizing to her? This boy really resembles his mother. Fine, an apology is not actually something that can be erased with a single phrase. I am sorry, but take this. This is the final gift I give to your mother. Now go back and live happily. I promise I will never appear again. Winston asks, My lord, is it all right if we do not intervene? Edric nods. It is fine. Winston, give him some extra money and make sure he never sets foot in the capital again. The banquet table is laden with food. Melia looks bewildered. What is this? O smiles brightly. Are you surprised, my lady? Young Master Jay personally prepares this surprise party for you. He is so thoughtful, she bashfully places a hand on her cheek. Should I feel happier? Jay excitedly runs over. Mother! Melia looks delighted too. See the little boy? Did Jay prepare all of this? Jay throws himself into her arms. Winston and the servants helped me plan the party. Edric steps forward slowly. After all, the boy cannot keep secrets from him. Jay looks a bit pouty. That is right, Melia happily pats his head. It is not easy to hide anything in this mansion from your father. Jay vows, I will definitely succeed next time. Edric smiles. Let us eat before it gets cold. I hear Alex is already asleep after drinking milk. The whole family sits down at the dining table together. Jay speaks up. All right, mother, I have a gift I want to give you. Melia accepts the gift in surprise. You prepared a gift. After unwrapping the paper, a ring box appears. Her mouth gapes open in astonishment. Melia holds a ring in her hands, her mother's heirloom ring. Jay tells her, the truth is I went to see grandfather. He says he has something to give you. He also apologizes and says he will never show up again. Melia lowers her head. Father gave this himself? The little boy nods. Yes, he hopes that when you see this ring, you will no longer feel sad. That is the ring her mother hid so carefully, fearing Finn would sell it for drinking money. Melia thought he had sold it off long ago when she left in despair, yet Finn kept it by his side all these years. Perhaps this is his very last shred of conscience and lingering affection. For her mother, the ring still shines brightly in her hand. Melia sheds tears of happiness. Perhaps it is time to let it go, the pain of the past and all resentment toward him. Seeing her cry, Jay becomes frantic. Mother, please do not cry. Edric gently comforts her. That is right. Jay tries his best to bring it to you, so try to hold back your tears to ease his mind. She quickly wipes her tears away. MMH, thank you. Jay mother is truly the happiest person in the world. Now, from now on, I will only smile and be happy. I promise. Seeing her cheerful again, the boy's face brightens up. They make a pinky promise together. All right, pinky promise, mother. The atmosphere of the party is incomparably warm. Lucius presses his imperial seal down onto the document. I hear that the commoner scholarship program you proposed actually comes from the Duchess. Edric smiles. Yes, your majesty, my wife always prioritizes caring for those who are overlooked. Lucius laughs aloud. Your Majesty, I am still not quite used to that title. Do you agree with me, Prime Minister? He bows his head. I am also not quite accustomed to this position. Lucius smiles. There is no need for formality between us, because I trust you, Duke Fenton. Edric bows. I will not let your Majesty down. Scene shifts to the second branch of the tea shop. A guest speaks up. Do you know, the relief fund proposed by Duchess Fenton operates directly under the royal family's authority. Jai gasps, goodness. And I hear Duke Fenton has become the Prime Minister, elevating the Fenton family's reputation even higher. Rosaline adds, the fact that we can sit together as business partners regardless of status is all thanks to Duchess Fenton, who stands at the center of all these changes. As her friend, my heart feels truly warmed. Scene shifts to the first branch of the tea shop. Elsa looks over at Leon. Leon, herbal tea for table 3. Leon nods. Understood. Yena smiles. The artwork you submitted this time receives remarkably high marks from the critics. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Marchioness. Louisa smiles. Look at this, children. The Fenton family sends uniforms for all of you. A curious child asks, uniforms? A young girl says in awe, does that mean we get to go to school soon? Louisa smiles. That is right. Winston looks at his report board. Oz, is everything ready for tonight's banquet? Oz smiles. Of course, I prepare the salmon dish that Her Grace loves most. Inside the room, a brush with green paint moves across paper. Francis smiles. Have I kept you two waiting long? Very well, I am ready to capture the image of the grandest noble family in the empire. Edric looks doubtful. Melia smiles. Do you not think it would be wonderful if we preserve the most beautiful moments of our family? Our dear friend Francis proposes this himself. When else will we have the opportunity to be painted by the empire's greatest artist? There was a time when this house offered nothing but cold walls. Edric reflects, I used to believe that the best way to protect oneself is to never open one's heart to anyone, but now I realize that was merely arrogance. The moment you enter my life, my world changes completely. When you first arrived here, you thought you did not belong. Melia speaks, like someone wearing clothes that do not fit. She smiles. But I was wrong. My mother's words about my self-worth were not meant to imprison me, but to protect me from harm. And as I live in your world, you fall completely in love with me, don't you? He nods. Yes, not just once, but countless times. Suddenly, Alex interrupts their conversation. Mother, shouldn't we stop talking while posing? Both startle. Oh, Francis speaks up. That is right. I understand your feelings, but we shouldn't move around, remember. The scene shifts to a few days later. Edric pulls down the red curtain. The three of them gaze at the painting. Alex gasps in awe. Melia exclaims in astonishment. Oh my. Looking at the painting, the little boy says excitedly, Mother and Father look amazing. Edric stares at the canvas. A wonderful gift. She is equally entranced. It truly is. Edric, we have come a long way, haven't we? Perhaps that is why this moment feels so sweet. Two imperfect souls come together and ultimately become a perfect painting. Mother, I will no longer hide. Your words about knowing my place used to be a heavy burden, but I care no longer. I am no one's doll. I stand here as the Duchess of the Fenton family, a person who knows how to love and be loved. Alex speaks up. I wish we had a camera here. I want to show off our family portrait to my friends right away. She leans down. Is that so? Why don't you ask Winston? The little boy runs off. Winston! How lively this warmth feels. Edric watches his retreating figure. I wonder who he takes after to have such boundless energy. She soft smiles. Don't you think he inherits half of your stubbornness and half of my curiosity? He turns his head to her. Melia, is this the simple happiness you once dreamed of? Melia answers. No, this is even more special than anything I ever dared to dream. He leans down and kisses her forehead. I love you. She embraces him. I love you too, Edric. He caresses her cheek. From now on, my world belongs to you alone. Melia's eyes glow pink with overwhelming happiness. And my world belongs to you alone, against the lonely wall where I once feared. Opening my heart, a one-of-a-kind flower now blooms. And that small flower itself has become. The two hold each other, gazing at the family portrait of four. A vibrant forest preserving every spring season of our youth. The story ends here. Thank you for following along until the end. While waiting for the next series, please enjoy other stories on Kumyu Review to pass the time. Wishing you all joy and energy. Goodbye and see you again.